No. Spot. Start recording. This spot sucks. Let's try this spot over here. Seems better. Alright. Can't have those, buddy. Try this. How about that? Come on. Come here, buddy. Alright, I'm gonna start reading anyway. And I got oranges on this grapefruit. Mortal mind acting from the basis of sensation and matter is animal magnetism, but so-called mammals. Science can heal the sick who are absent from their healers, as well as those present. Since space is no obstacle to mind, mortal mind heals that eye hath not seen, but the spiritual capacity to apprehend thought and to heal the truth power is one only man, as man is found not in self-righteousness, but reflecting divine nature. I've already read that. Every medical method has its advocates. The preference to on something. That's nice in here. Little mountains over there. Anyway, back to the book. No more distractions. Treatises on anatomy, physiology, and health, sustained by what is termed material law, are promoters of sickness and disease. It should not be proverbial that so long as you read medical works, you will be sick. It's just so interesting to just make that declaration that all disease is created by the mind, and that the systems that are set up to create the disease are also set up to heal the diseases. And if they know they're doing it, like it's real and they're doing it, and some of them, like the Rothschilds, support wars and fund it. There's just awful people out there. Huh. Maybe me saying that creates them, and that it's not real. And I can imagine that they don't exist, and that the war is not real. But all these stories and experiences are not real. Keep getting reminded of one of my quotes when I was doing talking about the mental health disorders, that life is not a game of make believe. My feelings are real. But life seems to be a game of try to make these feelings feel good. And so there has to be the level of making the feelings real, and just find the right balance. The sedulous matron, studying her jar from homeopathic palette and powder in hand, ready to put you into a sweat to move the bowels or to produce sleep, is unwittingly sowing the seeds of reliance on matter, and her household may ere long reap the effects of this mistake. Description of disease given by physicians and advertisements of quackery are both prolific sources of sickness, as mortal mind is husbandman of error. It is taught to do the body no harm and uproot its false sowing. The patient tries to be satisfied when he sees his would-be healers busy, and his faith in their efforts is somewhat helpful to them and to himself. But in science, one must understand the resuscitating law of science. This is the seed within itself bearing fruit after its kind, spoken of in Genesis. Physicians should not deport themselves as if mind were not non-existent, nor take the ground that all causation is matter instead of mind. Ignorant that the human mind governs the body, its phenomenon, the invalid may unwittingly be more fear to the mental reservoir already flowing with that emotion. Add more fear to the mental reservoir already overflowing with that emotion. No more distractions. You're the best of them all, buddy. Well, bye. Doctors should not implant disease in the thought of their patients, as they so frequently do, by declaring disease to be fixed fact, even before they go to work to eradicate the disease through material faith which they inspire. Instead of furnishing thought with fear, they should try to correct this turbulent element of mortal mind by the influence of divine love, which casteth out fear. And they don't think that far. They don't fucking think that far. They think about their big cars and their house and their family relying on the greenbacks that they bring in to keep their fancy lives in their big homes and their little castles they've built for themselves. And want to see have everyone see them in their little imaginary worlds. And so to question the way they make their money, they can't. It's cognitive dissonance. And to be able to hold that dichotomy would just, those two thoughts are like water and oil. When man is governed by God, the ever-present mind who understands all things, man knows that with God all things are possible. The only way to this living truth which heals the sick is found in the science of divine mind, as taught by and demonstrated by Christ Jesus. To reduce inflammation, dissolve a tumor, or cure organic disease, I have found divine truth more potent than all lower remedies. And why not, since mind God is source of condition of all existence? Before deciding that the body matter is disordered, one should ask, who art thou that repliest to spirit? Just to call on the divine power of God and spirit to do your bidding. There wouldn't be a higher power to pull from to get people to feel that sensation. And priests do it all the time. My mom's reverend did it to me, where she was listening to the stories that I told, and then she regurgitated back her little prayer, and it gives you the tingles inside, because you know she was listening, because she was pinging on some of the feelings that she was capturing, that she knew her words would evoke the sensation that people like, and then they go to her like she's a healer, but she just knows how to give you those feelings and then collect your money and your time and your attention. And it's just witchcraft, magic. She doesn't actually do the healing, because the healing comes through the stopping of error. And she doesn't have conviction to say stop the error. She just says, come to me, I'll make you feel good. And then my mom goes to her and goes and gets all the good feels. It says she's giving it to God. Can matter speak for itself, or does it hold the issues of life? Matter, which can neither suffer nor enjoy, has no partnership with pain and pleasure, but mortal belief has such a partnership. When you manipulate patients, you trust in electricity and magnetism more than in truth, and for that reason you employ matter rather than mind. You weaken or destroy your power when you resort to any except spiritual means. You dirty face. What's up, buddy? Come on. I just want to see you, buddy. This is the witches out here that and the homeopaths and everyone putting their faith into these gemstones and other ideas of healing, rather than just always calling from the highest possible power. It's just an interesting thought. Matter which can either suffer. When you manipulate patients, you trust in it is foolish to declare that you manipulate patients, but that you lay no stress on manipulation. If this be so, why manipulate? In reality, you manipulate because you are ignorant to the baneful effects of magnetism, or are not sufficiently spiritual to depend on spirit. In either case, you must improve your mental condition till you finally attain the understanding of Christian Science. If you are too material to love the science of mind, and are satisfied with good words instead of effects, if you adhere or err and are afraid to trust truth, the question then recurs, Adam, where art thou? It is unnecessary to resort to aught besides mind in order to satisfy the sick that you are doing something for them, for if they are cured, they generally know it and are satisfied. When your treasure is, there will be heart be also. If you have more faith in truth, this faith will incline you to a side of matter and error. Any hypnotic power you may exercise will diminish your ability to become a scientist and vice versa. The act of healing the sick through divine mind alone, of casting out error with truth, shows your position as a Christian Scientist. And in the concept of the law of attraction, the other principles, it's the concept of holding a belief in your heart and in your mind and making all of your actions towards that belief to make it a reality. Is easier to do with some things than others. Just it doesn't always work out the way you think it's going to. It's just such a fucking problem and annoying. Bye, buddy. The demands of God's appeal to thought only, but the claims of mortality and what are termed laws of nature appertain to matter. Which then are we to accept as legitimate and capable of producing the highest human good? We cannot obey both physiology and spirit, for one absolutely destroys the other, and one for the other must be supreme in the affections. It is impossible to work from two standpoints. If we attempt it, we shall presently hold to the one and despise the other. The hypotheses of mortals are antagonistic to science and cannot mix with it. This is clear to those who heal the sick on the basis of science. Mind's government of the body must supersede the so-called laws of matter. Obedience to material law prevents full obedience to spiritual law, the law which overcomes material conditions and puts matter under the feet of mind. Mortals entreat the divine mind, heal the sick, and forthwith shut out the aid of mind by using material means, thus working against themselves and their prayer of denying man's God-given ability to demonstrate mind's sacred power. Pleas for the drugs and the laws of health come from some sad incident, or else from ignorance of Christian science and its transcendent power. Number you. To admit that sickness is a condition over which God has no control is to presuppose that the omnipotent power is powerless on some occasions. The law of Christ or truth makes all things possible to spirit, but the so-called laws of matter would render spirit of no avail and demand obedience to materialistic codes, thus departing from the basis of one God, one lawmaker. To suppose that God's constitutes law of inharmony is a mistake. Discords have no support from nature or divine law, however much is said to the contrary. And you say God's the all in all, then he's got to be an all. It can't just be part of it. Can the agriculturist, according to belief, produce a crop that's sowing the seed and awaiting its germination according to the laws of nature? The answer is no, and yet the scriptures inform us that sin or error first caused the condemnation of man to till the ground, and indicate that obedience to God will remove this necessity. Truth never made error necessary, nor devised a law to perpetuate error. The supposed laws which result in weariness and disease are not his laws, for legitimate and only possible action of truth is production of harmony. Laws of nature are laws of spirit, but mortals commonly recognize as laws that which hides the power of spirit. Divine mind rightly demands man's entire obedience, affection, and strength. No reservations is made for any lesser loyalty. Obedience to truth gives man power and strength. Submission to error superinduces loss of power. Truth casts out all evil and materialistic methods which, with the actual spiritual law, the law which gives sight to the blind, hearing to the deaf, voice to the dumb, feet to the lame. If Christian science dishonors human belief, it honors spiritual understanding, and the one mind only is entitled to honor. It's just only entitled to honor when it's being honorable. Always. Fuck. Not a key. So-called laws of health are simply laws of mortal belief. The premise being erroneous, the conclusions are wrong. The truth makes no law to regulate sickness, sin, and death, for these are unknown to truth and should not be recognized as reality. Belief produces the results of belief, and the penalties it affixes last so long as the belief are inseparable from it. The remedy consists of probing the trouble to the bottom, in finding and casting out by denial and error of belief, which produces a mortal disorder, never honoring erroneous belief with the title of law, nor yielding obedience to it. Truth, life, and love are the only legitimate and eternal demands on man, and they are spiritual lawgivers enforcing obedience through divine statutes. And that's just something. This is something. And we're gonna finish this chapter, bro. Then we can go do stuff. Controlled by the divine intelligence, man is harmonious and eternal. Whatever is governed by a false belief is discordant and mortal. We say man suffers from the effects of cold, heat, fatigue. This is human belief, not the truth of being, for matter cannot suffer. And this is one to play out. Anyway. Mortal mind alone suffers not because the law of matter has been transgressed, but because the law of this so-called mind has been disobeyed. I've demonstrated that this rule of divine science by destroying the delusion of suffering from what was termed a fatally broken physical law. A woman whom I cured of consumption always breathed with great difficulty when the wind was from the east. I sat silently by her side a few moments. Her breath came gently. These inspirations were deep and natural. I then requested her to look at the weather vane. She looked and saw that it pointed due east. The wind had not changed, but her thought of it had, and so her difficulty in breathing had gone. The wind had not produced the difficulty. My metaphysical treatment changed the actions or her belief on the lungs, and she never suffered again from east winds, but was restored to health. Where the fuck did she find this person? East winds. No system of hygiene but Christian Science is purely mental. Before this book was published, other books were in circulation which discuss mental medicine and mind cure, operating through the power of the Earth's magnetic currents to regulate life and health. Such series and such systems of so-called mind cure, which have sprung up, are as material as the prevailing systems of medicine. That's that Green Mile shit. Other people think they can transfer the negative energy out of their body or other people's bodies and just put it into Mother Earth. And so they always ground and have some sort of theoretical connection to Earth. So they can suck the healing powers out of her. And it's just such a wonderful thought. They have their birth in mortal mind, but which puts forth a human conception in the name of science to match the divine science of immortal mind. even as the necromancer of Egypt strove to emulate the wonders wrought by Moses. Such theories have no relationship to Christian Science, which rests on the conception of God as the only life, substance, and intelligence, and excludes the human mind as a spiritual factor in healing work. Jesus cast out evil and healed the sick not only without drugs, but without hypnotism. That's unlikely. Which is the reverse of ethical and pathological truth power. Erroneous mental practice may seem for a time to benefit the sick, but the recovery is not permanent. This is because erroneous methods act on through the material stratum of the human mind called brain, which is but a mortal consolidation of material mentality and its suppositional activities. A patient under the influence of mortal mind is healed only by removing the influence on him of his mind by emptying his thought of the false stimulus and reaction of willpower and filling it with the divine energies. Christian Science destroys material belief through the understanding of spirit, and the thoroughness of this work determines health. Erring human mind forces can work only evil under whatever name or pretense they are employed. The spirit of matter, good and evil, light and darkness cannot mingle. Evil is a negation because it is absence of truth. It is nothing because it is absence of something. It is unreal because it presupposes the absence of God and the omnipotent and omnipresent. What's up, bro? Every mortal must learn that there is neither power nor reality in evil. Evil is assertive. It says, I am a real entity overmastering good. Yeah, he should go beyond something. I'm gonna go back down here. This falsehood should strip evil of all pretensions. The only power of evil is to destroy itself. This is something. It's not its only power, though. It destroys itself after it pleases itself. It's just innate. It can never destroy one iota of good. It sure fucking can. Every attempt of evil to destroy good is a failure and only aids in peremptorily punishing the evildoer. She did not create this reality. This is not a reality for me, at least. Well, kind of. Bye. Evil is assertive. It says, I am a real entity overmastering good. This falsehood should strip evil of all pretensions. The only power of evil is to destroy. If we concede the same reality to discord as to harmony, discord has a lasting acclaim upon us as harmony. If evil is as real as good, evil is also as immortal. If death is real as life, immortality is a myth. If pain is as real as the absence of pain, both must be immortal. And if so, harmony cannot be the law of being. Mortal mind is ignorant of self, or it could never be self-deceived. If mortal mind knew how to be better, it would be better. Since it must believe in some Get me to get it to work. Now we're gonna lose the sun or the middle finger. It's one or the other. Go way down. Rise no higher than blind faith. The science of healing was not attained, and soul existence in the place of sense existence is not comprehended. We apprehend life and divine science as we live above corporeal sense and corrected. Our proportionate admission of the claims of good or evil determines the harmony of our existence, our health, our longevity, and our Christianity. We cannot serve two masters nor perceive divine science with the material senses. Drug and hygiene cannot successfully usurp the place and power of the divine source of all health and perfection. If God made man both good and evil, man must remain thus. He can improve God's work. Again, an error in the premise must appear in the conclusion. To have one God and avail yourself of the power of spirit, you must love God's creation. The flesh lusteth against the spirit. The flesh and the spirit can no more unite in action, and good can coincide with evil. Flesh lusteth against the spirit. Why can't you have both? You can't have both. I keep can't like to follow these set of rules. You can have the good feelings in the body and in the spirit. Drug and hygiene cannot again and then the flesh and the spirit can no more unite in action than good can coincide. It is not wise to take halting and halfway positions, or to expect to work equally with spirit and matter, truth and error. There is but one way, namely God and His idea, which leads to spiritual being. Scientific governments of the body must be attained to the divine mind. It is impossible to gain control over the body in any other way. On this fundamental point, timid conservatism is absolutely inadmissible. Only through radical reliance on truth and scientific healing power be realized. Substituting good words for a good life, fair seeming for straightforward character, is a poor shift from the weak and worldly, who think the standard of Christian science too high for them, and that's just something. It's just people that think saying the right thing to just placate everyone. And That's how you fit in with popular people that are just doing fucking pieces of shit. The scales are evenly adjusted. The removal of a single weight from either scale gives ponderance to the opposite. Whatever influence you cast on the side of matter, you take away from mind, which would otherwise outweigh all else. Your belief militates against your health, when it ought to be enlisted on the side of health. When sick, according to belief, you rush after drugs, search out the material so-called laws of health, and depend upon them to heal you, though you have already brought yourself into the slough of disease through just this false belief. Because man-made systems insist that man becomes sick and useless, suffers and dies, all is consonance with the laws of God. Are we to believe it? Are we to believe in authority which denies God's spiritual commanding relating to doctrine? In authority which Jesus proved to be false? He did the will of the Father. He healed sickness in defiance of what is so-called material law, but in accordance with God's law and the law of mind. The man got murdered. I discern disease in the human mind and recognize the patient's fear of it months before the so-called disease made its appearance in the body. Disease being a belief, a latent illusion of mortal mind, the sensation would not appear if the error of belief was met and destroyed by truth. It's just, this is like the concept of the mind is real, and like they created yesterday they said they created an idea in someone's mind that the body, the person that died in the bed before them had the disease that they didn't have, that tried to die and thinking he had it, and then actually got it and died. It's like all these doctors out here are just giving diagnoses on mental and physical diseases that they just have no fucking clue. It's just shown really well with COVID, how just the symptoms is COVID for everybody. Again and again and again, it's just the perfect fucking example of how fucking trash the fucking society is, how fucking people they are, just trying to coach everyone into thinking they're smart because they can read what the fucking scientists wrote. Here let a word be noticed which will be better understood hereafter: chemicalization. By chemicalization I mean the process which mortal mind and body undergo in the change of belief from material to a spiritual basis. Whenever an aggravation of symptoms has occurred through mental chemicalization, I have seen the mental signs assuring me that danger was over before the patient felt the change, and I have said to the patient, "You are healed," sometimes to his discomfiture when he is incredulous, but it always came about as I had foretold. I name these facts to show that disease has mental mortal origin, that faith in rules of health or drugs begets and fosters disease by attracting the mind to the subject of sickness, by exciting fear of disease, and by dosing the body in order to avoid it. The faith reposed in these things should find stronger support in a higher home, body, we should put no faith in material things. Science not only reveals the origin of all disease as mental, but it also declares that all disease is cured by divine mind. There can be no healing except by this mind. However much we trust a drug or any other means towards which human faith or endeavor is directed, it's mortal mind, not matter, which brings to the sick whatever good they may seem to receive from materiality. But the sick are never really healed, except by the means of the divine power. Only the action of truth, life, and love can give harmony. Whatever teaches man to have other laws, and to acknowledge the powers of the divine mind is anti-Christian. That good that a poisonous drug seems to do is evil, for it robs man of reliance on God, omnipotent mind, and, according to belief, poisons the human system. That's a really interesting concept right there, because if you think like a drug is healing you, then you're shorting your mind of what it's capable of doing, is what you meant. And if the possibilities are infinite, then limiting your capability to make magic happen. Truth is not the basis of theogony. Modes of matter from neither a moral nor a spiritual system. The discord which calls for material methods is the result of the exercise of faith in material modes, faith in matter instead of faith in spirit. Did Jesus understand the economy of man less than Graham or Cutter? Christian ideas certainly present that human theories exclude the principle of man's harmony. The text, whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die, not only contradicts human systems, but points to the self-sustaining and eternal truth. Promised that puppet that he would never die, so he could bang her. Something to think about, though. Just never dying. Thinking about it. 200-300 more years, and then just descending. They got a dome above us. They shoot rockets to try to get through. And there's just only one way to open those gates up. The demands of truth are spiritual and reach body through mind. The best interpreter of man's needs said, "Take no thought of your life, but you shall eat your things." There's material laws which prevent the needs. What then causes it? Not divine law, for Jesus spiritual causation relates to human progress. The age seems ready to the age where it was the age seems ready to approach the subject, to ponder somewhat the supremacy of spirit, and at least to touch the hem of truth garment. The description of man is purely physical, whereas both material and spiritual, but in either case dependent upon his physical organization. Is the Pandora box from which all ills have gone forth, especially despair, matter with divine power in his own hands? He claims to be a creator, is a fiction in which paganism and lust are so sanctioned by society that mankind is taught their own doctrine and teaching. Always creates like negative polarity, shoots to the other pole. Through discernment of the spiritual opposite of materiality, even the way through Christ, truth, man will reopen with the key of divine science the gates of paradise which human belief and will find himself calm, upright, pure, and free, not needing to consult almanacs for the probabilities either of his life or of the weather, not needing to study phrenology to learn how much of a man he is. Mind's control over the universe, including man, is no longer an open question, but it is demonstrable science. Jesus illustrated the divine principle. Fucking shit ass phone I got. Coming back, bud. Alright. Pissed. Couldn't get the middle finger and the sun, and the mic wouldn't work, so this might be better. And I'm not going back and saying everything I said over again. It'll just be quiet and hard to hear. But I already read it, and that's all that matters. You guys can go read this fucking book on your own. Although I did talk about the dome. That was funny. Anyway, back to it. Mind's control over the universe, including man, is no longer an open question, but is demonstrable science. Demonstrable. It's really hard to know if it's demonstrable or demonstrable. Like demonstrating, or if it's like demonic. Jesus illustrated the divine principle and the power of immortal mind by healing sickness and sin. and destroying the foundation of death. Mistaking his origin in nature, man believeth him so. Man believes himself to be combined matter and spirit. He believes that spirit is sifted through matter, carried on a nerve, exposed to ejection by the operation of matter. The intellectual, the moral, and spiritual, the image of infinite mind, subject to non-intelligence. No more sympathy exists between the flesh and the spirit than between Belial and Christ. The so-called law of matter are nothing but false beliefs that intelligence and life are present in mind is not, where mind is not. These false beliefs are the procuring cause of all ill and sin and disease, The opposite truth that intelligence and life are spiritual, never material, destroys sin and sickness and death. The fundamental error lies in the supposition that man is material outgrowth and that the cognizance of good or evil, which has through the bodily senses, constitutes his happiness or misery. Theorizing about man's development from mushrooms to monkeys and from monkeys into men. It's just so funny. I watched a Joe Rogan video, I think, where he is talking about that concept of how mushrooms turned monkeys into men concept. Amounts to but this, she says, it amounts to nothing in the right direction and very much in the wrong. She says that's stupid. Which I just feel like it's stupid too. Just the whole evolution concept of like some way we just developed and adapted from a freaking microcosm. Crawled out of the ocean, grew legs, turned into monkeys, and then humans. It's just such a stupid fucking concept to believe. And I don't like it. Materialism grades the human species as rising from matter upward. How then is the material species maintained if man passes through what we call death, and death is the Rubicon of spirituality? Spirit can form no real link in this supposed chain of material being, but divine science reveals the eternal chain of existence as uninterrupted and wholly spiritual. Yet this can be realized only as false sense of being disappears. If man was the first a material being, he must have passed through all the forms of matter in order to become man. If material body is man, he is a portion of matter or dust. On the contrary, man is the image and likeness of spirit, and the belief that there is soul and sense or life in matter obtains in mortals alias mortal minds, which the apostle refers when he says that we must put off the old man. What is man? Brain, heart, blood, bones, etc., the material structure. If the real man is in the material body, you take away a portion of the man when you amputate a limb. The surgeon destroys manhood, and the worms annihilate it. The loss of a limb or injury to a tissue is sometimes the quickener of manliness, and the unfortunate cripple may present more nobility than the statuesque athlete, teaching us by his varied deprivations that a man's a man for a that. When we admit that matter, heart, blood, brains, acting through the 5 physical senses constitutes man, We fail to see how anatomy can distinguish between humanity and the brute, or determine when man is really man and has progressed farther than his animal progenitor, progenitors, and it's like the rising above them is just easy to do. It's almost all the time. Just to say you have to do it all the time is just nonsense. It just can't be the way. Just can't be the way. It just can't be the way. It's like we transition from this consciousness, sorry, chocolate, into another consciousness after the so-called death or ascension concept of getting into heaven or living on hell as earth as hell, or any of these concepts. Just seems best to make earth heaven to live on and then just ascend into heaven afterwards. It's just heaven on earth would just to be able to be at peace and pleasure. I don't know. Anyway. What is termed matter manifests nothing but a material mentality. Neither the substance nor manifestations of spirit is obtained through matter. Spirit is positive. Matter is spirit's contrary, the absence of spirit. For positive spirit is to pass through a negative condition would be spirit's destruction. Anatomy declares man to be structural. Physiology continues this explanation, measuring human strength by bones and sinews, and human life by material law. Man is spiritual, individual, and eternal. Material, structural is mortal. Phrenology makes man havish or honest according to the development of the cranium. But anatomy, physiology, phrenology do not define the image of God in the real immortal man. Human reason and religion come slowly to the recognition of spiritual facts, and so continue to call upon matter to remove the error which the human mind alone has created. The idols of civilization are far more fatal to health and longevity than are the idols of barbarism. The idol of civilization call into action less faith than Buddhism in a supreme governing intelligence. The Esquimaux restore health by incantations or consciously, as do civilized practitioners by their more studied methods. Is civilization only a higher form of idolatry? That man should bow down to a flesh brush, to flannels, to baths, diets, exercise, and air? Nothing save divine power is capable of doing so much more man as he can do for himself. The footsteps of thought rising above material standpoints, this he can do for himself. This do for self and do for others. The footsteps of thought rising above material standpoints are slow and portend a long night to the traveler. but the angels of his presence, the spiritual intuitions that tell us when the night is far spent, the day is at hand. This is dumb. Our guardians in the gloom. Our guardians in the gloom. Whoever opens the way in Christian Science is a pilgrim and stranger, marking out the path for generations yet unborn. The thunder of Sinai and the Sermon on the Mount are pursuing and will overtake the ages, rebuking in their course all error and proclaiming the kingdom of heaven on earth. Truth is revealed and needs only to be practiced. Truth is revealed, it needs only to be practiced. That's mortal belief is all that enables a drug to cure mortal ailments. Anatomy admits that mind is somewhere in man, thought out of sight. Then, if an individual is sick, why treat the body alone and administer a dose of despair to the mind? Why declare that the body is diseased and picture this disease to the mind, rolling it under the tongue as a sweet morsel and holding it before the thought of both physician and patient? It's just the indoctrination concepts is so funny, because you go to these colleges to get educated to create more of these diseases, like the mental DSM, like in the 20s had like 20 diseases or like 13, and now it's got like 600 and some, or some crazy amount of disorders, and they just keep creating more and more reasons to tell people they're damaged so they can give them drugs and have them tell their stories to strangers, and strangers then document their stories and try to give ideas, and most of them are just clueless. Tangent. You should understand that the cause of disease obtains in the mortal human mind, and its cure comes from the immortal divine mind. We should prevent the images of disease from taking form in thought, and we should efface the outlines of disease already formulated in the minds of mortals. And just thinking about it, some of them are just easy to just like freaking push through paper. And some of them, it's just hard to deny. When there are fewer prescriptions and less thought is given to sanitary subjects, there will be better constitutions in less and less disease. In old times, whoever heard of dyspepsia, cerebral spinal meningitis, hay fever, and rose cold? What an abuse of natural beauty to say that a rose, the smile of God, can produce suffering. The joy of its presence, its beauty and fragrance, should uplift the thought and dissuade any sense of fear or fever. What is rose cold? There's just no way they got people to believe they're getting colds from sniffing roses. These fucking people. It is profane to fancy that the perfume of clover and the breath of new mown hay can cause glandular inflammation, sneezing, and nasal pangs. If a random thought, calling it dyspepsia, had tried to tyrannize over our forefathers, It would have been routed by their independence and industry. Then people had less time for selfishness, coddling, and sickly after dinner talk. The exact amount of food the stomach could digest was not discussed according to Cutter, nor referred to sanitary laws. A man's belief in those days was not so severe upon gastric juices. Beaumont's medical experiments did not govern the digestion. Damp atmosphere and freezing snow empurpled the plump cheeks of our ancestors, but they never indulged in the refinement of inflamed bronchial tubes. They were as innocent as Adam before he ate the fruit of false knowledge of the existence of tubercles, the tranches, lungs, and lozenges. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise, says the English poet, and there is truth in his sentiment. The action of mortal mind on the body has not so injurious before inquisitive modern Eves took up the study of medical works, and unmanly Adams attributed their own downfall and fate to their offsprings to the weakness of their wives. That's silly thought too. You've got wooed away by lustful ideas that she wanted to go play out other people's fantasies. And bounced and said, "You're no more Adam. We're moved on to other cocks." Not weakness. Just wanted to go have fun. The Madonna song, girls just want to have fun. The primitive custom of taking no thought about food left the stomach and bowels free to act in obedience to nature, and gave the gospel a chance to be seen in its glorious effects upon the body. A ghastly array of disease was not paraded before the imagination. There are fewer books on digestion and more sermons in stones and good in everything. When the mechanism of the human mind gives place to the divine mind, selfishness and sin, disease and death will lose their foothold. Human fear of miasma would load with disease the air of Eden, and weigh down mankind with superimposed and conjectural evil. Mortal mind is the worst foe of the body, while divine mind is its best friend. Should all cases of organic disease be treated by a regular practitioner, and the Christian scientist try truth only in case of hysteria, hypochondria, and hallucinations? One disease is no more real than another. All diseases is the result of education, and disease can carry its ill effects no farther than mortal mind maps out the way. I have a degree. I'm smart. Right, buddy? The human mind, not matter, is supposed to feel suffer and joy. Hence, decides types of acute disease are quite as ready to yield to truth as the less distinct typed and chronic form of disease. Truth handles the most malignant contagion and perfect assurance. Human mind produces what is termed organic disease as certainly as it produces hysteria, and it must relinquish all its error, sickness, and sin. This is something right there, because they just don't want to relinquish a lot of it. It's just... I've demonstrated this beyond all cavil. The evidence of divine mind's healing power and absolute control is to me as certain as the evidence of my own existence. Mortal mind and body are one. Neither exists without the other, and both must be destroyed by a mortal mind. Matter or body is but false concept of mortal mind. The so-called mind builds its own superstructure, of which the material body is the grosser portion. But from first to last, the body is a sensuous human concept. In the scriptural allegory of the material creation, Adam or error, which represents the erroneous theory of life, and intelligence in matter, had the naming of all that was material. These names indicated matter properties, qualities, and forms, but a lie, the opposite of truth, cannot name the qualities and effects of what is termed matter, and create the so-called laws of the flesh. Nor can a lie hold the preponderance of power in any direction against God, spirit, and truth. If it seems like you can, and it does. If a dose of poison is swallowed through mistake, If a dose of poison is swallowed through mistake and patient dies, even though physician and patient are expecting favorable results, does human belief, you ask, cause this death? Even so, and as directly as if the poison had been intentionally taken. In such cases, a few persons believe that the potion swallowed by the patient to be harmless, but the vast majority of mankind, though they know nothing of this particular case, and as the special person believe the arsenic and strychnine, or whatever the drug used, to be poisonous, for it is set down as a poison by mortal mind. Consequently, the result is mortal controlled, and the majority of the opinions, not by infinitesimal minority of opinions in the sick chamber. Heredity is not a law, and remote cause or belief in disease is not dangerous because of its priority and the connection of past mortals' thoughts with present and predisposing cause. And the exact cause are mental. And that's the worst thing I hear, is saying that these mental disorders are hereditary. Just fucking nonsense. I made one of the ladies in the mental institution mad because she's like, then everything I learned in school was wrong. And I'm like, well, maybe not everything, but you fucking show me a gene that says this fucking disorder is hereditary, and these people that have this freaking chemical equation in their body, whatever you want to fucking science call it, these science bitches. But not fucking hereditary, learned behaviors, and not unlearned bad behaviors are most of these mental disorders for sure. Perhaps an adult has a deformity produced prior to his birth by the fright of his mother. When wrestled from human belief and based on science or the divine mind to which all things are possible, that chronic case is not difficult to cure. Mortal mind, acting from the basis of sensation in matter, is animal magnetism, but the so-called mind from which comes all evil contradicts itself and must finally yield to the eternal truth, or the divine mind expressed in science. In proportion to our understanding of Christian Science, we are freed from the belief of heredity of mind in matter or animal magnetism, and we disarm sin of its imaginary power in proportion to our spiritual understanding of the status of the mortal being. Ignorant of the methods and the basis of metaphysical healing, you may attempt to unite with it hypnotism, spiritualism, electricity, but none of these methods can be mingled with the metaphysical healing. Whoever reaches the understanding of Christian Science in its proper signification will perform the sudden cures of which is capable, but this can be done only by taking up the cross and following Christ in the daily life. Science can heal the sick who are absent from their healers, as well as those present. Since space is not obstacle to mind, immortal mind heals that eye hath not seen. But the spiritual capacity to apprehend thought and heal by the truth power is one only as man is found, not in self-righteousness, but reflecting the divine nature. Every medical method has its advocates. The preference of mortal mind for the certain method creates demand for that method, and body seems to require such treatment. You can even educate a healthy horse so far in physiology that he will take cold without his blanket, whereas the wild animal left in his instinct sniffs the wind with delight. The epizootic is a humanly evolved ailment which a wild horse might never have. We're gonna go find some shade. I'm gonna read chapter 8 today. Footsteps of Health. Footsteps of Truth, sorry. I'm a little distraught because my name has been slandered and my art has been ripped apart and piecemealed together and then added to things. And I'm gonna do some king shit. Keep a bitch in check. Footsteps of Truth, chapter 8. Remember, Lord, the reproach of thy servants, how I do bear in my bosom the reproach of all the mighty people, wherewith that thine enemies have reproached. O Lord, wherewith they have reproached the footsteps of thine anointed. The best sermon ever preached is... Oh my God. Is truth practiced and demonstrated by the destruction of sin and sickness and death? That's a good one. Knowing this and knowing too that one affection would be supreme in us and take the lead in our lives, Jesus said, no man can serve two masters. That's just right. We cannot build safely on false foundations. Truth makes a new creature, in whom old things pass away and all things are become new. Passion, selfishness, false appetites, hatred, fear, all the sensuality yield to spirituality, and the superabundance of being is on the side of God. It's good. And it's just complicated. We cannot fill vessels already full. They must first be emptied. Let us disrobe error. Then when the winds of God blow, we shall not hug our tatters close about us. The way to extract error from mortal mind is to pour in truth from flood tides of love. Christian perfection is won on no other basis. Grafting holiness upon unholiness, supposing that sin can be forgiven when it's not forsaken, is as foolish as straining out gnats and swallowing camels. The scientific unity which exists between God and man must be wrought out in life practice, and God's will must be universally done. If men would bring to bear upon the study of the science of mind half the faith they bestow upon the so-called pains and pleasures of material sense, they would not go on from bad to worse until disciplined by the prison and the scaffold. But the whole human family would be redeemed through the merits of Christ, through the perception and acceptance of truth. For this glorious result, Christian Science lights the torch of spiritual understanding. Outside of this science, all is mutable but immortal man, in accordance with the divine principle of his being. God neither sins, suffers, nor dies. The days of our pilgrimage will. An earthly experience discloses the finity of error and the infinite capacity of truth, in which God gives man dominion over all the earth. Our beliefs but a supreme being contradict the practice growing out of them. Error abounds where truth should much more abound. We admit that God has almighty power, is a very present help in trouble. And yet we rely on a drug or hypnotism to heal disease, as if sensual matter or erring mortal mind had more power than omnipotent spirit. She just goes over that over and over again. It's kind of important, though. It's just good to think about that one. God gives man dominion over all the earth and life. Our beliefs the Supreme Being contradict the practice growing out of them. Error abounds where truth should much more abound. We admit that God has almighty power. Is a very present help in trouble, and yet we rely on a drug or hypnotism. Blah blah blah. Common opinion admits that a man may take cold in the act of doing good, and this cold may produce fatal pulmonary disease, as though evil could overbear the law of love and check the reward for doing good. In the science of Christianity, mind, omnipotence, has all power, assigns sure rewards to righteousness, and shows that matter can neither heal nor make sick, create nor destroy. If God were understood instead of being merely believed, this understanding would establish health. The accusation of the rabbis, he made himself the Son of God, was really the justification of Jesus, for to the Christian the only true spirit is godlike. This thought incites to a more exalted worship and self-abnegation. Spiritual perception brings out the possibility of being, destroys reliance on aught but God, and so makes man the image of his Maker in deed and in truth. We are prone to believe either in more than one supreme ruler or in some power less than God. We imagine that mind can be imprisoned in a sensuous body when the material body is gone. Doing something. Chew up later. As all power assigns rewards to righteousness and shows that matter can neither heal nor make sick, create nor destroy. If God understood, blah blah blah. His thoughts incites to a more exalted worship and self-abnegation. We are prone to believe either in more than one supreme ruler or in some power less than God. We imagine that mind can be imprisoned in a sensuous body when the material body has gone to ruin, When evil has overtaxed the belief of life in matter and destroyed it, then mortals believe that the deathless principle or soul escapes from matter and lives on. But this is not true. Death is not a stepping stone to life, immortality, and bliss. The so-called sinner is a suicide. Sin kills the sinner and will continue to kill him so long as he sins. The foam and fury of illegitimate living and of fearful and doleful dying should disappear on the shore of time when the waves of sin, sorrow, and death beat in vain. And this is the concept that I keep thinking of that I just really like, is just like, everyone thinks I'm trying to be Jesus because that's the only fucking Messiah that they can think about, and not realize that, like, Adam was the fucking goat. 940 years he ruled this little earth with his girl. And then, I don't know what happened to them, but Jesus had, what did they say, 33? And what, he came back to life and then said, fuck this, I'm out, bounced. I'm ready to go. It's great. That's some good stuff. These people have no clue what I'm building. Some people are on board with it though, which is great. Off with his head. Fuck. God, divine good, does not kill a man in order to give him eternal life. For God is man's life. God is at once the center and circumference of being. It is evil that dies, good dies not. All forms of error support the false conclusions that there is more than one life. A material history is as real and living as spiritual history. Material history is as real and living as spiritual history. That's something. All forms of error support the false conclusion that there is more than one life, that material history is as real as living as spiritual history, that mortal error is as conclusively mental as immortal truth, and that there are two separate antagonistic entities of being, two powers, namely spirit and matter, resulting in third-person mortal man who carries out the delusions of sin, sickness, and death. What's this? That's just 500 more pages of this stuff. It's good though. The first power is admitting to be good, an intelligence or mind called God. The so-called second power, evil, is the unlikeness of good. It cannot therefore be mind, though so-called. The third power, mortal man, is a supposed mixture of the first and second antagonistic powers, intelligence and non-intelligence, of spirit and matter. Such theories are evidently erroneous. They can never stand the test of science. Judging them by their fruits, they are corrupt. When will all ages understand the ego and realize only one God, one mind, or intelligence? This is a good question to ask. False and assertive theories have given sinners the notion that they can create that God cannot. Namely, sinful mortals in God's image, thus usurping the name without the nature of the image of reflection of divine mind. But in science, it can never be said that man has a mind of his own, distinct from God and all mind. The belief that God lives in matter is pantheistic. The error which says that soul is in body, mind is in matter, and good is in evil, must unsay it and cease from such utterances, else God will continue to be hidden from humanity, and mortals will sin without knowing what they are sinning. Knowing that they are sinning, will lean on matter instead of spirit, stumble with lameness, drop with drunkenness, consume with disease, all because of their blindness, their false sense concerning God and man. Yes. Hard to teach that. No one knows. These kids have no idea, and these governments not teaching them, and their parents aren't fucking paying attention to fucking shit. It's just clueless. I got it all under control. I'm watching and paying attention. I'm a good parent. Will it be understood that matter has neither intelligence, life, nor sensation? When will the error believing that there is life in matter, that sin, sickness, death are creations of God, be unmasked? When will it be understood that matter is neither intelligence, life, nor sensation, and that the opposite belief is a prolific source of all suffering? Man. God created all through mind and made all perfection and eternal. Where then is the necessity for recreation or procreation? Befogged in error, the error of believing that matter can be intelligent for good or evil, we can catch clear glimpses of God only as the mists disperse, or as they melt into such thinness that we perceive the divine image in some word or deed which indicates the true idea, the supremacy and reality of good, the nothingness and unreality of evil. When we realize that there is one mind, the divine law of loving our neighbor as ourselves is unfolded, whereas a belief in many ruling minds hinders man normal drift towards the one mind, one God, and leads human thought into opposite channels where selfishness reigns. And that concept of treating your neighbors like you treat yourself, People treat themselves like shit. They just live shit lives. Selfishness tips the beam of human existence towards the side of error, not towards truth. Denial of the oneness of mind throws our weight into the scale, not of spirit, God, good, but of matter. And I just hate the idea of denying matter. It's like you make sacrifices for greater rewards. So you can deny matter to get greater matter later. But anyway, I'll outline those in different ones. But this to not enjoy the matter is just can't be the way. I'm going to say it all the time. Every time she says it, I'm going to say it can't be the way. When we fully understand our relation to the divine, we can have no other mind but his, no other love, wisdom, or truth, no other sense of life, and no consciousness of the existence of matter or error. Man, no consciousness of the existence of matter or error. And that's one thing to think about, is to just not even think about the mistakes that you know will cause problems, and to eliminate them immediately as they come in, and train your brain to think a healthier thought that's more in line with your goals in life. And that's how you capitalize on matter on top of matter, making the pleasure and abundance in life continue to grow. Which is just, anyway. The power of the human will should be exercised only in subordination to truth, else it will misguide the judgment and free the lower propensities. It is the province of the spiritual sense to govern man. Material erring, human though, acts injuriously both upon the body and through it. Willpower is capable of all evil. It can never heal the sick, for it is the prayer of the unrighteous, while the exercise of the sentiments, hope, faith, love, is the prayer of righteousness. This prayer, governed by science instead of the senses, heals the sick. In the scientific relation of God to man, we find that whatever blesses one blesses all. As Jesus showed with the loaves and the fishes, spirit, not matter, being the source of supply. Does God send sickness, giving the mother for her child for the brief space of a few years and then taking it away by death? Is God creating anew what he has already created? Scriptures are definite on this point, declaring that his work was finished. Nothing is new to God, and that it was good. Can there be any birth or death of man when the spiritual image and likeness of God, instead of God sending sickness and death, he destroys them and brings to light immortality? Omnipotent and infinite mind made all and includes all. This mind does not make mistakes and subsequently correct them. God does not cause man to sin, to be sick, or to die. And this bitch read the fucking Bible, and this motherfucker caused plagues to vanquish people from existence. Just unalive their asses. Floods. Just sweep over all that, pretend it wasn't part of the stories. There's just so many wars in the Bible. And you just... Anyway. Willpower is capable of all evil. It can never heal the sick, for it is the prayer of the unrighteous. While the exercise of the sentiments, hope, faith, love, is the prayer of the righteous. This prayer, governed by science instead of the senses, heals the sick. In the scientific relation of God to man, we find that whatever blesses one blesses all. As Jesus showed with the loaves and the fishes, spirit, not matter, being the source of supply. Does God send... Man... Spirit being the source of supply. I just keep thinking about it, that Adam and Eve just went for that long because their two spirits together just fed everything in just forever lifetime. As long as they wanted. And they said 940 is good. I think. Anyway, where are we at? Does God send sickness, giving the mother a child, then the brief says, did I read all this stuff? No evil in spirit, because God is spirit. Evil becomes more apparent and obnoxious proportionately as we advance spiritually until it disappears from our lives. This fact proves our position, for every scientific statement in Christianity has its proof. Error of statement leads to error in action. God is not the creator of an evil mind. Indeed, evil is not mind. We must learn that evil is the awful deception of unreality of existence. Evil is not supreme, good is not helpless, nor are the so-called laws of matter primary and the law of spirit secondary. And evil is good. Evil is strong, and Jesus says it's not. And good is a lot of times small and tiny. Body is not first and soul last, nor is evil mightier than good. The science of being repudiates self-evident impossibilities such as the amalgam the amalgamation of truth and error in cause or effect. Science separates the tares and wheat in time of harvest. There is but one primal cause, therefore there can be no effect from any other cause, and there can be no reality in aught which does not proceed from this great and only cause. Sin, sickness, disease, and death belong to the science of being. They are the errors which presuppose the absence of truth, life, or love. The the spiritual reality is the scientific fact in all things. The spiritual fact, repeated in the action of man and the whole universe, is harmonious and is the ideal of truth. Spiritual facts are not inverted. The opposite discord, which bears no resemblance to spirituality, is not real. The evidence of this inversion is obtained from suppositional error, which affords no proof of God, spirit, or the spiritual creation. Material sense defines all things materially and has a finite sense of the infinite. It's just like one idea is all these people that are building their little tiny castles in their homes have a small amount of possibilities of things they can do within and around that home in that little castle they create. So they have finite possibilities. But I guess everyone does in every realm. Anyway. The scriptures say, "In him we live and move and have our beings." What then is the seeming power and independent of God which causes disease and cures it? What is it but an error of belief, a law of mortal mind, wrong in every sense, embracing sin, sickness, and death? It is very antipode of immortal mind, of truth, and of spiritual law. It is not in accordance with the goodness of God's character that he should make man sick, then leave man to heal himself. It is absurd to suppose that matter can both cause and cure disease, or that spirit, God, produces disease and leaves the remedy to matter. John Young of Edinburgh writes, "God is the father of mind and of nothing else. Such an utterance is the voice of one crying in the wilderness of human belief and preparing the way of science. Let us learn the real and eternal and prepare for the reign of spirit and kingdom of heaven, the reign of the rule of universal harmony, which cannot be lost nor remain forever unseen. Mind, not matter, is causation. A material body only expresses the material and mortal mind. A mortal man possesses his body, and he makes it harmonious or discordant, according to the images of thought impressed upon it. You embrace your body in your thought, and you should delineate upon it thoughts of health, not of sickness. You should banish all thoughts of disease and sin, and of other beliefs included in matter. Man, being immortal, has a perfect, indestructible life. It is a mortal belief which makes the body discordant and diseased, in proportion as ignorance, fear, or human will governs mortals. Mind, supreme over all its formations and governing them all, is the central sun of its own systems of ideas, the life and light of all its own vast creation, and man is tributary to divine mind. The material and mortal body or mind is not the man. The world would collapse without mind, without the intelligence which holds the winds in its grasp. Neither philosophy nor skepticism can hinder the march of the science which reveals the supremacy of mind. The immanent sense of mind power enhances the glory of mind. Nearness, not distance, lends enchantment to this view. Compounded mineral or aggregated substances composing the earth, the relations which constitute constituent masses hold to each other. The magnitude, distance, and revolution of the celestial bodies are of no real importance when remember that they all must give place in the spiritual fact by the translation of man in the universe back into spirit. In portion of this is done, man and the universe will be found harmonious and eternal. Material substance or mundane formations, astronomical calculations, and all the paraphernalia of speculative theories based on the hypothesis of the material law or life and intelligence resided matter will ultimately vanish, swallowed up in the infinite calculus of spirit. Spiritual sense is a consciousness, constant capacity to understand God. It shows the superiority of faith by works over faith in words. Its ideas are expressed only in new tongues, and those are interpreted by the translation of the spiritual original into the language which human thought can comprehend. The principle and proof of Christianity are discerned by spirit. Nowhere. The principle and proof of Christianity are discerned by spiritual sense. They are set forth in Jesus' demonstration, which show by his healing the sick, casting out evils, and destroying death, the last enemy that shall be destroyed. His disregard of matter and its so-called laws. Knowing that soul and its attributes were forever manifested through man, the Master healed the sick, gave sight to the blind, hearing to the deaf, feet to the lame, thus bringing to light the scientific action of the divine mind on human minds and bodies and giving a better understanding of soul and salvation. Jesus healed sickness and sin by one of the same metaphysical process. The expression mortal mind is really a solecism of the mind as immortal, and truth pierces the error of mortality as the sunbeam penetrates the cloud. Because in obedience to the immutable law of spirit, this so-called mind is self-destructive, and name immortal. Error soweth the wind and reapeth the whirlwinds. What is termed matter, being unintelligent, cannot say, I suffer, I die, I am sick, or I am well. It is the so-called mortal mind which voices thus, and appears to itself to make good its claim. To mortal sense, sin and suffering are real, but immortal sense includes no evil nor pestilence, because immortal sense has no error of sense. It has no sense of error, therefore it is without a destructive element. If brain, nerves, stomach, or intelligence, if they talk to us, tell us their condition and report how they feel, then spirit and matter, truth and error, commingle and produce sickness and health, good and evil, life and death, and who shall say whether truth or error is the greater? The sensation of the body must either be the sensations of so-called immortal mind or of matter. Nerves are not mind. Is it not provable that mind is not mortal and that matter has no sensation? Is it not equally true that matter does not appear in the spiritual understanding of being? The sensation of sickness and the impulse to sin seem to obtain in mortal mind. When a tear starts, does not the so-called mind produce the effect seen in the lacrimal gland? Without mortal mind, the tear would not appear, and this action shows the nature of all so-called material cause and effect. It should no longer be said in Israel that the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's cheeks are set on edge. Sympathy with error should disappear. The transfer of the thoughts on one erring mind to another, science renders impossible. If it is true that nerves have sensation, that matter has intelligence, that material organism cause the eyes to see and the ears to hear, then when the body is dematerialized, these faculties must be lost, for their immortality is not in spirit, whereas the fact is that only through dematerialization and spiritualization of thought can these faculties be conceived of as immortal. Nerves are not the source of pain or pleasure. We suffer or enjoy in our dreams, but this pain or pleasure is not communicated through a nerve. A tooth which has been extracted sometimes aches again in belief, and the pain seems to be in its old place. A limb which has been amputated has continued in belief to pain the owner. If the sensation of pain in the limb can be prolonged, why cannot the limb reappear? Why need pain rather than pleasure come to this mortal sense? Because the memory of pain is more vivid in the memory than the memory of pleasure. It's just she's not doing pleasure right. I've seen an unwitting attempt to scratch the end of a finger which had been cut off for months. When the nerve is gone, which we say was the occasion of pain, and the pain still remains, it proves sensation to be in the mortal mind, not in matter. Reverse the process. Take away the so-called mind instead of a piece of the flesh, and the nerves has no sensation. Mortals have a modus of their own, undirected and unsustained by God. They produce rose through seed and soil, and bring the rose into contact with the olfactory nerves that they may smell it. In legerdemain and credulous frenzy, mortals believe that the unseen spirit produces the flowers. God alone makes the clothes and the lilies of the field, and this he does by means of mind, not matter. Because all the methods of mind are not understood, we say the lips or hands must move in order to convey thought, that the undulation of the air convey the sound, and possibly that other methods involve so-called miracles. The realities of being, its normal action, and the origin of all things are unseen to mortal sense, whereas the unreal and imitative movements of mortal belief, which would reverse the mortal modus and action, are styled the real. Whoever contradicts this mortal mind supposition of reality is called the deceiver, or is said to be deceived. Of a man it has been said, as he thinketh in his heart, so he is. Hence, as a man spiritually understandeth, so is he in truth. As he thinketh in his heart, so he is. And where are we at? Mortal mind conceives of something as either liquid or solid and then classifies it materially. Immortal and spiritual facts exist apart from this mortal and material conception. God, good, is self-existent and self-expressed, though indefinable as a whole. Every step towards goodness is a departure from materiality and is the tendency towards God's spirit. Material theories partially paralyze this attraction towards infinite and eternal good by an opposite attraction towards the finite, temporary, and discordant. Sound is a mental impression made on mortal belief. The ear does not really hear. Divine science reveals sound as communicated through the senses of soul, through spiritual understanding. Just asked to give up so much. Mozart experienced more than he expressed. The rapture of his grandest symphonies was never heard. He was a musician beyond what the world knew. This was even more strikingly true of Beethoven, who was so long hopelessly deaf. Mental melodies and strains of the sweetest music superseded conscious sound. Music is the rhythm of head and heart. Mortal mind is the harp of many strings, discoursing either discord or harmony according as the hand which sweeps over it is human or divine. Before human knowledge dipped to its depths into a false sense of things, into belief in material origins by which discard the one mind and true source of being. It is possible that impressions from truth were as distinct as sound, and that they came as sound to the primitive prophets. If the medium of hearing is wholly spiritual, it is normal and indestructible. If Enoch's perception had been confined to the evidence before his material senses, he could never have walked with God, nor been guided into the demonstration of the life eternal. Adam, represented this in the scriptures as formed from dust, is an object lesson from the human mind. The material senses, like Adam, originate in matter and return to dust, are proved not intelligent. They go out as they came in, for they are still the error and not the truth of being. When it is learned that the spiritual sense, and not the material, convey the impressions of mind to man, then being will be understood and found to be harmonious. We bow down to matter and entertain finite thoughts of God like the pagan idolater. Mortals are inclined to fear and to obey what they consider a material body more than they do a spiritual God. All material knowledge, like the original tree of knowledge, multiplies their pains, for mortal illusion would rob God, slay man, and meanwhile would spread their table with cannibal tidbits, and give thanks. How transient a sense is mortal sight, when a wound, not the retina, may end the power of light and lens, but the real sight or sense is not lost. Neither age nor accident can interfere with the sense of soul, and there are no other real senses. It is evident that the body as matter has no sensation of its own, and there is no oblivion for soul and its faculties. Spirit's senses are without pain, and they are forever at peace. Just say it and it'll happen, right? Nothing can hide from them the harmony of all things and the might and performance of truth. If spirit soul could sin or be lost, then being and immortality would be lost. together with all the faculties of mind, but being cannot be lost while God exists. Soul and matter are at variances from the very necessity of their opposite natures. Mortals are unacquainted with the reality of existence, because matter and mortality do not reflect the facts of spirit. Spiritual visions is not subordinate to geometric altitudes. Whether is governed by God is never, for instance, deprived of the light and might of intelligence and life. We are sometimes led to believe that darkness is as real as light, but science affirms darkness to be only mortal sense of the absence of light, at the coming of which darkness loses the appearance of reality. So sin and sorrow, disease and death are the suppositional absence of life, God, and flee as phantoms of error before truth and love. With his divine proof, science reverses the evidence in material senses. Every quality and condition of mortality is lost, swallowed up by immortality. Mortal man is the antipode of immortal man in origin, in existence, and in his relation to God. Because he understood the superiority of immortality, of good, Socrates feared not the hemlock poison. Even the faith of his philosophy spurned physical timidity. Having sought man's spiritual state, he recognized the immortality of man. The ignorance and malice of the age would have killed the venerable philosopher because of his faith in soul and his indifference to the body. What is this? This is too many. 45. Ooh. We'll find a spot. We shall say that the man is alive today, but may be dead tomorrow. What has touched life, God, to such strange issues? Here theories cease, and science unveils the mystery and solves the problem of man. Error bites the heel of truth, but cannot kill truth. Truth bruises the head of error, destroys error. Spirituality lays upon open siege to materialism. On which side are we fighting? The understanding that the ego is mind and that there is but one mind or intelligence begins at once to destroy the error of mortal sense and to supply the truth of immortal sense. This understanding makes the body harmonious. It makes the nerves, bones, brains, etc. servants instead of masters. If man is governed by the law of divine mind, his body is in submission to everlasting life, in truth and love. The great mistake of mortals is to suppose that man, God's image and likeness, is both matter and spirit, both good and evil. If the decision were left to the corporeal sense, evil would appear to be the master of good, and sickness to be the rule of existence, while health would seem to the exception, death the inevitable, and life a paradox. Paul asked, what concord hath Christ with Belial? When you say man's body is material, I say with Paul, be willing rather to be absent from the body and to be present with the Lord. Give up your material belief of mind and matter, and have but one mind, even God, for this mind forms its own likeness. The loss of man's identity through the understanding which science confers is impossible, and the notion of such a possibility is more absurd than to conclude that individual musical tones are lost in the origin of harmony. Medical schools may inform us that the healing works of Christian Science and Paul's peculiar Christian conversion and experience, which proves mind to be scientifically distinct from matter, are indications of unnatural mental and bodily conditions, even a catalepsy and hysteria. Yet if we turn to the scriptures, what do we read? Why this? If man keep my saying, he shall never see death. And henceforth we know man after the flesh. Bro died. He got fucking got. He got gone. Spiritual life, forever life, as long as you're physically alive, can be as lasting. This is a body death. I don't know. I like the body. That scientific methods are superior to others is seen by their effects. When we have once conquered a diseased condition of the body through mind, that condition never reoccurs, and you have won a point in science. When mentality gives rest to the body, the next toil will fatigue you less, for you are working out the problem of being in divine metaphysics, and in proportion as you understand the control which mind has over so-called matter, you will be able to demonstrate this control. The scientific and permanent remedy for fatigue is to learn the power of mind over the body, or any illusion of physical weariness, and so destroy this illusion, for matter cannot be weary and heavy laden. But you say toil fatigues me, but what is this me? Is it muscle or mind which is tired and so speaks? Without mind, could the muscle be tired? Do the muscles talk, or do you talk for them? Matter has... Matter has intelligent. Mortal mind does the false talking, and that which affirms weariness made that weariness. You do not say a wheel is fatigued, and yet the body is a material as the wheel. The wheel wears down. If it were not for that, for what the human mind says of the body, like the inanimate wheel, would never be weary. The consciousness of truth rests us more than hours of repose in unconsciousness. The body is supposed to say, I am ill. The reports of sickness may form a coalition with the reports of sin and say, I am malice, lust, appetite, envy, hate. What renders both sin and sickness difficulty of cure is that the human mind is the sinner, disinclined to self-correction, and believing that the body can be sick independently of mortal mind, and that divine mind has no jurisdiction over the body. Why pray for the recovery of the sick if you are without faith in God's willingness and ability to heal them? If you do believe in God, why do you substitute drugs for the almighty powers, and employ means which lead only into material ways of obtaining help, instead of turning it in time of need to God, divine love, who is an everlasting present help? Treat a belief in sickness as you would sin with sudden dismissal. Resist the temptation to believe in matter as intelligent as having sensation or power. The scriptures say, they that wait upon the Lord shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. The meaning of that passage is not perverted by applying it literally to moments of fatigue, for the moral and physical are as one in their results. When we awake to the truth of being, all disease, pain, weakness, weariness, sorrow, sin, death will be unknown, and the mortal dream will forever cease. My method of treating fatigue applies to all bodily ailments, since mind should be and is supreme, absolute, and final. In mathematics, we do not multiply when we would subtract and then say the product is correct. No more can we say in science that the muscles give strength, that nerves give pain or pleasure, or that the matter governs, and then expect that the results will be harmony. Not muscles, nerves, nor bones, but mortal mind makes the whole body sick and the whole heart faint, whereas divine mind heals. When this is understood, we shall never affirm concerning the body that we do not wish to have manifested. We shall not call the body weak if we would have it strong, for the belief in feebleness must obtain in the human mind before it can be made manifest on the body, and destruction of the belief will be removal of its effects. Science includes no rule of discord, but governs harmoniously. The wish, says the poet, is ever father to the thought. And it's just worth talking about, though. Never affirm concerning the body what we do not wish to have manifested, because the mind can create things, and it just does. So, best not to create those self-fulfilling prophecies. I was talking to a guy at the dog park the other day. He's telling me that you'll die if you fall from a high place, and if you don't wake up before you hit the ground, you'll die in real life. And I looked at him and I said I would never believe that. I'd never manifest that shit. Just like I would never manifest other things in this world. And he really wanted me to believe it for some reason. He's like, no. And I didn't argue with him, but my only thought's like, how the fuck would you prove that? You can't do no autopsy. What were you dreaming as you were dying? Anyway, tangent. We may hear a sweet melody and yet misunderstand the science that governs it. Those who are healed through metaphysical science, not comprehending the principle of the cure, may misunderstand it and impute their recovery to change of air or diet, not rendering to God the honor due to him alone. Entire immunity from the belief in sin, suffering, and death may not be reached at this period, but we may look for an abatement of these evils, and the scientific beginning is in the right direction. Just ebbs and flows, bitch. Fucking just ebbs and flows. Alright. I'm done. We hear it said, I exercise daily in the open air. I take cold baths in order to overcome a predisposition to take cold, and yet I have continual colds, catarrh, and coughs. Such admissions ought to open people's eyes to the inefficiency of material hygiene, and induce sufferers to look in other directions for causes and cures. Instinct is better when misguided reason, as even nature declares. The violet lifts her blue eye to greet the early spring. The leaves clap their hands as nature untired worshippers. The snowbird sing and soars amid the blasts. He has no catarrh from wet feet and procures a summer residence with more ease than a nabob. The atmosphere of the earth, kinder than the atmosphere of mortal mind, leaves catarrh to the latter. Colds, coughs, and contagion are engendered solely by human theories.
And this is this thought I've just always wondered. It's like, he never really seems sick. Never really had a dog that was like sick. They throw up sometimes and have like bad poops, but like they never seem to have like colds that last for days or like sicknesses. I don't know. Anyway. Mortal mind produces its own phenomena and then charges them to something else. Like a kitten glancing into the mirror at itself and thinking it sees another kitten. The clergy once adopted a diet of bread and water to increase his spirituality. Finding his health failing, he gave up his abstinence and advised others never to try dietetics for growth in grace. The belief that either fasting or feasting makes men better morally or physically is one of the fruits of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, concerning which God said, "Thou shalt not eat of it." Mortal mind forms all conditions of the mortal body and controls the stomach, bones, lungs, heart, blood, etc., as directly as the volition or will moves the hand. It's just... This gives a lot of credit to the mind, the ability to just manifest. I knew a person who, when quite a child, adopted the Graham system to cure dyspepsia. For many years he ate only bread and vegetables and drank nothing but water. His dyspepsia increasing, he decided that his diet should be more rigid, and thereafter he partook of but one meal in 24 hours, this meal consisting of the only thin slice of bread without water. His physician also recommended that he should not wet his parched throat until 3 hours after eating. Stupid. He passed many weary years in hunger and weakness, almost in starvation, and finally made up his mind to die, having exhausted the skills of the doctors, who kindly informed him that death was indeed his only alternative. At this point, Christian Science saved him, and he is now in perfect health without a vestige of the old complaint. He learned that suffering and disease were the self-imposed beliefs of mortals, and not facts of being, that God never decreed disease, never ordained a law that fasting should be a means of health. Hence, semi-starvation is not acceptable to wisdom, and it is equally far from science, in which being is sustained by God mind. These truths, opening his eyes, relieved his stomach, and he ate without suffering, giving God thanks. But he never enjoyed his food as he had imagined he would. When still the slave of matter, he thought of the flesh pots of Egypt, feeling childhood's hunger and undisciplined by self-denial and divine science. This newborn understanding that neither food nor the stomach, without the consent of mortal mind, can make one suffer, brings with it another lesson, that gluttony is sensual illusion, and that this phantasm of mortal mind disappears as we better apprehend our spiritual existence and ascend the ladder of life. This person learned that food affects the body only as mortal mind has its material methods working. one of which is to believe that the proper food supplies nutriment and strength to the human system. He learned also that mortal mind makes a mortal body, whereas truth regenerates this fleshy mind and feeds thought with the bread of life. Food has less power to help or hurt him after he had availed himself of the fact that mind governs man, and he also had less faith in the so-called pleasures of the pains of matter. Taking less thought about what he should eat or drink, consulting the stomach less about the economy of living and God more, he recovered strength and flesh rapidly. For many years he had been kept alive, as was believed, only by the strictest adherence to hygiene and drugs, and yet he continued ill all the while. Now he dropped drugs and material hygiene and was well. Now, I mean, no one just altogether drops material hygiene. Like, you keep your shit together, right? Anyway, this means something more than just taking showers and he learned that dyspeptic was very far from being the image and likeness of God, far from having dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of air, and over the cattle. If eating a bit of animal flesh could overpower him, he finally concluded that God never made a dyspeptic, while fear, hygiene, philosophy, and physics had made him one contrary to his commands. In seeking a cure for dyspepsia, consult matter not at all, and eat what is set before you, asking no question for conscience sake. We must destroy the false belief that life and intelligence are in matter, and plant ourselves upon what is pure and perfect. Paul said, "Walk in the Spirit, and ye shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh." Sooner or later we shall learn that the fetters of man's finite capacity are forged by the illusion that he lives in body instead of in soul, in matter instead of in spirit. Matter does not express spirit. God is infinite, omnipresent spirit. And that's... I'll get into it soon. Just meet these girls. They're just absolute. They're just goddesses. They just have this omnipresence, where they just know everything. They know things. This is interesting. Anyway, we'll get into that soon. If spirit is all and is everywhere, what and where is matter? It's right here. Remember that truth is greater than error, and we cannot put the greater into the less. Soul is spirit, and spirit is greater than body. If spirit were once within the body, spirit would be finite, and therefore could not be spirit. The question, what is truth, convulses the world. Many are ready to meet this inquiry with assurance which comes of understanding, but more are blinded by their old delusions and try to give it pause. If the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. The efforts of error to answer this question by somology are vain. Spiritual rationality and free thought accompany approaching science, and cannot be put down. They will emancipate humanity and supplant unscientific means and so-called laws. And that's that fucking Matrix-ass shit. Fucking get the free thinkers. Round them up. What was that movie called? Was it Free Man? I think it's Ryan Reynolds. He's like in a video game. He's an NPC that wakes up. Appeals that should startle the slumbering thought from its erroneous dream are partially unheeded, but the last trump has not sounded. Or this would not be so. Marvels, calamities, and sin will much more abound as truth urges upon mortals its resisted claims. But the awful daring of sin destroys sin and foreshadows the triumph of truth. God will overturn until he come whose right is law. Longevity is increasing and the power of sin diminishing, for the world feels the alternative effects of truth through every pore. And she just says stuff like that. She said this fucking 100 years ago. Nope. Shit's still the same, bitch. As the crude footprints of the past disappear from the dissolving paths of the present, we shall better understand the science which governs these changes, and shall plant our feet in firmer ground. Every sensuous pleasure or pain is self-destroyed through suffering. There should be painless progress attended by life and peace instead of discord and death. In the record of the 19th century, there are sects many, but not enough Christianity. Sects many, but not enough Christianity. Centuries ago, religionists were ready to hail an anthropomorphic God and array his vice virgin with pomp and splendor. But this is not the manner of truth appearing. Of old the cross was truth's central sign, and it is today. The modern lash is less material when Roman scourge, but it is equally as cutting. Cold disdain, stubborn resistance, opposition from church, state laws, and the press are still harbingers of the truth, full-orbed appearing, a higher and more practical Christianity demonstrating justice and meeting the needs of mortals in sickness and in health. Stand at the door of this age, knocking for admission. Will you open or close the door upon this angel visitant who cometh in the dark who cometh in the quiet of meekness, as he came of old in the patriarch at noonday. Truth brings elements of liberty. On its banner is soul-inspired motto, slavery is abolished. The power of God brings deliverance to the captives. No power can withstand divine love. What is this supposed power which opposes itself to God? Whence cometh it? What is that binds man with iron shackles in sin, sickness, and death? Whatever enslaves man is opposed to the divine government. Truth makes man free. You may know when first truth leads by the fewness and faithfulness of his followers. Blessed is that the march of time bears onward freedom's banner. The powers of this world will fight and will command their sentinels not to let truth pass the guards until it subscribes to their systems. But science, heeding not the appointed bayonet, marches on. There is always some tumult, but there is a rallying to truth's standard. The history of our country, like all history, illustrates the might of mind and shows human power to proportionate to its embodiment of right thinking. A few immortal sentences breathing the omnipotence of divine justice have been potent to break despotic fetters and abolish the whipping post and slave market, but oppression neither went down in blood nor did the breath of freedom come from the cannon's mouth. Love is the liberator. Legally, to abolish unpaid servitude to the United States is hard, but the abolition of mental slavery is a more difficult task. The despotic tendencies inherent in mortal mind and always germinating in new forms of tyranny must be rooted out through the action of the divine mind. Men and women of all climes and races are still in bondage to material sense, ignorant how to obtain their freedom. The right of man were vindicated in a single section and on the lowest plane of human life. When African slavery was abolished in our land, that was only prophetic to further steps towards the banishment of worldwide slavery found on higher planes of existence and under subtle and depraving forms. Slavery still exists in all wild places. The voice of God in behalf of the African slave was still echoing in our land when the voice of the herald of this new crusade sounded the keynote of universal freedom, asking a fuller acknowledgement of the rights of man as son of God, demanding that the fetters of sin, sickness, and death be stricken from human mind and that its freedom be won, not through human warfare, not the bayonet and blood, but through Christ's divine science. God has built a higher platform of human rights, and he has built it on diviner claims. These claims are not made through code or creed, but in the demonstration of on earth peace, goodwill towards men. Human code, scholastic theology, material medicine, and hygiene fetters faith and spiritual understanding. Divine science renders asunder these fetters, and man's bright birthright of soul allegiance to his Maker asserts itself. I saw before me the sick, wearing out years of servitude to an unreal master in the belief that the body governed them rather than mind. The lame, the deaf, and the dumb, the blind, the sick, the sensual, the sinner, I wish to save from the slavery of their own beliefs and from the educational systems of the pharaohs, who today, as of yore, hold the children of Israel in bondage. I saw before me the awful conflict, the Red Sea and the wild wilderness, but I pressed on through faith in God, trusting truth, the stronger deliverer, to guide me into the land of Christian Science, where the fetters fall and the rights of man are fully known and acknowledged. It just calls her thoughts and ideas truth. And right. And everyone thinks their ideas are truth and right. And everyone will fight you to get there, to prove themselves right. Even when they're wrong, they'll do it too, a lot of times. I saw that the law of mortal belief included all error, and that even as oppressive laws are disputed and mortals are taught their right to freedom, so the claims of the enslaving senses must be denied and superseded. The law of the divine mind must end human bondage, or mortal will continue unaware of man's inalienable rights and in subjection to hopeless slavery, because some public teachers permit the ignorance of divine power, an ignorance that is the foundation of continued bondage of human suffering. Discerning the rights of man, we cannot fail to foresee the doom of all oppression. Slavery is not the legitimate state of man. God made man free. Paul said, I was free-born. All men should be free. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Love and truth make free, but evil and error lead into captivity. Christ science raises the standard of liberty. In Christ, follow me, escape the bondage of sickness, sin, and death. Jesus marked out the way. Citizens of the world, accept the glorious liberty of the children of God and be free. This is your divine right. The illusion of material senses, not divine law, has bound you, entangled your free limbs, crippled your capacities, enfeebled your body, and defaced the tablet of your being. If God had instituted material laws to govern man, disobedience to which would have made man ill, Jesus would not have disregarded those laws by healing in direct opposition to them and in defiance of all material conditions. The transmission of disease or of certain idiosyncrasies of mortal mind would be impossible if this great fact of being were learned, namely that nothing inharmonious can enter being, for life is God. Hereditary is a prolific subject for mortal belief to pin theories upon, but if we learn that nothing is real but the right, we shall have no dangerous inheritances, and fleshy ills will disappear. The enslavement of man is not legitimate. It will cease when man enters into heritage of freedom. Has God given dominion over the material senses? Mortals will someday assert their freedom in the name of Almighty God. Then they will control their own bodies through the understanding of divine science, dropping their present belief that they will recognize harmony as spiritual reality and discord as material unreality. If we follow the command of our Master, take no thought for your life, we shall never depend on bodily conditions, structure, or economy, but shall be masters of the body, dictate its terms, and form the control it with truth. There is no power apart from God. Omnipotence has all power, and to acknowledge any other power is to dishonor God. The humble Nazarene overthrew the supposition that sin, sickness, and death have power. He proved them powerless. It should have humbled the pride of the priests when they saw the demonstration of Christianity excel in the influence of their dead faith and ceremonies. And that's all these Catholics and Lutherans and Jews and Muslims, everyone's just got rituals that they go through. They don't know shit. They got all that right stuff in front of them, though, and they do not even understand it. Where am I? If mind is not the master of sin, sickness, and death, they are immortal, for it is already proved that matter has not destroyed them, but is their basis and support. We should hesitate to say that the Jehovah sin or suffers, but if sin and suffering are realities of being, whence did they emanate? God made all that was made, and mind signifies God. Infinity, not finity. Not far removed from infidelity is the belief which unites such opposites as sickness and health, holiness and unholiness, calls both the offspring of spirit, and at the same time admits that spirit is God, virtually declaring him good in one instance and evil in another. By universal consent, mortal belief has constituted itself a law to bind mortals to sickness and death. This customary belief is misnamed material law, and the individual who upholds it is mistaken in theory and in practice. The so-called law of mortal mind, conjectural and speculative, is made void by the law of immortal mind, and false laws should be trampled under the foot. If God causes man to be sick, sickness must be good, and its opposite, health, must be evil, for all that he makes is good and will stand forever. He says that shit. If the transgression of God's law produces sickness, it is right to be sick. And we cannot, if we would, and should not, if we could, annul the decrees of wisdom. It is the transgression of the belief of mortal mind, not a law of matter, nor of divine mind, which causes the belief of sickness. The remedy is truth, not matter, the truth that disease is unreal. If sickness is real, it belongs to immortality. If true, it is part of truth. Would you attempt, with drugs or without, to destroy a quality or condition of truth? But if sickness and sin are illusions, the awakening from this mortal dream or illusion will bring us into health, holiness, and immortality. This awakening is the forever coming of Christ, the advanced appearing of truth which casts out error and heals the sick. This is the salvation which comes through God, the divine principle, love, as demonstrated by Jesus. It would be the contrary to our highest ideas of God to suppose him capable of first arranging law and causation so as to bring about certain evil results, and then punishing the helpless victims of his volition for doing what they could not avoid doing. Good cannot be the author of experimental sin. God, good, can no more produce sickness than goodness cause evil, and health occasion disease. Lost connection. Looks like we're back. It's not working. Contrary to our highest ideas of God, disposed and capable, does this make blunders which must afterwards be rectified by man? Does God's law produce sickness, and can man put the law under his feet by healing sickness? According to Holy Writ, the sicknesses are never drugs, hygiene, or any material method. These merely evade the question. They are soothing syrups to put children to sleep, satisfying mortal beliefs in quiet fear. We think that we are healed when disease disappears, though it is liable to reappear, but we are never thoroughly healed until the liability to be ill is removed. So-called mortal mind, or mind of mortals, being the remote, predisposing, and exciting causes of all suffering, the cause of disease must be obliterated through Christ in divine science, or the so-called physical senses will get the victory. Unless an ill is rightly met and fairly overcome by truth, the ill is never conquered. If God destroys not sin, sickness, and death, they are not destroyed in the minds of mortals. Seem to so-called mind to be immortal. What God cannot do, man need not attempt. If God heals not the sick, they are not healed, for no lesser power equals the infinite, all power, but God, truth, life, love does heal the sick through the prayer of the righteous. If God makes sin, if good produces evil, if truth results in error, then science and Christianity are helpless, but there are no antagonistic powers nor laws, spiritual or material, creating and governing man through perpetual warfare. God is not the author of mortal discords. Therefore, we accept the conclusion that discords and only fabulous existence are mortal beliefs which divine truth and love destroy. To hold yourself superior to sin because God made you superior to it and governs man is true wisdom. To fear sin is to misunderstand the power of love and the divine science of being in man's relation to God. To doubt his government and distrust his omnipotent care, to hold yourself superior to sickness and death, is equally wise and is in accordance with divine science. To fear them is impossible when you fully apprehend God and know that you are no part of his creation. That they are no part. Man, governed by his Maker, having no other mind, planted on the evangelist's statement that all things were made by him, the Word of God, and without him was not anything made that was made, can triumph over sin, sickness, and death. Many theories relative to God and man neither make man harmonious or God lovable. The beliefs are commonly entertained, but we commonly entertain about happiness in life afford no scatheless and permanent evidence of either. Security for the claims of harmonious and eternal being is found only in divine science. Scripture informs us that with God all things are possible. All good is possible to spirit, but our prevalent theories practically deny this and make healing possible only through matter. These theories must be untrue, for the Scripture is true. Christianity is not false, but religions which contradicts its principles are false. In our age, Christianity is age demonstrating the power of divine principle as it did over 1900 years ago. By healing the sick and triumphing over death, Jesus never taught that drugs, food, air, and the exercise could make a man healthy, or that they could destroy human life, nor did he illustrate these errors by his practice. He referred to man's harmony to mind, not to matter, and never tried to make of none effects the sentence of God, which sealed God's condemnation in sin, sickness, and death. And that's fine and all that the spirit healed, but we got these bodies, so I don't know. It's good to take care of them. In the sacred sanctuary of truth, our voices of solemn import, but we heed them not. It is only when the so-called pleasures and pains of sense pass away in our lives that we find unquestionable signs of the burial of error and the resurrection to spiritual life. This is neither place nor opportunity in science or error of any sort. Every day makes its demands upon us for higher proofs rather than professions of Christian power. These proofs consist solely in destruction of sin, sickness, and death by the power of the Spirit, as Jesus destroyed them. This is an element of progress, and progress is the law of God, whose law demands of us only what we can certainly fulfill. In the midst of imperfection, demands of us only that we can certainly fulfill. In the midst of imperfection, perfection is seen and acknowledged only by degrees. The ages must slowly work up to perfection. How long it must be before we arrive at the demonstration of scientific being, no man knoweth, not even the Son but the Father. The false claim of error continues its delusions until the goal of goodness is assiduously earned and won. Already the shadows of his right hand rest upon the bower. Ye who can discern the face of the sky, the sign material, how much more should ye discern the sign mental? Encompass the destruction of sin and sickness by overcoming the thoughts which produce them, and by understanding the spiritual idea which corrects and destroys them. To reveal this truth was our Master's mission to all mankind, including the hearts which rejected him. When numbers have been divided according to a fixed rule, the quotient is not more unquestionable than the scientific tests I have made of the effects of truth upon the sick. The counterfact relative to any disease is required to cure it. The utterance of truth is designed to rebuke and destroy error. Why should truth not be efficient in sickness, which is solely the result of inharmony? Man. Spiritual droughts heal what material lotions interfere with, even as ritualism and creed hamper spirituality. If we trust matter, we distrust spirit. Whatever inspires the wisdom, truth, or love, be it song, sermon, or science, blesses the human family with crumbs of comfort from Christ's table, feeding the hungry and giving living waters to the thirsty. We should become more familiar with good than with evil, and guard against false beliefs as watchfully as we bar our doors against the approach of thieves and murderers. And this is something, it's like, if you create a goal for yourself, and you want to believe that you want to achieve that goal, any idea that you put in that says you can't accomplish that goal or would prevent you from accomplishing that goal would be considered like a false belief, because it's the opposite of helping you attain your goal. And you should guard your mind against those false beliefs just as much as you'd say, I'm going to lock the doors of my car so people don't steal my shit. I'm going to lock the doors of my mind so you can't implant stupid ideas in my head. And then the ones that pop in that are stupid, that I don't like, I'm going to reject them. Challenging. We should love our enemies and help them on the basis of the golden rule, but avoid casting pearls before those who trample them underfoot, thereby robbing both themselves and others. And I don't like that idea. I like throwing pearls at stupid people too and letting them trample on my pearls. And you can be like just ignorant that you just got a gem that you just said, nah, that's nothing. Okay. If mortals would keep proper ward over mortal mind, the brood of evils which infest it would be cleared out. We must begin with this so-called mind and empty it of sin and sickness, or sickness will never cease. The present codes of human systems disappoint the weary searcher after divine theology, adequate to the right education of human thought. Sin and disease must be thought before they can be manifested. You must control evil thoughts in the first instance, or they will control you in the second. Jesus declared that look with desire on forbidden objects was to break a moral precept. Desire. He laid great stress on the action of the human mind, unseen to the senses. We're going to talk about that next. I have to be careful with that one, so it might take a few days. Evil thoughts and aims reach no further and do no more harm than one's belief permits. Evil thoughts, lusts, malicious purposes cannot go forth, like wandering pollen, from one human mind to another, finding unsuspecting lodgment, if virtue and truth build a strong defense. Better suffer a doctor infected with smallpox to attend you than to be treated mentally by one who does not obey the requirements of divine science. The teachers of the school and readers in churches should be selected with as direct references to their morals as to their learnings of their correct reading. Nurseries of character should be strongly garrisoned with virtue. School examinations are one-sided. It is not as much academic education as a moral and spiritual culture, which lifts one higher. The pure and uplifting thoughts of the teacher, constantly imparted to pupils, will reach higher than the heavens of the astronomy, while the debased and unscrupulous mind, though adorned with gems and scholarly attainment, will degrade the character it should inform and elevate. Physicians whom the sick employ in their helplessness should be models of virtue. They should be wise spiritual guides to health and hope. To tremblers on the brink of death, who understand not the divine truth which is life and perpetuates being, physicians should be able to teach it. Then when the soul is willing and the flesh weak, the patient's feet may be planted on the rock, Christ Jesus, the true idea of spiritual power. Clergymen occupying the watchtowers of the world should uplift the standard of truth. They should so raise their hearers spiritually that their listeners will love to grapple with a new, right idea and broaden their concepts. Loving Christianity, rather than love of popularity, should stimulate clerical labor and progress. Truth should emanate from the pulpit, but never be strangled there. A special privilege is vested in the ministry. How shall it be used? Sacredly in the interest of humanity, not of sect. Is it to not professional reputation and emolument, rather than the dignity of God's laws, which many leaders seek? Do not inferior motives induce the infuriated attacks on individuals who reiterate Christ's teachings in support of his proof of example that the divine mind heals sickness as well as sin? A mother is the strongest educator, either for or against crime. Her thoughts form the embryo of other mortal mind, and unconsciously mold it, either after model odious to herself or the divine influence, according to the pattern shown to thee in the mount. Hence the importance of Christian Science, from which we learn of the one mind and of the availability of good as the remedy for every woe. And these parents are creating who their children are with their words and their ideas. And a lot of them just don't know shit. Children should obey their parents. Insubordination is an evil, blighting the buddings of self-government. Parents should teach their children at the earliest possible periods of truth, health, and holiness. Children are more tractable than adults and learn more readily to love the simple verities that will make them happy and good. Jesus loved little children because of their freedom from wrong and their receptiveness of right. While age is halting between two opinions or battling the false beliefs, youth makes easy, rapid strides towards truth. And that's really true. It's like, and kids are all about doing the right thing, and parents and adults are all about telling kids to do the right thing, and then it's like, become some sort of age where like, I'm an adult, now I don't have to do the right thing anymore. We only teach that to little kids. That's stupid ass shit. Now that I'm older, now I just do bad stuff all the time. All that stuff I learned when I was a kid, dumb. But I'm an adult and I'm a parent now, and I'm going to teach my kid to do all those good things and make them behave when they're kids. Because I'm a good parent. I did drugs and fucked and a baby popped out. But I'm teaching my kids to be good. Tangent. The little girl who occasionally listened to my explanations badly wounded her finger. She seemed not to notice it. On being questioned about it, she answered ingenuously, "There is no sensation in matter." Bounding off with laughing eyes, she presently added, "Mamma, my finger is not a bit sore." It might have been months or years before her parents would have laid aside their drugs or reached the mental height their little daughter. That's better. Alright. I haven't read in a while. Been clearing my mind, and this next video will be out today. Dive real deep into myself. Figure out what happened. So I can improve the next time. And anyway. Motives and acts are not rightly valued before they are understood. We should just give a short recap. It's been a week. Talking about how to use the energy to heal. And the power of prayer and thought, essentially. And making sure you have your energy is clean so that you can harness it properly. And by keeping the energy clean, it means avoiding the thoughts and actions that cause negative energy, that take away from the positive you're trying to do. And I don't think it pertains necessarily just to healing the body and the mind, but the potential unlimited possibilities of God. We're on Footsteps of Truth chapter. Motives and acts are not rightly valued before they are understood. It is well to wait till those whom you would benefit are ready for the blessing. We did this already. No, I did this yesterday. The recording sucked. I had hiccups. Anyway. For science is working changes in personal character as well as in material universe. To obey the scriptural command, "Come out from among them and be ye separate," is to incur society's frown. But this frown, more than flatteries, enables one to be Christian. Losing her crucifix, the Roman Catholic girl said, "I have nothing left but Christ." If God be for us, who can be against us? Everyone. It's not in the book, it doesn't say everyone, but that's the answer to the question. Anyone and everyone. To fall away from truth in times of persecution shows that we never understood truth. From out the bridal chamber of wisdom there will come the warning, "I know you not." Unimproved on opportunities will rebuke us when we attempt to claim the benefits of an experience we have not made our own. Try to reap the harvest we have not sown and wish to enter unlawfully into the labors of others. This is manipulation and fish stories to get your way. Truth often remains unsought until we seek this remedy for human woe because we suffer severely from error. It's just sophistry, this concept that people think is just these Christians that say everyone lies, so who cares? Why do you care? Why do you care if people manipulate things and ruin things for their own self-gain? Just destroy people's happiness in their lives just for their own gain, their own thoughts, to prove themselves right and the superior one, whatever else they're trying to do. Why do you care? Christians. To fall away from truth in times of persecution shows that we never understood. No, I won't do that. Attempts to conciliate society and so gain dominion over mankind arise from worldly weakness. He who leaves all for Christ forsakes popularity and gains Christianity. Society is a foolish juror, listening only to one side of the case. Justice often comes too late to secure a verdict. People with mental work before them have no time for gossip about false law or testimony. To reconstruct timid justice and place the fact above the falsehood is the work of time. The cross is the central emblem of history. It is the lode star in the demonstration of Christian healing, the demonstration by which sin and sickness are destroyed. The sects which endured the lash of their predecessors in their turn lay it upon those who are in advance of creeds. Take away wealth, fame, and social organizations which weigh not one jot in the balance of God, and we get clear views of principle. Take away wealth, fame, and social organizations which weigh not one jot in the balance of God, and we get clear views of principle. Break up cliques, level wealth with honesty, let worth be judged according to wisdom, and we get better views of humanity. I like that one. Just so I can get it. Anyway. The wicked man is not the ruler of his upright neighbor. Let it be understood that success in error is defeat in truth. The watchword of Christian Science is scriptural. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. To ascertain our progress, we must learn the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. We must learn where our affections are placed and whom we acknowledge and obey as God. That's a tough one, too, because it's that concept that you just gotta enjoy it. Just gotta. I was watching this girl today, too. She's talking, one of her scriptures was about. She didn't necessarily flat out go outright and say as much as this lady did about avoiding all humanly pleasure, as if human pleasure is a sin. The body pleasures, and it's the abundance of it. It's not the doing it; it's the overindulging. So you no longer get the spiritual high. It's like if you detox from the drug you're taking, when you start taking it again, it'll hit hard like you hadn't taken it before, like it was your first time or whatever. build up a tolerance to it all. Divine love is becoming nearer, dearer, and more real to us. Matter is then submitting to spirit. The objects we pursue and the spirit we manifest reveal our standpoint and show what we are winning. Mortal mind is the acknowledged seat of human motives. It forms material concepts and produces every discordant action of the body. If action proceeds from the divine mind, action is harmonious. If it comes from erring mortal minds, it's discordant and ends in sin, sickness, death. Those two opposite sources never mingle and fount on stream. The perfect mind sends forth perfection, for God is mind. Imperfect mortal mind sends forth its own resemblances, of which the wise man said, all is vanity. Nature voices natural, spiritual law and divine love, but human belief misinterprets nature. Arctic regions, sunny tropics, giant hills, winged wings, mighty billows, verdant, blah, blah, blah. All point to mind. The spiritual intelligence they reflect. The floral apostles are hieroglyphs of deity. Suns and planets teach grand lessons. The stars make night beautiful, and leaflet turns naturally towards the light. This is just nonsense. Some lessons from nature, she says. In the order of science, perpetual motion. Man. In order of science, in which the principle is above what it reflects, all is one grand concord. Change the statement, suppose mind to be governed by matter or soul and body, and you lose the keynote of being, and there is continual discord. Mind is perpetual motion. Its symbol is the sphere. The rotations and revolutions of the universe of mind go on eternally. Mortals move onward towards good or evil as time glides on. It's not move towards good or evil, it's just each decision you make has... If mortals are not progressive, past failures will be repeated until all wrong works is effaced or rectified. If at present satisfied with wrongdoing, we must learn to loathe it. If at present content with idleness, we must become dissatisfied with it. Remember that mankind must sooner or later, either by suffering or by science, be convinced of the error that is to be overcome. In trying to undo the errors of sense, one must pay fully and fairly the utmost farthing until all error is finally brought into subjection to truth. The divine method of paying sin's wages involves unwinding one's snarls and learning from experience how to divide between sense and soul. So that's what I want to do in the school. I should write it down. No! Divide between sense and soul. loveth, he chasteneth. He who knows God's will, or the demands of divine science, and obeys them, incurs the hostility of envy, and he who refuses obedience to God is chastened by love. It's fucking annoying. I hate it. Sensual treasures are laid up. Where moth and rust doth corrupt, mortality is their doom. Sin breaks in upon them, and carries off their fleeting joys. The sensualist's affections are as imaginary, whimsical, and unreal as his pleasure. Yes, that's true, but it's also real. So fuck off. Falsehood, envy, hypocrisy, malice, hate, revenge, and so forth steal away the treasure of truth. Stripped of its coverings, what a mocking spectacle is sin. The Bible teaches transformation of the body by the renewal of spirit. Take away the spiritual signification of Scripture, and what compilation can do no more for mortals than can be moonbeams to melt a river of ice? Moon doesn't want to melt the ice. The error of the ages is preaching without practice. The substance of all devotion is the reflection and demonstration of divine love, healing sickness and destroying sin. Our Master said, "If you love me, keep my commandments." One's aim, a point beyond faith, should be to find the footsteps of truth, the way to health and holiness. We should strive to reach the Horeb height where God is revealed, and the cornerstone of all spiritual building is purity. The baptism of spirit, washing the body of all the impurities of flesh, signifies that the pure in heart see God and are approaching spiritual life and its demonstration. And the war against God, just talk about it. Just to define it, it's to destroy purity so that everyone's impure. So it's like just to convince everyone to lean into their cardinal sins and to make mistakes that'll destroy their long-term happiness to get short-term pleasures. And when you can avoid doing those things, the connection with spirit and the connection with God is so strong. And the people that have that strong connection can do things. So we're capable of things when we can keep that connection. And they want everyone to not have that connection, so they just keep you in that negative emotion and keep the destruction going, and they try to manipulate the minds of the youth. And it's just, it's bad here. Our public schooling system has to be the most atrocious thing that's ever existed. Just the concept of going to school every day to be told things that, they don't even know if are real or not. They're just regurgitating what they told. And it's just a system I went to college, so you have to go to college, and encourage everyone to go to college and get degrees and live life exactly the way they live life, or in a different way that they've imagined might exist from this college delusion that people think is valuable. Anyway, rambling. The Bible teaches transformation of the body by the renewal of spirit. Take away the spiritual significance. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than the sinful beliefs to enter the kingdom of heaven and eternal harmony. Through repentance, spiritual baptism, and regeneration, mortals put off their material beliefs and false individuality. It is only a question of time when they shall all know me, all know God, for the least of them unto the greatest. Denial of the claims of matter is a great step towards the joys of spirit, towards human freedom, and the final triumph over the body. There is but one way to heaven, harmony, and Christ in divine science shows us this way. It is to know no other reality, to have no other consciousness of life than good and God and his reflection, and to rise superior to the so-called pain and pleasure of the senses. Self-love is more opaque than a solid body. In a patient obedience to patient God, in patient obedience to a patient God, let us labor to dissolve with the universal solvent of love the adamant of error, self-will, self-justification, and self-love, which wars against spirituality and is the law of the sin and death. And that's just something, because it's just self-will, self-justification, and self-love, which wars against spirituality, is the law of sin and death. And it's just... it's... self-love is more opaque than a solid body. In a patient obedience to a patient God, let us labor to dissolve with the universal solvent of love the adamant of error. The universal solvent of love. Love is capitalized. That. So the concept of universal love. This connectedness that we gotta... connection gotta not break. And then it says that the solvent of it is self-will, self-justification, and self-love. And so it's one of these... just use my dad as an example. We all got dads like this a lot of times. My dad justifies everything he does as right. He's always right. He's never wrong. And if we have a disagreement, he's right because whatever reason he gives, and if he doesn't have one, he can just always reside on, I'm older, I know more. Which is fucking asinine.
I read books, I study, I get educated, I learn regularly, I know more. You're older. You worked in the same job for years and you do the same thing every day, day in, day out. You know lots of things, but I know way more than you. I'm far smarter than you are. Just fucking deal with it. And then self-justification and self-love, that's all it's about. And it just destroys our relationship over and over again because I loathe being around him because all he fucking cares about is proving that he's right, even when he's fucking wrong. And so it destroys our connection in our relationship because I just creates all this negative energy inside and I just don't want to be around him anymore. So destroys the love we have with each other because all he cares about is proving himself, getting what he wants and himself and all his self-love and caring about what Ed wants. And I'm the bad guy for being upset about him being a fucking douche. So my sister's pure evil, so we don't even get into all that now. The vesture of life is truth. According to the Bible, the facts of being are commonly misconstrued, for it is written, "Departed my raiment among them, and for my vesture they did cast lots." I'm not even trying to process that one. The divine science of man is woven into one web of consistency without seam or rent. Mere speculation or superstition appropriates no part of the divine vesture, while inspiration restores every part of the Christly garment of righteousness. The finger posts of divine science show the way our Master trods and require of Christians the proof which he gave instead of mere profession. We may hide spiritual ignorance from the world, but we can never succeed in the science of demonstration of spiritual good through ignorance of hypocrisy. And you can hide spiritual ignorance from the world, but you cannot hide it from me and people like me. We can see through it all. The divine love which made harmless the poisonous viper, which delivered men from the boiling oil, from the fiery furnace, from the jaws of the lion, can heal the sick in every age and triumph over the sin and death. It crowned the demonstrations of Jesus which unsurpassed power and love, but the same mind which was also in Christ Jesus must always accompany the letter of science in order to confirm and repeat the ancient demonstrations of prophets and apostles. That those wonders are not more commonly repeated today arise not so much from lack of desire as lack of spiritual growth. And that's spot on. But there's also, I don't necessarily agree that we need to just do the demonstrations of the prophets and apostles. There's more than what they did. There's more. And the lack of spiritual growth is preventing us from achieving that. What's possible. The clay cannot reply to the potter. The head, heart, lungs, and limbs do not inform us that they are dizzy, diseased, consumptive, or lame. If this information is conveyed, mortal mind conveys it. Neither immortal or unerring mind nor matter, the inanimate substratum of mortal mind, can carry on such telegraphy, for God has purer eyes than to behold evil. The matter has neither intelligence nor sensation. That's just a mouthful. I don't even know what telegraphy is. Truth has no consciousness of error. Love has no sense of hatred. Oh man. I said that you can't be empowered and a victim at the same time because women in black culture is just reaped in this pathetic concept of victimhood based off of just whatever feeling they have. They just get to go say it's because something happened 100 years ago or this and that, whatever they got. And it just makes them weak. Where was I going with that? Oh, I said that you can't be a victim and empowered at the same time because they're mutually exclusive. You can't have the positive energy and the negative energy at the same time. So you can't feel love and hate at the same time. So that love has no sense of hatred is like a funny way to say it, but you can't be in a sense of love with somebody and hatred at the same time. So they call it bipolar because you can have a feeling of hatred for somebody and a feeling of love for them and bounce back from one feeling to the other and not stabilize on the love and let the hatred seep in. But you just can't feel them both at the same time. So when they're feeling the negative energy, they just live in that negative energy. And it's sad and it just hurts for everyone, including them. Life has no partnership with death. Truth, life, and love are the law of annihilation to everything unlike themselves, because they declare nothing except God. Sickness, sin, and death are not the fruits of life. They are inharmonious, which truth destroys. Perfection does not animate imperfection. Inasmuch as God is good, the fount of all being, he does not produce moral or physical deformity. Therefore, such deformity is not real, but is illusion, the mirage of error. Divine science reveals these grand facts. On their basis, Jesus demonstrated life, never fearing nor obeying error in any form. If we were to derive all our conceptions of man from what is seen between the cradle and the grave, happiness and goodness would have no abiding place in man, and the worms would rob him of the flesh. But Paul writes, "The law of the Spirit of life in Christ Jesus hath made me free from the law of sin and death." The man undergoing birth, maturity, and decay is like the beasts and vegetables, subject to the laws of decay. If man were dust in the earliest stage of existence, we might admit the hypothesis that he returns eventually to his primitive condition, but man was never more nor less than man. If man flickers out in death, or springs from matter into being, there must be an instant when God is without his entire manifestation, when there is no full reflection of the infinite mind. Man in science is neither young nor old. He has neither birth nor death. He is not a beast, a vegetable, nor a migratory mind. He does not pass from matter to mind, from the mortal to the immortal, from evil to good, or from good to evil. Such admissions cast us headlong into darkness and dogma. Even Shakespeare's poetry pictures age as infancy, as helplessness and decadence, instead of assigning to man the everlasting grandeur and immortality of development, power, and prestige. The error of thinking that we are growing old and the benefits of destroying that illusion are illustrated in the sketch from the history of an Englishwoman published in the London blah blah blah. Disappointed in love in the early years, she became insane and lost all account of time. Believing that she was still living in the same hour which parted from her lover, taking no note of years, she stood daily before the window watching her lover's coming. In this mental state she remained young, having no consciousness of time. She literally grew no older. Some American travelers saw her when she was 74 and supposed her to be a young woman. She had no care, lined face, nor no wrinkles, no gray hair, but youth sat gently on cheeks and brow. Asked to guess her age, those unacquainted with her history conjectured that she must be under 20. Prince, before they got him, said that he doesn't celebrate his birthday because he believes that it keeps him young, looking young and being young, because he doesn't carry the concept of time. I posted just the other day, I saw a video that said the year before Isaac Newton invented gravity, people were flying. And it's just interesting to think about how the education system indoctrinates us to believe all these concepts. And the easiest one to pick apart is the moon landing. That's just so pathetic. Anyone that still believes in that fucking garbage and believes everything they read in their textbooks is real, or the Bible, or any book created by man. But that's interesting. It's just something to think about. This instance of youth preserved furnishes a useful hint, upon which a Franklin might work with more certainty than when he coaxed the enamored lightning from the clouds. Yeah, he's wordy. Years had not made her old, because she had taken no cognizance of passing time, nor thought of herself as growing old. The bodily results of her belief that she was young manifested the influence of such belief. She could not age while believing herself young, for her mental state governed the physical. And all these parents out here with their fucking stupid ass fucking ideas that they fucking just push out into the world. You see these fucking kids in high school saying, "Oh, I'm getting old," and that's what they're blaming all their aches and pains on, because that's what their parents are blaming all their aches and pains on. But the parents' aches and pains are that they're not active, and they don't stretch, and they don't take care of their fucking bodies. And that's why they have aches and pains all the fucking time, and they're not eating right. They're not fucking doing shit right. And they're all blaming it on old age, which is fucking asinine. And they're doing it in their childhood, and it's like a habit, and they just fucking spit it out like it's just part of who they are. Just a fucking catchphrase that they fucking say. But it gets worse. That's just a soft example for you normies out there, but drug addicts, sex addicts, the ones that are beating people and just mean. They have the same habits too, and they're not breaking them. And a girl echoes her mom and says, "Keep going through these new guys, and I just always go back to the one that abuses me." And she's too young to have those thoughts, so you know it's just her echoing her mom. Then I just heard a video the other day, just today, about Michael Jackson saying how the mantras created in music are how you can can implant those ideas into people's minds. Inception kind of concept. And make them become that thing. And so these parents are just creating carbon copies of their kids. And the government system's creating them into what they want their little slave army to behave like and in accordance to. And I'm just rambling on about nonsense at this point. The impossibilities never occur. One instance like the foregoing proves it's possible to be young at 74, and the primary of that illustration makes it plain that decrepitude is not according to law, nor is it a necessity of nature, but an illusion. The infinite never began, nor will it ever end. That might not be true. The infinite seems... I don't know. It'll never end. It'll never end. Where are we at? And its formations can never be annihilated. Man is not pendulum, swinging between evil and good, joy and sorrow, sickness and health, blah, blah, blah. Life and its faculties are not measured by calendars. The perfect and immortal are the eternal likeness of their Maker. Man is by no means a material germ rising from the imperfect and endeavoring to reach spirit above his origin. The stream rises no higher than its source. The measurement of life by solar years robs youth and gives ugliness to age. The radiant sun of virtue and truth coexists with being. Manhood is its eternal noon, undimmed by a declining sun. As the physics of material, the transient sense of beauty fades, the radiance of spirit should dawn upon the enraptured sense with bright and and imperishable glories. Man. Enraptured sense with bright and imperishable glories. Never record ages. Chronological data are no part the vast forever. Timetables of birth and death are so many conspiracies against manhood and womanhood. Except for the error of measuring and limiting all that is good and beautiful, man would enjoy more than 80 years in 10 and still maintain his vigor, freshness, and promise. Man governed by a mortal mind is always beautiful and grand. Each succeeding year unfolds wisdom and beauty and holiness. Life is eternal. We should find this out and begin the demonstration thereof. Life and goodness are immortal. Let us then shape our views of existence into loveliness, freshness, and continuity rather than into age and blight. This bitch is dead. So obviously she didn't figure it out. But anyway. Acute and chronic beliefs reproduce their own types. The acute belief of physical life comes on at a remote period, and it is not as disastrous as chronic belief. I have seen age regain 2 of the elements it had lost, sight and teeth. A woman of 85 whom I knew had a return of sight. Another woman at 90 had new teeth, incisors. One man at 60 had retained his full set of upper and lower teeth without a decaying cavity. Beauty as well as truth is eternal, but the beauty of material things passes away, fading the fleeting as mortal belief. Custom education and fashion form the transient standard of mortal. Immortality, exempt from age or decay, has a glory of its own, the radiance of soul. Immortal men and women are models of spiritual sense, drawn by perfect mind and reflecting those higher conceptions of loveliness which transcend all material sense. Comeliness and grace are independent of matter. Being possesses its qualities before they are perceived humanly. Beauty is a thing of life which dwells forever in the eternal mind and reflects the charms of his goodness in expression, form, outline, and color. It is love which paints the petal with myriad hues, glancing in the warm sunbeams, arches, and clouds that with the bow of beauty blazons the night with starry gems and covers earth with loveliness. Words. The embellishments of his person are poor substitute of the charms of being, shining, resplendent, and external over age and decay. There's a group of people all over the world that gather together once a week, multiple times a week, just to read this book together. Just like the Christians and Catholics and all the other religions. I might go over more of this lady's work too, but it's dedicated to this lady and not to God. Maybe. It really is. They all talk about this lady. It's all about their Messiah. It's not about God. Some of them maybe got it figured it out, but who knows? Anyway. Comeliness and grace are independent of matter. I did that already. The embellishments of the person are poor substitutes for the charms of being, shining, resplendent, and eternal over age and decay. The recipe for beauty is to have less illusion and more soul, to retreat from belief of pain and pleasure in the body into the unchanging calm and glorious freedom of spiritual harmony. And it's so true. The beauty of the body is great. Need someone that's a physical fitness of mine to keep up with all things that I want to do with this body. But the spiritual connection, it just transcends the body in just so many ways. It's just uncomparable to any physical pleasure, even sex. It's just although the body pleasures are great. Just to live in the spiritual pleasure constantly is maybe the end game. Rambling, tangential. Ace, what you doing, buddy? Alright. Did I just turn the page? Love never loses sight of loveliness. Its halo rests upon its object. One marvels that a friend can never seem less than beautiful. Men and women of riper years and large lessons ought to ripen into health and immortality, instead of lapsing into darkness or gloom. Immortal mind feeds the body with supernal freshness and fairness, supplying it with beautiful images of thought, and destroying the woes of sense, which, with each day, brings to a nearer tomb. The sculptor turns from the marble of his model in order to perfect his conception. We are all sculptors working at various forms, molding and chiseling work into various chiseling thought. Molding and chiseling thought. That's a good way to put it. What is the model before mortal minds? It is imperfection, joy, sorrow, sin, suffering, which have you accepted the mortal model? Are you reproducing it? Then you are haunted in your work by vicious sculptures in hideous forms. Do you not hear from all mankind of the imperfect model? The world is holding it before your gaze continually. The result is that you are liable to follow those lower patterns, limit your life work, and adopt into experience an angular outline and deformity of matter models. To remedy this, we must first turn our gaze in the right direction and then walk that way. We must form perfect models in thought and look at them continually, or we shall never carve them out in grand and noble lives. Let unselfishness, goodness, mercy, justice, health, holiness, love, and kingdom of heaven reign within us, and sin, disease, and death will diminish until they finally disappear. Let us accept science, relinquish all those based on sense testimony, give up imperfection models and elusive ideals, and so let us have one God, one mind, and that one perfect, producing his own models of excellence. Let the male and female of God's creating appear. Let us feel the divine energy of spirit, bring us into newness of life, and recognizing no mortal nor material power as able to destroy. Bring us unto newness of life, and recognizing no mortal nor material power is able to destroy. Let us rejoice that we are subject to the divine powers that be. Such is the true science of being. Any other theory of life or God is delusive and mythological. The powers that be, it's just people know how to manipulate you, so you gotta be careful. Mind is not the author of matter, and the creator of ideas is not the creator of illusions. Either there is no omnipotence, or omnipotence is the only power. God is the infinite, and infinite never began, will never end, and includes nothing unlike God. Whence then is soulless matter? Life is like Christ, the same yesterday and today and forever. Organizations and time have nothing to do with life. You say I dreamed last night. What a mistake is that? The eye is spirit. God never slumbers, and his likeness never dreams. Mortals are the atom dreamers. Sleep and apathy are phases of the dream that life, substance, and intelligence are material. The mortal night dream is sometimes nearer the fact of being than are the thoughts of mortals when awake. The night dream has less matter as it accompaniment. The night dream has less matter as its accompaniment. It throws off some material fetters. It falls short of the skies, but it makes its mundane flights quite ethereal. Man is the reflection of soul, which is the direct opposite of material sensation, and therefore is about one ego. One ego run into error when we divide soul into souls. Multiply mind into mind, and suppose error to be mind, then mind to be in matter, and matter to be a lawgiver. Unintelligence to act like intelligence, and mortality to be the matrix of immortality. Mortal existence is a dream. Mortal existence has no reality. But saith it is I. Spirit is the ego which never dreams, but understands all things, which never errs, and is ever conscious, which never believes but knows, which is never born and never dies. Spiritual man is the likeness of this ego. Man is not God, but like a ray of light which comes from the sun. Man, the outcome of God, reflects God. Mortal body and mind are one, and that one is called man. But mortal is not man, for man is immortal. A mortal may be weary or pained, enjoy or suffer, according to the dream he entertains in sleep. When that dream vanishes, the mortal finds himself experiencing none of these dream sensations. To the observer, the body lies listless, undisturbed, and sensationless, and the mind seems to be absent. We're going to get into that later on in my next part 3. I talk about all these girls out here. And it's not just girls, but you go hang out with your girlfriends and they create these sensations in you, and then these girls go back to their man and they think that their man's supposed to be then creating the same sensations. They can't be recreated because it was just a gaslight game of lies and manipulation and deceit. But that we'll get into later. Now I ask, is there any more reality in the waking dream of mortal existence than in the sleeping dream? There cannot be, since whatever appears to be a mortal man is a mortal dream. Take away the mortal mind, and matter has no more sense as a man than it is a tree. But the spiritual, real man is immortal. Upon this stage of existence goes on the dance of mortal mind. Mortal thoughts chase one another like snowflakes and drift to the ground. Science reveals life as not being at the mercy of death, nor will science admit that happiness is ever the sport of circumstance. Error is not real, hence it is not imperative as it hastens towards self-destruction. The so-called belief of mortal mind, apparent as an abscess, should not grow more painful before it suppurates. Neither should a fever become more severe before it ends. Fright is so great at certain stages of mortal belief as it drives belief into new paths. In the illusion of death, mortals wake to the knowledge of two facts, that they are not dead, and that they have not passed the portals of new belief. Truth works out the nothingness of error in just these ways. Sickness as well as sin is an error that Christ's truth alone can destroy. We must learn how mankind can govern the body, whether through faith in hygiene, in drugs, or in willpower. We should learn whether they govern the body through a belief in the necessity of sickness and death, sin and pardon, or govern it from the higher understanding that the divine mind makes perfect, acts upon the so-called human mind through truth, leads the human mind to relinquish all the error, to find the divine mind to be the only mind, and the healer of sin, disease, and death. This process of higher spiritual understanding improves mankind until error disappears and nothing is left which deserves to perish or to be punished. Ignorance, like intentional wrong, is not science. Ignorance must be seen and corrected before we can attain harmony, and that's just so fucking hard. Because just ignorant people just love attaching themselves to their ignorance. They just don't fucking care. Or they do care, and they have it causes the negative sensation, embarrassment, shame, or whatever the feeling they have, so they just shut down. I don't know what it is, but ignorant people just love bathing. Is that ignorance is bliss? It is. It's great. I wish I could just go around being dumb. How many more pages? 4. Almost done. Let me go outside. We must learn how mankind govern the body, whether through faith in hygiene, in drugs, or in willpower. We should learn whether they govern the body through a belief in the necessity of sickness and death, sin and pardon, or govern it from the higher understanding that the divine mind makes perfect. Did I do this already? There we go. Ignorance, like intentional wrong, is not science. Ignorance must be seen and corrected. Inharmonious beliefs which rob mind, calling it matter, and defy their own notions, imprison themselves in what they create. They are at war with science, and as our master said, if a kingdom be divided against itself, the kingdom cannot stand. It's just so true. Everyone's got to be operating from the same mindset. Human ignorance of mind and the recuperative energies of truth occasions the only skepticism regarding the pathology and theology of Christian science. When false human beliefs learn even a little of their own falsity, they begin to disappear. A knowledge of error and of its operations must precede that understanding of truth which destroys error until the entire mortal material error finally disappears and the eternal variety man created by and of spirit is understood and recognized as the true likeness of his maker. It's not the true likeness, it's the ideal likeness. Because the true likeness is to say that God is also the evil, because he's all. So the ideals to strive for is the good, and the most power and the best feelings come from that. But it's easier to get a a feeling, a high feeling from the errors. Anyway, rambling. The false evidence of material sense contrasts strikingly with the testimony of spirit. Material sense lifts its voice with the arrogance of reality and says, I am wholly dishonest, and no man knoweth it. I can cheat, lie, commit adultery, rob, murder, and elude detection by smooth-tongued villainy. Animal in propensity, deceitful in sentiment, fraudulent in purpose, I mean to take my short span of life one gala day. What a nice thing is sin. How sin succeeds where the good purpose waits. The world is my kingdom. I am enthroned in the gorgeousness of matter. But a touch and accident, the law of God, may at any moment annihilate my peace, for all my fancied joys are fatal. Like bursting lava I expand, but to my own despair they shine with the resplendency of consuming fire. Man, this chapter is just giving me so many ideas today. Spirit bearing opposite testimony saith, I am spirit. Man whose sense are spiritual is my likeness. Just right here. Sense versus soul. Just the body feelings versus the soul feelings, because they're all felt in the body. So it's just hard to separate. He reflects the infinite understanding, for I am infinite, the beauty of holiness, the perfection of being, imperishable glory. All are mine, for I am God. I give immortality to man, for I am truth. I include the impartial I include and impart all bliss, for I am love. I give life without beginning and without end, for I am life. I am supreme and give all, for I am mind. I am the substance of all, because I am that I am. I hope, dear reader, I am leading you into the understanding of your divine rights, your heaven-bestowed harmony. That is, as you read, you see that there is no cause outside the erring mortal material sense which is not power, able to make you sick or sinful. And I hope that you are conquering this false sense, knowing the falsity of so-called material sense. You can assert your prerogative to overcome the belief in sin, ease, or death. If you believe in and practice wrong knowingly, you can at once change your course and do right. Matter can make no opposition to right endeavors against sin or sickness, for matter is inert, mindless. If you believe in and practice wrong knowingly, you can at once change your course and do right. This is such an interesting thing, because they can just as easily go right back to doing wrong again. Also, if you believe yourself diseased, you can alter this wrong belief and actions without hindrance from the body. Do not believe in any supposed necessity of sin, disease, or death, knowing as you ought to know that God never requires obedience to a so-called material law, for no such law exists. The belief in sin and death is destroyed by the law of God, which is the law instead of death, of harmony instead of discord, of spirit instead of flesh. The divine demand, be ye therefore perfect, is scientific in human footsteps, leading to perfection, are indispensable. Individuals are consistent who who, watching and praying, can run and not be weary, walk and not faint, who gain good rapidly and hold their position, or attain slowly and yield not to discouragement. God requires perfection, but not until the battle between spirit and flesh is fought and the victory won. To stop eating, drinking, or being clothed materially before the spiritual facts of existence are gained step by step is not legitimate. When we wait patiently on God and seek truth righteously, He directs our path. Imperfect mortals grasp the ultimate spiritual perfection solely, but to begin aright and continue the strife of demonstrating the great problem of being is doing much. During the sensual ages, absolute Christian science may not be achieved prior to the change called death, for we have not the power to demonstrate what we do not understand. But the human self must be evangelized. This task God demands us to accept lovingly today, and to abandon so fast as practical the material, and to work out the spiritual which determines the outward and actual. If you venture upon the quiet surface of error and are in sympathy with error, what is there to disturb the waters? What is there to strip off error's disguise? If you launch your bark upon the ever-agitated but healthful waters of truth, you will encounter storms. Your good will be evil spoken of. This is the cross. Take it up and bear it, for through it you win and wear the crown. Pilgrim on earth, thy home is heaven. Stranger, thou art the guest of God. Chapter 9, Creation. Take up the cross and bear it, and through it win and wear the crown. It's not a win. It's a loss. It's a loss.
Alright, chapter 9. I'm not even gonna read these Bible quotes, because I hate the Bible. It's like a good collection of ideas. But it's stupid anyway. External truth is changing the universe. As mortals drop off their mental swaddling clothes, thought expands into expression. Let there be light is perpetual demand of truth and love, changing chaos into order and discord into the music of the spheres. The mythical human theories of creation, anciently classified as the higher criticism, sprang from cultured scholars in Rome and in Greece, but they afforded no foundation for accurate views of creation by the divine mind. Mortal man has made a covenant with his eyes to belittle deity with his human conceptions. In league with material sense, mortals take limited views of all things. That God is corporeal or material, no man should affirm. The human form or physical finiteness cannot be made the basis of any true idea of the infinite Godhead. Eye hath not seen spirit, nor hath ear heard his voice. Progress takes off human shackles. The infinite must yield to the infinite, advancing to a higher plane of action. Thought rises from the material sense of the spiritual, from the scholastic to the inspirational, and from the mortal to the immortal. And I like that, from the scholastic, the material sense being the scholastic and mortal concept, and separating the spiritual, the inspirational, and the immortal, because the energy talking about the immortality on Earth as having an unlimited abundance of energy, of good, positive energy that you can use, and never having that negative energy that puts you back in your head and makes you think, and makes your energy negative, which causes you to do the negative things that cause you to ruin all the things that you're creating. The negative energy leads to destruction, and most of the time the positive energy leads to creation. So, and it's not like waving up and downward. It's like you create, then you destroy, and then you start all over. It's just yourself and your mind that you've done, what you know. So, it's a good idea to know things, be capable from the get-go. And they're not teaching these kids how to be capable. What? There's use some water in a minute. A bit. You can wait. Mind, not matter, is the creator. Love, the divine principle, is the father and mother of the universe, including man. The theory of three persons in one God, that is, a personal trinity or triunity, suggests polytheism rather than the one ever-present I am. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. The everlasting I am is not bounded, not compressed within the narrow limits of physical humanity, nor can he be understood aright through mortal concepts. The precise form of God must be small importance in comparison with the sublime question, what is infinite mind or divine love? And that's just interesting because, like, when I get into this Torah, you have to be able to comprehend the first rule is know there's a God. And so if you have to know there's a God, then you have to know what God is. So the first thing to do is to define God. And it's just a lot. Anyway, that's a tomorrow Luke problem. And Ace just has to sit here. Listen to me talk in a language he doesn't understand. Isn't that right? Oh boy. Who is it that demands our obedience? He who in the language of Scripture doeth according to his will in the army of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth, and none can stay his hand or say unto him, what dost thou? It's just... You can, but it's just useless. Not useless. It's a rabbit hole. No form nor physical combination is adequate to represent infinite love. A finite and material sense of God leads to formalism and narrowness. It chills the spirit of Christianity. A limitless mind cannot proceed from the physical limitations. Finiteness cannot present the idea of the vastness of infinity. A mind originating from a finite or material source must be limited infinite. Infinite mind is the creator, and creation is the infinite image or idea emanating from this mind. If mind is within and without all things, then all is mind. And this definition is scientific. That is garbage. There she goes again. This is science, so I said it. Let's create a church for her and worship her. If matter is so called is sustenance, then spirit, matter's unlikeness, must be shadow, and shadow cannot produce substance. The theory that spirit is not the only substance and creator is pantheistic heterodoxy, which ultimates in sickness, sin, and death. It is the belief in a bodily soul and material mind, a soul governed by the body and a mind in matter. This belief is shallow pantheism. Mind creates its own likeness in ideas, and substance of any idea is very far from being the supposed substance of non-intelligent matter. Hence the father mind is not the father of matter. The material sense in human conceptions would translate spiritual ideas into material beliefs, and would say that an anthropomorphic God instead of infinite principle. In other words, divine love is the father of rain, who hath begotten the drops of dew, who bringeth forth Mazarath of blah blah blah. I like that, the infinite principle. We'll get into it in the Torah, it's in there. It's a lot about principles and which ones to actually create. That will protect your energy. Like one of the concepts is like don't break your word, don't break a promise you made, which is difficult to do because it can be real easy just to say I'm going to do this and then not do it. And that's breaking your word because you spoke it into reality and then you didn't execute on it. So you didn't stay true to your word. So therefore you're less trustworthy than your word has less value than the next person does. Well, not necessarily the next person, but someone that executes on their word. So that's just a simple example. You good, bro? Finite mind manifests all sorts of errors, and thus proves the material theory of mind and matter to be the antipode of mind. Who hath found finite life or love sufficient to meet the demands of human want and woe, to still the desires, to satisfy the aspirations? Infinite mind cannot be limited to finite form, or mind would lose its infinite character as exhaustible love, eternal life, omnipotent truth. Inexhaustible love. It's infinite character keeps your energy inexhaustible, full of love and life. And omnipotent truth. Oh, man. Omnipresence is just an interesting concept. It's for another day to talk about. It would require an infinite form to contain infinite mind. Indeed, the phrase infinite form involves a contradiction of terms. Finite man cannot be the image and likeness of the infinite God. A mortal, corporeal, or finite concept of God cannot embrace the glories of limitless, incorporeal life and love. Hence the unsatisfied human craving for something better, higher, holier than is afforded by a material belief in the physical God and man. The insufficiency of this belief to supply the true idea proves the falsity of the material belief. Man is more than a material form with a mind inside, which must escape from its environments in order to be immortal. Man reflects infinity and his reflection is the true idea of mind. Escape from its environments in order to be immortal. Sounds unreal, then. Unreal. You have to escape from your environment. You should work within the environment you're in. And that's what sucks about it as a collective. Well, you gotta build tiny little communities and make sure you don't let people in. Teach them how to belong so that they can be a part of it too. I was talking with one of these sex and drug traffickers, and I told him that I'm waking everyone up, and he says, "No, you're not," because they don't want people to be awake. They like being able to use people and being able to shut their minds off. And these people have no clue that their minds are even be shut off. And really, the example is like. A girl will show her ass and her tits off, and whatever a guy is thinking about at that current time, he's no longer going to be thinking about that. That's just the way girls manipulate and gaslight and get their way, so they can use their sexuality to distract lower vibration people. And the lower vibration people don't know they're being used by a higher vibration person. And it's not like they're being like controlled or anything like that. It's just, that's all it takes. It takes one moment to change your train of thought to get them back on track with what they wanted you to be thinking. So it's just a tactic a lot of times by these people. I don't know why I rambled on to that one. But we'll get back where was I at the book. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Man is more than a material form with a mind inside, which must... God expresses in man the infinite idea forever developing itself, broadening and rising higher and higher from a boundless basis. Mind manifests all that exists in the infinitude of truth. We know no more of a man as the true divine image and likeness than we know of God. The infinite principle is reflected by the infinite idea in spiritual individuality, but the material so-called senses have no cognizance of either principle or its idea. The human capacities are enlarged and perfected in proportion as humanity gains the true conception of man and God. Mortals have a very imperfect sense of the spiritual man and of the infinite range of his thought. To him belong... Man, that's something to think about too. But people like living in their little bubble. They don't want net new information. They reject it in this term that we love called cognitive dissonance. No new information gets into my brain that I don't like. It doesn't make me feel what I want to feel. True or false, doesn't matter. I just reject it. I want to live in my little bubble. To him belongs eternal life, never born and never dying. It were impossible for man, under the government of God and eternal science, to fall from his high estate. Through spiritual sense you can discern the heart of divinity and thus begin to comprehend in science the generic term man. Man is not absorbed in deity, and man cannot lose his individuality, for he reflects eternal life. Nor he is an isolated, solitary idea, for he represents infinite mind, the sum of all substance. In divine science, man is the true image of God. The divine... Man is not absorbed in deity, and man cannot lose his individuality. In divine science, man is the true image of God. The divine nature was best expressed in Christ Jesus, who threw upon mortals the truer reflection of God and lifted their lives higher than their poor thought models would allow. And that's really good, too. This book's just, it's like trying to figure out who Jesus was and what he did and why all you people follow him and worship him. None of you guys know. He's just like, God's the thing that's above the clouds. And Jesus was God. And now he's above the clouds somewhere. And this is what he did, man. Jesus, he showed people how to tap into the God energy. And then once people knew how to do it, and it wasn't just the bad people that were capable of tapping into and pulling people in and out of it, and calling people crazy that tap into it and put them on pharmaceutical drugs to knock them out. It's like, anyway, taught people how to tap into their body, mind, and their spirit all at the same time to accomplish things that no one thought were possible. And these parables of healing, of the guy, let's, for example, he put mud over someone's eyes and all of a sudden the blind person can see, could very easily just be a parable for some asshole that was stuck in his head and wouldn't let anybody change his mind on anything, so he just fought on this one thing over and over and over again, and he was wrong, but he's just fighting over and over and over again and wouldn't open his eyes to see what was really going on and fix everything, whatever it may be, let's say. And he just could talk through the scenario even keeled when everyone else is getting angry at this guy and screaming at him or whatever. No one's talking to him. And Homeboy Jesus just walked in and said, what's going on? And figured it out and cleared everything up and cleared that guy's mind so he can then see again instead of being trapped in his head all the time. He could then see the world clearly, more clear. And that could be just as easy as what all these stories are. Supernatural stuff. Comes after we figure out how to stay clean. Any way to harness the energy is not going to be done if you can't stabilize it consistently and maintain the energy in whatever frequency we're trying to maintain it. Whatever idea we're trying to hold as reality when the world's trying to say it's not real. Like love, the game of love, the sex drug traffickers, their whole game out of the fraternities and the sororities where they're trained and indoctrinated and brainwashed and used and abused. Just toxic there. Their goal is to make you think that the other person doesn't have any of those good love or make you feel that negative. Anyway, I gotta get back to this book. I'm going on too many tangents today. There's mud all over your face. No more distractions. Back to the book. They lies higher than poor thought models. Thoughts which presented man as fallen, sick, sinning, and dying. The Christ-like understanding of scientific being and the divine healing includes a perfect principle and idea. Perfect God and perfect man is the basis of thought and demonstration. If man was once perfect but has now lost his perfection, then mortals have never beheld a man, the reflex image of God. You good? Brain or matter never formed a human concept. Vibration is not intelligence, hence it is not a creator. Immortal ideas, pure, perfect, and enduring, are transmitted by the divine mind through divine science, which corrects error with truth and demands spiritual thoughts, divine concepts, to the end that they may produce harmonious results. Deducing one's conclusions as to man from imperfection instead of perfection, one can no more arrive at the true conceptions of understanding of man and make himself like it than the sculptor can perfect his outlines from an imperfect model, or the painter can depict the form and face of Jesus while holding in thought the character of Judas. The conceptions of mortal this mind we got is something. It's something. The conceptions of mortal erring thought must give the way to the ideal of all that is perfect and eternal. Through many generations, human beliefs will be attaining diviner conceptions, and the immortal and perfect model of God creation will finally be seen as the only true conception of being. And she keeps saying that it is headed towards it. Like, there's been more enlightening periods, the times of enlightenment, and times of dark ages, as if they're you lead into it. And you can potentially lead into it, but the enlightenment period is taking mind over material sense. It's focusing on the energy, keeping everyone's energy clean and good around you, and making sure you're maintaining a good energy in your community and everything around you is good energy. And then once there's good energy everywhere, then it's really easy to spot the wolves in sheep's clothing. Because they can't hide. Their games are so fucking weak and lame. That they're just so easy to pick apart and identify, and there's so few. So, anyway, these people out here. Science reveals the possibility of achieving all good and sets mortals at work to discover what God has already done. But distrust of one's ability to gain the goodness desired and to bring out better and higher results often hampers the trial of one's wings and ensures failure at the outset. I hate that. It's good. It's really good. Said, where is it? To distrust of one's ability to gain the goodness desired and to bring out better and higher results often hampers the trial of one's wings and ensures failure at the outset. And it's a concept that I've been going over with premarital sex, but I don't like the word marriage. Solidifying a full mind, body, and spirit connection and full fealty, loyalty and trust and love to one person. I don't know where I was going with that. Most of these relationships are just getting started by we did drugs, alcohol. Alcohol is a drug, and alcohol again is just a low dose of roofie. So how much alcohol you're having is how much you're shutting your mind off to the point where you black out. And your body still operates, but you're not thinking or doing anything. You're just doing whatever thought pops into your head, and you're just going. So the energy and people that know how to manipulate your energy can then use that against you. But anyway, back to my point. They're starting relationships off of false premises that they haven't fully vetted out, and it's based on feelings rather than a legitimate connection. It's hard to explain because connection is feeling, but it's also mind. It's not just body and having attraction. But anyway, all these relationships just seem to be doomed. They're all just doomed. Like, not, some people stick it out, but a lot of them then just aren't happy and they don't know why they're not happy. And it's because they just built a positive connection off of something like easy as sex, like seeing somebody naked. That's how we created our bond. I'll get into the story at one point. I might tell it in the next one, but like girls could just show their tits and then guys just instantly want to hang out with them and do stuff to them, and then that's how the connection is built. And then you're like, now we're connected because we've done these things together. We've been intimate, and now we're connected, and we've built this connection based off of absolutely nothing, just gaslit a connection into existence. And now these people stick together. They don't know each other. It's just children hooking up with children thinking they're adults because, man, I'm 18, I'm an adult. Yeah, whatever reason they think they're smart. And everybody. I'm never going to get through this book. Mortals must change their ideals in order to improve their models. The sick body is evolved from the sick thoughts. Sickness, disease, and death proceed from fear. Sensualism evolves bad physical and moral conditions. Selfishness and sensualism are educated in mortal mind by the thoughts ever reoccurring to one's self, by conversations about the body, and by the expectations of the perpetual pleasure or pain from it. And this education is at the expense of spiritual growth. If we array thought in mortal vestures, it must lose its immortal nature. I really like that part where sensualism is educated. One of my exes, it's just so funny, girls being girls again, just tells me I have to make her feel a certain way in certain times, which I agree is the man's responsibility to be able to create that sensual environment, or the healing environment of peace when that's essential too. So being able to create that mood, that vibration is important to be able to do. But then she'd go right around and say that things that she did couldn't make me feel anything because people can't make other people feel, which is just nonsense. Anyone can make anyone feel anyone can make anyone feel anything at any time. They know how to do it. Or just by accident. Anyway. Ramble. If we look for body pleasure, we find pain. For life, we find death. For truth, we find error. For spirit, we find its opposite, matter. Now reverse this action. Look away from the body into truth and love, the principle of all happiness, harmony, and immortality. Hold thought steadfastly to the enduring, the good, and the true, and you will bring these into your experience proportionably to their occupancy of your thoughts. The effects of mortal mind on health and happiness is seen in this. If one turns away from the body with such absorbed interest as to forget it, the body experiences no pain. That's legitimate. That's like, I can use like running as an example. When I was in the middle of a race and the endorphins were high, and I was just there, sometimes I couldn't even feel my body. It was like my body didn't even exist, and I was just a head running around. And when you're not feeling your body, you don't feel no pain, you don't feel tired, you don't feel nothing, you're just in the flow. It's so awesome. And there's other ways to get there too. That's just one example. This is breathing exercises. Ooh, hard to get there. Not easy to attain. Not an easy place to get to. Not an easy place to get to. Hold thought steadfastly to the enduring, the good, and the true, and you will bring these into your experience proportionally. The effect of the mortal mind. We already did that. Under the strong impulse of desire to perform this part, a noted actor was accustomed night after night to go upon the stage and sustain his appointed task, walking about as actively as the youngest member of the company. This old man was so lame that he hobbled every day to the theater, and sat aching in his chair till his cue was spoken, a signal which made him as oblivious of physical infirmity as if he had inhaled chloroform, though he was in the full possession of his so-called senses. Detach sense from the body or matter, which is only a form of human belief, and you may learn the meaning of God or good and the nature of the immutable and immortal. Breaking away from the mutations of time and sense, you will neither lose the solid objects and ends of life nor one identity. Fixing your gaze on the one realities supernal, you will rise to the spiritual consciousness of being, even as the bird which has burst from the egg and preens its wings for a skyward flight. We should forget our bodies in remembering good and the human race. The good demands of man every hour in which to work out the problem of being. Consecration to good does not lessen man's dependence on God, but heightens it. It heightens everything. It heightens everything that's negative. Neither does consecration diminish man's obligation to God, but shows the paramount necessity of meeting them. Christian Science takes not from the perfection of God, but it ascribes to him the entire glory, by putting off the old man with his deeds. mortals put on immortality. We cannot fathom the nature and quality of God's creation, but diving into the shallows of mortal belief, we must reverse our feeble flutterings, our efforts to find life and truth in matter, and rise above the testimony of the material sense, above the mortal to the immortal idea of God. These clearer, higher views inspire the godlike man to reach the absolute center and circumference of his being. Job said, I have heard of thee by hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee. Mortals will echo Job's thought when the supposed pain and pleasure of matter cease to predominate. Just want to break that down, I guess. You hear about things, but you don't see it until you see it. When the supposed pain and pleasure of matter cease to predominate. And you can't see shit when you have all these feelings going on. When you're in the negative, painful state, you're not thinking right. So I just like using sex traffickers because my biggest issue right now in life is just all these girls out here just jump around from one delusional feeling to the next delusional feeling, and they're not stabilizing on reality, and they're all just fucking miserable. And they only feel good when someone's gassing them up and making their bodies feel good or their minds feel good with compliments. So they're all just gassing each other up with likes and comments and compliments on their social media, and they don't know shit about each other. It's like you'll talk to some of these girls and it's like they're not even listening to anything that's coming in, because then their response would be something completely irrelevant to what you're talking about, and you know they're not paying attention to shit. And when girls get into girl conversations, it's just fire off one story after another, and no one's really listening to each other. And anyway, I don't know why I got into that. Rambling. I go tangents. But when you can get into an even keel and have your energy calm at that peace and love state, then you're making rational decisions. And you're making decisions that are logical based on what you feel. And an example I can give is one of my exes. She talked to her mom, and she'd get off the phone with her mom. When making a decision on something, she'd get off the phone with her mom, and her mom would always be discouraging her from doing anything. And then she'd talk to her grandma, and her grandma would always be encouraging her to go out and do things. And each person she spoke to, she would then have the feelings associated with that, and then her decision she'd come to me with saying that she's finally made a decision was whoever she just got off the phone with. And she just bounced back and forth until time came to make a final decision. It's hard to do because these decisions are complicated and you get these emotions, so I just wanted to explain how the energy works. When people you trust and care about and have something that's important, the energy sways with how it works. We'll really get into it when you identify the Medusa concept. When it really hurts, when the ideas that the snake is giving really makes the feelings hurt. Poison. But anyway, another day. No more distractions. We're reading a book. Where am I at? Almost done. Creation is like 3 more pages. 6 more? We're almost done, buddy. Hang on. They will then drop the false estimates of life and happiness, of the joy and sorrow, and attain the bliss of loving unselfishly, working patiently and the conquering all that is unlike God.
It's an interesting life. I tell you, it's great. It hurts too, but so does the alternative. And the pleasure is just so fleeting. And the emptiness for long. So it's just not, it's less ideal long term. Starting from a higher standpoint, one rises spontaneously, even as light emits light without effort. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Ain't that something? Ace is my treasure, aren't you, buddy? He don't even care right now. The foundation of mortal discord is a false sense of man's origin. To begin rightly is to end rightly. Every concept which seems to begin with the brain begins falsely. Divine mind is the only cause or principle of existence, because cause does not exist in matter and in mortal mind, or in a physical form. Chill. You good? I got like 4 more pages. You good? Being rightly is in blah blah blah. Divine mind is the only cause of principle of existence. Cause not matter, moral mind. Mortals are egotistic. Stay in, buddy. They believe themselves to be independent workers, personal authors, and even privileged originators of something which deity would not or could not create. The creations of mortal mind are material. The mortal spiritual man also represents the truth of creation. She said, ego, they believe themselves to be independent workers and not a collective group of one. They're not a part of the we. They're them. They're their own self, and they want to be their own self, and it's important to them. And personal authors, they're just out there creating their own story, trying to get everyone to believe their little game of make-believe of who they are today. I'm this today because I did that yesterday, or I feel this way, or I had this thought. Here, we got more books to read. More. And even privileged originators of something which deity would not or could not create, or did create. It doesn't matter. Just, we are, though. We are. Not necessarily originators, but anyway. When mortal man blends his thoughts of existence with the spiritual and works only as God works, he will no longer grope in the dark and cling to earth because he has not tasted heaven. Carnal beliefs defraud us. They make man an involuntary hypocrite, producing evil when he could create good, forming deformity when he would outline grace and beauty, impuring those whom he would bless. He becomes a general miscreator who believes he is a semi-god. His touch turns hope to dust, the dust we all have trod. He might say in the Bible language, the good that I would, I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. And those cardinal sins we're really going to dive into one day. Soon, in the next few months. Along with the Torah, they have to be identified at the same time with a lot of different concepts. They'll have to be identified with with many of the rules. Where am I at? But there's so much want and desire in this world. I got it too.
There can be but one creator who has created all. Whatever seems to be a new creation is but... Gotta stay. I gotta get this done. 2 more minutes. No, 20 more minutes. 20 more minutes. We can just go to the car if you want to just go in the car. Not be one creator. Whatever seems to be a new creation is but the discovery of some distant idea of truth. That's fair. Which is why I hate that she said in an earlier one that she wants to give credit to somebody else for sharing a thought. It's like the whole concept of the education system and the way they set it up from the get-go. It's give credit to this person as if they were the originators of it. It's like, especially these musicians that all you guys love so much, they're all just recreating something that was older with a little bit of a twist with something that's new. They didn't create any of it. They just pushed some buttons and made shit happen and pieced together things that other people already did. Anyway. We're not done yet. The multiplication of human and mortal sense of persons and things is not creation. Essential thought, like an atom of dust thrown into the face of spiritual immensity, is dense blindness instead of the scientific eternal consciousness of creation. The fading form of matter, the mortal body... Hold up, buddy. Wait, hey, stay! Go on this way. Back to the car, come on. Taylor, there are fleeting concepts of human mind. Alright, it's right here, come on. Up in. They have the day before permanent facts and their perfection in spirit appear. The crude creations of mortal thought must finally give place to the glorious forms which we sometimes behold in the camera of divine mind, when the mental picture is spiritual and eternal. Mortals must look beyond fading infinite forms if they would gain the true sense of things. Where shall the gaze rest but in the unsearchable realm of mind? We must look where we would walk, and we must act in possessing all power for him in whom we have our being. As mortal gain more correct views of God and man, multitudinous objects of creation, which before were invisible, will become visible. When we realize that life is spirit, never in nor of matter, this understanding will expand into self-completeness, finding all in God good and needing no other consciousness. Spirit and its formation are the only realities of being. I hate that. Matter disappears under the microscope of spirit. I just don't understand why you would want matter to disappear. And why you'd want the human body experience to not exist. It's like, just because there's the hurt and the pain and all the disease and the error and all of the negative, just matter to sin and unsustained by truth is unsustained by truth, and sickness and death were overcome by Jesus, who proved them to be forms of error. Spiritual living and blessedness are the only evidence by which we can recognize true existence and feel the unspeakable peace which comes from an all-absorbing spiritual love. When we learn the way in Christian Science and recognize man's spiritual being, we shall behold and understand God's creation. All the glories of earth and heaven and man, the universal spirit, is peopled with spiritual beings, and its government is divine science. Man is the offspring, not the lowest, but the highest qualities of mind. Man understands spiritual existence in proportion as his treasures of truth and love are enlarged. Mortals must gravitate Godward. Their affections and aims grow spiritual. They must appear near the broader and interpretations of being, and gain some proper sense of the infinite, in order that sin and mortality may be put off. This scientific sense of being forsaking matter for spirit by no means suggests man's absorption into deity and the loss of his identity, which but confers upon man an enlarged individuality, a wider sphere of that thought and action, a more expansive love, a higher and more permanent peace. Which is, that's the one. That's what we're looking for. I don't know if it's a larger individuality. Because it's the collective, it's part of, you just become more part of the collective, the one, so it's not individuality, you don't lose identity. It's a tough one. But certainly leads to more expansive love and a higher, more permanent peace. What place I miss? Which we'll get into in another, again, relentlessly actually. It's one of the cruxes, is enjoying living in that negative vibration because of the pleasures that the negative vibration come. And then on top of that, just living and being comfortable living in that negative vibration, and it just can be your whole life. They call it depression. But it's more than that. Because in order to be in the negative energy and be present with people, you have to be able to shut it off. And then people get good at shutting it off completely. Then they no longer... Where are you? I'm almost done. I think I'm almost done. I hope so. Sense of rebirth is an ultimately and is untimely in death as irresistible, as if man were a weed growing apiece or a flower withered by the sun and nipped by untimely frost. But this is true only of a mortal, not of a man in God's image and likeness. The truth of being is perennial, and the error is unreal and obsolete. Who that has felt the loss of human peace has not gained stronger desires for the spiritual joy? They gain a stronger desire for everything. I keep trying to get people to understand that. The hierarchy of needs concept, when you start breaking those things that you're a part of, it creates a desire and a need for something to replace that. And so your energy level is just heightened. And so then desire and need is then heightened. And you feel it in all aspects of life. And everyone's suffocating that energy with like buying things, thinking that that'll satisfy the bigger houses and bigger cars and more things. Amazon shows up every single day to fill that, to get that high. The aspirations of after heavenly good comes even before we discover what belongs to wisdom and love. The loss of earthly hopes and pleasure brightens the ascending path of many a heart. The pains of sense quickly inform us that the pleasures of sense are mortal and that joy is spiritual. And that's, yeah, just keep pushing into that. It's good. The bodily physical pleasures just fade immediately once you satisfy them. Was I watching 40-Year-Old Virgin? The one episode where he goes in and he scrambles that girl's brain by just being elusive and confusing, by just asking her a question and she gets all excited. And then he goes back to his buddy who he asked if he should get the girl's number, and he said, no, you don't get her number, you plant the seed, so now she's going to think about you, and then once she thinks about you, then you fuck her. Once the seed grows into a plant, then you fuck the plant. That's what he said. And that's how it works, all this Instagram stuff. They're just liking each other's pictures and commenting and then slipping into the DM. And it's just a progression that they go through each girl, that they run games on, and they have just so many that they go over and over and over again. Just a template over and over and over again. And I just wonder, do you guys ever fucking get bored of hearing the same fucking story over and over again? The same fucking droll fucking story over and over again that just cues you into doing your game? I don't know. I watch these templates play out over and over again. It drives me fucking nuts. Like gun rights and abortion and all the political fucking droll that you all fucking get worked up about. It's that fucking easy. Just put something on the media, y'all get fucking worked up about it. The same fucking story over and over again. Should abortion be legal or not? Let's all talk about it again. Fucking hate it. Why don't you stop being a piece of shit? That's the easy solution. The loss of earthly hopes and pleasures brightens the ascending path of many a heart. Just make all your hopes and dreams go away and don't want anything. That's it. That's the solution. Just be a celibate monk that wants nothing. Ugh. The pain of sense quickly informs us that the pleasures of sense are mortal and that joy is spiritual. The pains of sense are salutary if they wrench away false pleasurable beliefs and transplant the affections from sense to soul, where the creation of God are good, rejoicing the heart. Such is the sword of science, with which truth decapitates error, materiality giving place to man's higher individuality and density. I really think she doesn't have a good grasp on that word science. Fucking Princess Brides, what does that guy use? Inconceivable, and the guy's like, I don't think you know what that word means. That's what this bitch is with science. Science is like, I have a theory, I tested out the theory, I can prove with reason, with very little to no doubt that this is correct. That's a good example of science, and she just says that her idea is science. With which truth decapitates error, materiality giving place to man's higher individuality and density. Would existence without personal friends be to you a blank? Then the time will come when you will be solitary, left without sympathy. Oh, fuck. But this seeming vacuum is already filled with divine love. Scott's always there. It's always there. Always fucking there. When this hour of development comes, even if you cling to a sense of personal joy, spiritual love will force you to accept what best promotes your growth. Friends will betray and enemies will slander, until the lesson is insufficient to exalt you, for man's extremity is God's opportunity. The author has experienced the foregoing prophecy and its blessings. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Thus he teaches mortals to lay down their fleshiness and gain spirituality. This is done through self-abnegation. Universal love is the divine way in Christ science. In Christian science. The sinner makes his own hell by doing evil, and the saint his own heaven by doing right. The opposite persecutions of material sense, aiding evil with evil, would deceive the very elect. Mortals must follow Jesus' saying and demonstrations which dominate the flesh. Perfect the infinite mind enthroned is heaven. The evil beliefs which originate in mortals are hell. Man is the idea spirit. He reflects the beatific presence, illumining the universe with light. Man is deathless, spiritual. He is above sin or frailty. He does not cross the barriers of time into the vast forever of life, but he coexists with God in the universe. I had a good thought and I lost it before I could write it down. Where are we at? Maybe it'll come back to me. Every object in material thought will be destroyed, but the spiritual idea, whose substance is in mind, is eternal. The offspring of God start not from matter or ephemeral dust. They are in and of spirit, divine mind, and so forever continue. God is one. The allness of deity is his oneness. Generically, man is one, and specifically, man means all men. It is generically conceded that God is Father, eternal life created infinite. If this is so, the forever Father must have children prior to Adam. The great I Am made all that was made, hence man and the spiritual universe coexist with God. Christian scientists understand that in religious sense they have the same authority for the appellative mother as for that of brother and sister. Jesus said, "For whoever shall do the will of my Father which is in heaven, the same is my brother and sister and mother." When examined in the light of divine science, mortals present more than is detected upon the surface, since inverted thoughts and erroneous beliefs must be counterfeit of truth. Thought is borrowed from a higher source than matter, and by reversal. Errors serve as waymarks to the one mind, in which all error disappears in celestial truth. The robes of spirit are white and glistening, like the raiment of Christ. Even in this world, therefore, let thy garments be always white. Blessed in the man that endureth, overcometh temptation, for when he is tried, proved faithful, he shall receive the crown of life, which the Lord has promised to them that love him. Chapter 10, Science of Being. Alright. Chapter 10. Science of Being. In the material world, thought has brought to light with great rapidity many useful wonders. With like activity have thought's swift pinions been rising towards the realm of the real, to the spiritual cause of those lower things which give impulse to inquiry. Belief in the material basis from which may be deduced all rationality is slowly yielding to the idea of metaphysical basis, looking away from the matters to mind as the cause of every effect. Materialistic hypothesis challenged metaphysics to meet in the final combat. In this revolutionary period, like the shepherd boy with the sling, woman goes forth to battle with Goliath. In this final struggle for supremacy, semi-metaphysical systems afford no substantial aid to scientific metaphysics, for their arguments are based on the false testimony of the material sense as well as the facts of mind. These semi-metaphysical systems are one of all pantheistic and savor the pandemonium, a house divided against itself. This is the worst, too, the house divided against itself concept. We'll get into it in one of my other videos. We talked about it in past videos, too. Just how people try to destroy people's minds and relationships. But anyway. From first to the last, the supposed coexistence of mind and matter and the mingling of good and evil have resulted from the philosophy of the serpent. Jesus' demonstrations sift the chaff from the wheat and unfold the unity and the reality of good, the unreality, the nothingness of evil. Human philosophy has made God man-like. Christian science makes man godlike. The first is error, the latter is truth. Metaphysics is above physics, and matter does not enter into metaphysical premises or conclusions. The categories of metaphysics rest on one basis, the divine mind. Metaphysics resolves things into thoughts and exchanges the objects of sense for the idea of soul. These ideas are perfectly real and tangible to spiritual consciousness, and they have this advantage over the objects and thoughts of material sense. They are good and eternal. The window's not down anymore. There we go. The testimony of the material senses is neither absolute nor divine. I therefore plant myself unreservedly on the teachings of Jesus and his apostles, of the prophets, and the testimony of the science of mind. Other foundations there are none. All other systems based wholly or partially on knowledge gained through the material senses, are reeds shaken by the wind, not houses built on the rock. The theories I combat are these: that all is matter, that matter originates in mind, and is as real as mind, possessing intelligence and life. And ain't that the same fucking argument the trans are playing? The body is not real, and the only thing that matters is my feelings and my thoughts. This fucking world. The first theory, that matter is everything, is quite as reasonable as the second, that mind and matter coexist and cooperate. One of the only following statements can be true: that everything is matter, that everything is mind. Which one is it? Matter and mind are opposites. One is contrary to the other in its very nature and essence. Hence, both cannot be real. This just sounds kind of like the nature versus nurture concept. They had an argument with one of my professors in college about it. Because the concept is it can't be both. He said you have to argue for one versus the other, and it's stupid to assume that there's not a balance between both, and that nature doesn't need to be nurtured. The education system is trash. Really, too, I was thinking about it earlier. It's like you just don't. There's no thoughts in school. They really shut them down, too. When you get creative and you start thinking and you go off on your ideas, and the students start to actually think and talk, that's when teachers tend to shut the conversation down, because everyone gets excited and is having fun and enjoying themselves. And like, all right, now it's time to read what the government told us to read and push into our brains so that we can move on to whatever the next stage is in their idea of development, flawed idea of development. One is contrary to the other. If one is real, the other must be unreal. Only by understanding that there is but one power, not two powers, matter and mind, are scientific and logical conclusions reached. Few deny the hypothesis that intelligence, apart from man and matter, governs the universe, and it is generally admitted that this intelligence is the eternal mind or divine principle of. The prophets of old looked for something higher than the systems of their times, hence their foresight of the new dispensation of truth. But they knew not what they would be the precise nature of the teachings and demonstrations of God, divine mind, in his more infinite meanings, the demonstration which was to destroy sin, sickness, and death, establish the definition of omnipotence, and maintain the science of spirit. Establish the definition of omnipotence and maintain the science of spirit. Unlimited power and the ability to do anything, and to try to define what that is. He's looking out the window back there. The pride of priesthood is the prince of this world. It has nothing in Christ. Meekness. Christianity is a chain of scientific being reappearing in all ages, maintaining its obvious correspondence with the Scriptures and uniting all periods in the design of God. Neither emasculation, illusion, nor insubordination exists in divine science. Jesus instructed his disciples whereby to heal the sick through mind instead of matter. He knew that the philosophy of science and proof of the Christianity were in truth casting out all inharmony. In Latin, the word rendered disciple signifies student, and the word indicates that the power of healing was not a supernatural gift to those learners, but the result of their cultivated spiritual understanding of the divine science, which their master demonstrated by healing the sick and sinning. Hence the universal application of his saying, "Neither pray I for those alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word." Our master said, "But the Comforter shall teach you all things. When the science of Christianity appears, it will lead you into all truth." The Sermon on the Mount is the essence of this science, and the eternal life, not the death of Jesus, is its outcome. Those who are willing to leave their nets or cast them on the right side for truth have the opportunity, as aforetime, to learn and to practice Christian healing. The Scriptures contain it. The spiritual import of the word imparts this power. But as Paul says, how shall they hear without a preacher? How shall they preach except they be sent? If sent, they shall preach, convert, and heal multitudes, except the people hear. A spiritual sense of truth must be gained before truth can be understood. This sense is
It's like you gotta feel it to believe it. And to understand it, you gotta believe it. The sense is assimilated only as we are honest, unselfish, loving, and meek. In the soil of an honest and good heart the seed must be sown, else it beareth not much fruit, for the swinish element in human nature uproots it. Jesus said, Ye do err, not knowing the Scriptures, the spiritual sense of the Scriptures being out of scientific sense, and is the new tongue referred to in the last chapter of Mark's Gospel. That swinish element in human nature uproots it. Just don't get to create an abundance in anything that lasts very long. If you let your feelings just destroy everything. False feelings, gaslight, manipulation, all that good stuff. Jesus' parable in the sower shows the care our Master took not to impart to dull ears and gross hearts the spiritual teachings, which dullness and grossness could not accept. That's one of the concepts too. It's don't try to educate people that aren't ready to hear or aren't listening. It's just a waste of time. But that's just not the solution. That's why he wasn't the one. So he only talked to his people and only the people that believed him, and he only had his followers and his little cult. And fucking Muhammad went out and like murdered people or something. That guy's trash too. Fuck that guy. Reading the thoughts of the people, he said, Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine. It is the spiritualization of thought and the Christianization of daily life, in contrast with the results of the ghastly farce of material existence. It is its chastity and purity in contrast with the downward tendencies and earthward gravitation of sensualism and impurity, which really attest the divine origin and operation of Christian Science. The triumphs of the Christian Science are recorded in the destruction of error and evil, from which are propagated the dismissal beliefs of sin, sickness, and death. The divine principle of the universe must interpret the universe. God is the divine principle of all that represents him and all that really exists. Christian Science, as demonstrated by Jesus, alone reveals the nature divine principle of science. Matter and its claims of sin, sickness, and death are contrary to God and cannot emanate from him. There is no material truth. The physical sense can take no cognizance of God and spiritual truth. Human belief has sought out many inventions, but not one of them can solve the problem of being without the divine principle of divine science. Deduction from material hypotheses are not scientific. They differ from real science because they are not based on the divine law. Divine science reverses the false testimony of the material sense and thus tears away foundations of error, hence the enmity between science and the senses, and the impossibility of attaining perfect understanding till the errors of sense are eliminated. The so-called laws of matter and the medical science have never made mortals whole, harmonious, and immortal. Man is harmonious when governed by soul. Hence the importance of understanding the truth of being, which reveals the law of spiritual existence. God never ordained a material law to annul the spiritual law. If there was such a material law, it would oppose the supremacy of spirit, God, and the impugn of the wisdom of the Creator. Jesus walked on the waves, fed the multitude, healed the sick, and raised the dead in the direction opposition to material laws. His acts were demonstrations of science, overcoming the false claims of material sense or law. Science shows that material conflicting mortal opinions and beliefs emit the effects of error at all times. But this atmosphere of mortal mind cannot be destructive to morals and health when it is opposed promptly and persistently by Christian Science. That's one of the things I've been playing with too, is every time I have a sinful thought is just get rid of it. And a sinful thought is like a thought that would, I don't know, I'll explain that more later. I thought that was just a sinful thought. I don't know. I'm just really playing with my thoughts and focus in my mind. But I'll dive into that more when we talk about the mind. It might be next year. Truth and love antidote this mental miasma and thus invigorate and sustain existence. Unnecessary knowledge gained from the five senses is only temporal. The conception of mortal mind, the offspring of sense, not of soul, spirit, and symbolizes all that is evil. Oh man, these physical senses, they help suffocate the soul, so it doesn't have to hurt so much sometimes. It symbolizes all that is evil and perishable. Natural science, as it is commonly called, is not really natural nor scientific because it is deduced from the evidence of the material senses. Ideas, on the contrary, are born of spirit, and that are not mere inferences drawn from material premises. The senses of spirit abide in love, and they demonstrate truth and life. Hence, Christianity and the science which expounds it are based on spiritual understanding, and they supersede the so-called laws of matter. Jesus demonstrated this great verity. When what we erroneously term the five physical senses are misdirected, they are simply the manifested beliefs of mortal mind, which affirm that life, substance, and intelligence are material instead of spiritual. These false beliefs and their products constitute the flesh, and the flesh wars against spirit. Divine science is absolute and permits no halfway position in learning its principle and rule, establishing it by demonstration. The conventional firm called matter and mind, God never formed. Science and understanding, governed by the unerring and eternal mind, destroy the imaginary co-partnership, matter and mind, formed only to be destroyed in the manner and at a period as yet unknown. This suppositional partnership is already obsolete, for matter examined in light of divine metaphysics disappears. Matter has no life to lose, and spirit never dies. The partnership of mind with matter would ignore omnipresent and omnipotent mind. This shows that matter did not originate in God, spirit, and is not eternal. Therefore, matter is neither substantial, living, nor intelligent. The starting point of divine science is that God, spirit, is all in all, and that there is no other might nor mind, that God is love, and therefore he is divine principle. To grasp the reality and order of being in its science, you must begin by reckoning God as the divine principle of all that really is. Spirit, life, truth, love combine as one, and are scriptural names for God. All substance, intelligence, wisdom, being, immortality, cause, the effect belong to God. These are his attributes, the eternal manifestation of the infinite divine principle, love. No wisdom is wise but his wisdom. No truth is true, no love is lovely, no life is life but the divine. No good is but the good God bestows. Divine metaphysics is revealed to the spiritual understanding, shows clearly that all is mind and that mind is God. Omnipotence, omnipresence, omniscience, that is, all power, all presence, all science. Hence, all is in reality the manifestation of mind. Our material human theories are destitute of science. The true understanding of God is spiritual. It robs the grave of victory. It destroys the false evidence that misleads thought and points to other gods or other so-called powers such as matter, disease, sin, and death, superior or contrary to the one spirit. Truth, spiritually discerned, is scientifically understood. It casts out error and heals the sick. Having one God, one mind, unfolds the power that heals the sick, and fulfills these sayings of the Scripture: I am the Lord that healeth thee, and I have found a ransom. When the divine precepts are understood, they unfold the foundation of fellowship, in which one mind is not at war with another, but all have one Spirit, God, one intelligent source, in accordance with the scriptural command: let this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus. Man is his maker, are correlated in divine science, and real consciousness is cognizant only of the things of God. The realization that all in harmony is unreal brings objects and thoughts into human view in their true light, and presents them as beautiful and immortal. Harmony in man is as real and immortal as music. Discord is unreal and mortal. If God is admitted to be the only mind and life, there ceased to be any opportunity for sin and death. When we learn in science how to perfect even as our Father in heaven is perfect, thought is turned into new and healthy channels towards the contemplation of things immortal and away from materiality to principle of the universe, including harmonious man. Material beliefs and spiritual understanding never mingle. The latter destroys the former. Discord is the nothingness named error. Harmony is the sum. Nature and revelation informs us that produces like. Divine science not gather grapes from thorns, nor figs from thistles. Intelligence never produces non-intelligence, but matter is ever non-intelligence, and therefore cannot spring from intelligence. To all that is unlike, unerring, and eternal, this mind saith, thou shalt surely die. And elsewhere the scriptures say that dust returns to dust. The non-intelligent relapse into its own unreality. Annoying. Matter never produces mind. The immortal never produces the mortal. Good cannot result in evil. As God himself is good and is spirit, goodness and spirituality must be immortal. Their opposites, evil and matter, are mortal error, and error has no creator. If goodness and spirituality are real, evil and materiality are, and cannot be the outcome of an infinite God. Good. Natural history presents vegetables and animals as preserving their original species, like producing like. A mineral is not produced by a vegetable, nor the man by the brute. In reproduction, the order of genus, and species are preserved throughout the entire round of nature. This points to the spiritual truth in the science of being. Error relies upon reversal of this order. asserts that spirit produces matter and matter produces all the ills of flesh, and therefore that good is the origin of evil. These suppositions contradict even the order of material so-called science. The realm of the real is spirit. The unlikeness of spirit is matter, and the opposite of the real is not divine. It is a human concept. Matter is an error statement. This error in the premise leads to errors in the conclusion in every statement into which it enters. Nothing we can say or believe regarding matter is immortal, for matter is temporal and therefore a mortal phenomena, a human concept, sometimes beautiful, always erroneous. Is spirit the source or creator of matter? Science reveals nothing in spirit out of which to create matter. Divine metaphysics explains away matter. Spirit is the only substance and consciousness recognized by divine science. The material senses oppose this, but there are no material senses, for matter has no mind. In spirit there is no matter, even as in truth there is no error, and good in no evil. It is a false supposition, the notion that there is real substance, matter, and the opposite of spirit. Spirit God is infinite, all. Spirit can have no opposite. The matter is substantial, or has life and sensation, is one of the false beliefs of mortals, and exists only in the supposition's mortal consciousness. Supposititious? It's just fucking ditching our words. Hence, as we approach spirit and truth, we lose consciousness of matter. The admission that there can be material substance requires another admission, namely that spirit is not infinite, and that matter is self-creative, self-existent, and eternal. From this it would follow that there are two eternal causes, warring forever with each other, and yet we say that spirit is supreme in all presence. The belief of the eternity of matter contradicts the demonstrations of life as spirit, and leads to the conclusion that if man is material, he originated in matter and must return to dust. Logic would prove his annihilation. All that we term sin, sickness, and death is a mortal belief. We define matter as error because it is opposite of life, substance, and intelligence. Matter, which is mortality, cannot be substantial if spirit is substantial and eternal, which ought to be substance to us. The erring, change, and dying, immutable and mortal, or the unerring, immutable, and immortal. A New Testament writer plainly describes faith, a quality of mind, as the substance of things hoped for. The doom of matter establishes the conclusion that matter, slime, or protoplasm, never originated in the mortal mind, and is therefore not eternal. Matter is neither created by mind nor for the manifestation and support of mind. Ideas are tangible and real to a mortal consciousness, and they have the advantage of being eternal. Spirit and matter can neither coexist nor cooperate, and one can no more create the other than truth can create error, or vice versa. In proportion as the belief disappears that life and intelligence are in or matter, the immortal facts of being are seen, and their only idea or intelligence is God. Spirit is reached only through the understanding and demonstration of eternal life and truth and love. Every system of human philosophy, doctrine, and medicine is more or less infected with the pantheistic belief that there is mind and matter, but this belief contradicts alike revelation and right reasoning. A logical and scientific conclusion is reached only through the knowledge that there are not two bases of being, matter and mind, but one alone, mind. Pantheism, starting from a material sense of God, seeks cause and effect, principle in its idea, and life and intelligence in matter. In the infinitude of mind, matter must be unknown. Symbols and elements of discord and decay are not produced of the infinite, perfect, and eternal all. From life and from the light and harmony which are the abode of spirit, only reflections of good can come. All things beautiful and harmless are ideas of mind. Mind creates and multiplies them, and the product must be mental. Finite belief can never do justice to truth in any direction. Finite belief limits all things and would compress mind which is infinite, beneath a skull bone. Such belief can neither apprehend nor worship the infinite, and to accommodate its finite sense of the divisibility of soul and substance, it seeks to divide the one spirit into persons and souls. Just gonna reread that one. Finite belief can never do justice to truth in any direction. Finite belief limits all things and would compress mind which is infinite beneath a skull bone. Such belief can neither apprehend nor worship the infinite, and to accommodate its finite sense of the divisibility of soul and substance, it seeks to divide the one spirit into persons and souls. There's the Disney movie called The Mortals, I think it's called, where they're trying to unlock the planet into like a celestial being or something like that. And the concept is like, instead of all of us being individual souls, we would collectively join together and become one entity that would then rise up as one. Oh, it's called the Eternals, I think. Where was I? Through this error, human belief comes to have gods many and lords many. Gods lowercase. And just worship people and things. Moses declared as Jehovah's first command of the 10, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." But behold the zeal of belief to establish the opposite error of many minds. The argument of the serpent in the allegory, "Ye shall be as gods," urges through every avenue the belief that soul is embodied and that infinite spirit and life is in finite forms. Rightly understood, instead of possessing sentient material form, man is sensationless body, and God the soul of man, and of all existence, being perpetual in his own individuality, harmony, and immortality, imparts and perpetuates these qualities in man through mind, not matter. The only excuse for entertaining human opinions and rejecting the science of being is our mortal ignorance of spirit, ignorance which yields only to the understanding of divine science. It's not all ignorance. Some people are doing it intelligently. They know of spirit, and they know how to use people, and they love it. And they always forget these people. They always just say ignore those people. And those people continue to just exist. Spirit and matter no more commingle than light and darkness. When one appears, the other disappears. So interesting. The light, the darkness. There presupposes man to be both mind and matter. Divine science contradicts the corporeal senses, rebukes mortal belief, and asks, what is the ego? Whence its origin, and what its destiny? The ego man is the reflection of ego God. The ego man is the image and likeness of perfect mind, spirit, and divine principle. The one ego, the one mind or spirit called God, is infinite individuality, which supplies all forms of comeliness and which reflects reality and divinity in individual spiritual man and things. The man supposed to exist in matter or beneath a skull bone is a myth. This conceived sense and false conceptions is to man in mind. Reading. When we put off the false sense for the true, and see that sin and mortality have neither principle nor permanency, we shall learn that sin and mortality are without actual origin or rightful existence. They are native nothingness, out of which error would simulate creation through man formed from dust. Divine science does not put new wine into old bottles, soul into matter, nor the infinite into the finite. Our false views of matter perish as we grasp the facts of spirit. The old belief must be cast out for the new idea and spilled, and the inspiration which is to change our standpoint will be lost. Now, as of old, truth casts out evil and heals the sick. Hate this book. Niece, why are you huffing and puffing back there? Huh? 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 He just wants out the car. So we're gonna stop reading.
There's Ace. Let's finish eating dinner. And the moon is stupid bright. It's awesome. I love the moon. It's just, I fucking hate. It doesn't fucking spin. It's the same fucking face every fucking time. It's fucking annoying. Something up with that. Something's fishy. I'll just let you look at the moon. Alright, anyway. Science of Being is just so far the worst chapter because there's no science. But she outlines existence. And it's confusing, but. And she outlines the science of being as mind trumping matter, but not just mind over matter. The concept is that matter doesn't even exist, and I don't necessarily know if she means all the time in this, but just when you're
entering that state of being, and you want to do the work, the shadow work, the healing, then the objective is to make matter disappear and go completely into yourself, into mind, which is all I have to say about that. Let me continue to read. Matter and its claims of sin, sickness, and death are contrary to God and cannot emanate from Him. There is no material truth. The physical sense can take no cognizance of God and spiritual truth. Human belief has sought out many inventions, but none of them can solve the problem of being without divine principle of divine science. Deduction from material hypotheses are not scientific. They differ from the real science because they are not based on the divine law. Moon's stupid. Look at me and that bright light behind me. Hey, so you wrapped on that bush? What did you do? Alright. Divine science reverses the false testimony of the material sense and thus tears away the foundations of error. Hence the enmity between science and the senses, and the impossibility of attaining perfect understanding till the errors of sense are eliminated. The so-called laws of matter and medical science have never made mortals whole, harmonious, and immortal. Man is harmonious when governed by soul. Hence the importance of understanding the truth of being, which reveals the laws of spiritual existence. God never ordained a material law to annul the spiritual law. If there was such a material law, it would oppose the supremacy of Spirit, God, and impugn the wisdom of the Creator. Jesus walked on the waves, fed multitude, healed the sick, and raised the dead in direct opposition. Did I do this chapter already? Beliefs. Science shows material conflicting mortal opinions, and beliefs emit the effects of error at all times. But this atmosphere of mortal mind cannot be destructive to morals and health when it's opposed promptly. I did. And persistently by Christian Science. Oh man, I would have went way back. There we go. In the infinitude of mind, matter must be unknown. Symbols and elements of discord and decay are not products of the infinite, perfect, and eternal all. From love and from the light and harmony, which are the abode of spirit, only reflections of good can come. All things beautiful and harmless are ideas of mind. Mind creates and multiplies them, and the products must be mental. Finite beliefs can never do justice to truth in any direction. Finite beliefs limits all things and would compress mind which is infinite beneath a skull bone. Such belief can either apprehend... Did this fucking... This chapter 2... Matter is not sentient and cannot be cognizant of good or evil, of pleasure or pain. Man's individuality is not mental. The science of being obtains not alone hereafter in what men call paradise, but here and now. It is the great fact of being for the time and eternity. What then is the material personality which suffers, sins, and dies? It is not man the image and likeness of God, but man's counterfeit and inverted likeness and unlikeness, called sin, sickness, and death. The unreality of the claim that a mortal is the true image of God is illustrated by the opposite nature of spirit and matter, mind and body, for one is intelligence while the other is non-intelligence. Is God a physical personality? Spirit is not physical. The belief that a material body is man is a false conception of man. The time has come for a finite conception of the infinite and a material body as the seat of mind to give place to a diviner sense of intelligence in its manifestations. To the better understanding that science gives of the supreme being or divine principle and idea. Man, she's just so wordy with all this stuff. This whole paragraph, all these writers are so wordy. She said this whole thing in like... Yeah, anyway. By interpreting God as a corporeal Savior, but not as a saving principle or divine love, we shall continue to seek salvation through pardon and not through reform, and resort to matter instead of spirit for the cure of the sick. And that's the thing that I just really hate, is the fucking Jesus died for our sins. I'll just lean on that forever to all the fucking Christians that say that fucking stupid ass fucking thing. And Jesus was God, any more or less than any other person living on earth is. And the Jesus died for our sins part, though, where they're just like, I'm forgiven because I talked to some dude that got an education at a university and gets paid to talk to you once a week. Talk at you once a week. And then once a year, maybe, hear you talk. There to help you out. Anyway. Rambling, tangential, tangent. As mortals reach through knowledge of Christian science a higher sense, they will seek to learn, not from matter, but from the divine principle, God, how to demonstrate the Christ truth as the healing and saving power. It is essential to understand instead of believe. What relates most nearly to the happiness of being. To seek truth through belief in a human doctrine is not to understand the infinite. We must not seek the immutable and immortal through the finite, mutable, and mortal, and so depend upon belief instead of demonstration. For this is fatal to a knowledge of science. The understanding of truth gives full faith in truth, and spiritual understanding is better than all burnt offerings. The Master said, no man cometh unto the Father but by me. Christ, life, truth, love, for Christ says, I am the way. Physical causation was put aside from first to last by this original man, Jesus. He knew what the divine principle of creates and governs all that is real. In the Saxon and the 20 other tongues good is the term for God. The scriptures declare all that he made to be good, like himself, good in principle and in idea. Therefore the spiritual universe is good and reflects God as he is. As the ideal he strives to be, because God is also evil. I keep putting that down too. God's everything, he's also the evil. God's thoughts. Ace! Quiet down, bud. Alright, Ace on the front. Material and temporal thoughts are human, involving error, and since God's spirit is the only cause, they lack a divine cause. The temporal and material are not then creations of spirit, they are but counterfeits of the spiritual and eternal. Transitory thoughts are the antipodes of everlasting truth, though by the supposition of opposite qualities, error must also say, I am true, but by this saying error the lie destroys itself. Sin, sickness, and death are comprised in human material belief and belong not to the divine mind. They are without real origin or existence. They have neither principle nor permanence, but belong, with all that is material and temporal, to the nothingness of error, which stimulates the creation of truth. All creation of spirit are eternal, but creations of matter must return to dust. Error supposes man to be both mental and material. Divine science contradicts this postulate and maintains man's spiritual identity. We call the absence of truth error, truth and error unlike. In science, truth is divine and the infinite. God can have no unlikeness. Did God, truth, create error? You coming in, buddy? Come on, hop in. Come on. Up. Come on. No? Staying out there? There's room for you. Nice. Right here? Alright. There. Alright, let me... Alright. You good? You good? Alright. All creation of spirit are eternal, but creations of matter... Oh, did that. Neither understanding nor truth accompanies error, nor is error the offshoot of mind. Evil calls itself something when it is nothing. It saith, I am man, but I am not the image and likeness of God, whereas the Scripture declare that man was made in God's likeness. Error is false, mortal belief, it is illusion. Without spiritual identity or foundation, it is no real existence. The supposition that life, substance, and intelligence are in matter, or of it, is an error. Matter is neither a thing nor a person, but merely the objective supposition of material opposite. The five material senses testify to truth and error as united in a mind both good and evil. Their false evidence will finally yield to truth, to the recognition of spirit and the spiritual creation. Truth cannot be contaminated by error. The state of eternal existence, of eternal self-existence. Life is the everlasting I am, the being who was and is and shall be, whom nothing can erase. If the principal rule and demonstration of man's being are not in the least understood before what is termed death overtake mortals, they will rise no higher spiritually in the scale of existence on account of that single experience, but will remain as material as before the transition, still seeking happiness through a material instead of through a spiritual sense of life, and from a self selfish and inferior motives. That life or mind is infinite and physical, or is manifested through brain and nerves, is false. Hence, truth comes to destroy this error and its effects. Sickness, sin, and death to the spiritual class relates to Scripture. On such, the second death has no power. If the change called death destroyed the sin and the belief in sin, sickness, and death, happiness would be won at the moment of dissolution and be forever permanent. But this is not so. Perfection is gained only by perfection. They who are unrighteous shall be unrighteous still, until the divine science, Christ truth, removes all ignorance and sin. The sin and error which possesses us at the instant of death do not cease at the moment, but endure until the death of these errors. To be wholly spiritual, man must be sinless, and he becomes lust only when he reaches perfection. Did she ever outline what this perfection is? The murderer, though slain in the act, does not thereby forsake sin. He is no more spiritual for believing that his body died and learning that his cruel mind died not. His thoughts are no purer until evil is disarmed by good. His body is material as his mind, and vice versa. The supposition that sin is pardoned while unforsaken, that happiness can be genuine in the midst of sin, that the so-called death of the body frees from sin, and that God's pardon is aught but the destruction of sin, these are grave mistakes. We know that all will be changed in the twinkling of an eye, when the last trump shall sound. But this last call of wisdom cannot come till mortals have already yielded to each lesser call in the growth of Christian character. Mortals need not fancy that belief in the experience of death will awaken them to glorified being. Universal salvation rests on progression and probation and is unattainable without them. Heaven is not locality, but a divine state of mind in which all the manifestations of mind are harmonious and immortal, because sin is not there, and man is having no righteousness of his own, but in possession of the mind of the Lord, as the Scripture says. In the place where the tree falleth, there it shall be. So we read in Ecclesiastes, whatever that is. This text has been transformed into a popular proverb: as a tree falls, so it must lie. As man falls asleep, so shall he awake. As death findeth mortal man, so shall he be after death, until probation and growth shall effect the need change. Mind never becomes dust, not resurrection from the grave awaits mind, from the grave has no power over either. No final judgment awaits mortals, for the judgment day of wisdom comes hourly and continually, even the judgment by which mortal man is divested of all material error. As a spiritual error, there is none. It's just true, that concept of a final judgment. It's like you get judged. Every thought and every act comes with a prize. When the last mortal fault is destroyed, then final trump will sound, which will which will end the battle of truth with error and mortality. For of that day and hour knoweth no man. Here prophecy pauses. Divine science alone can compass the heights and depths of being and reveal the infinite. Truth will be to us the resurrection and the life, only as it destroys all error in the belief that mind, the only immortality of man, can be fettered by the body and life be controlled by death. A sinful, sick, and dying mortal is not the likeness of God, the perfect and eternal. Matter is the primitive belief of mortal mind because the so-called mind has no cognizance of spirit. Its mortal mind, matter is substantial and evil is real. The so-called sense of mortals are material, hence the so-called life of mortals is dependent on matter. Explaining the origin of material man and mortal mind, Jesus said, "Why do ye not understand my speech? Even because ye cannot hear my word? Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it." This carnal material mentality, misnamed mind, is mortal. Therefore man would be annihilated were it not for the spiritual real man's indissoluble connection with God, which Jesus brought to light. In his resurrection and ascension, Jesus showed that mortal man is not real essence of manhood, and that this unreal material mortality disappears in presence of reality. Electricity is not a vital fluid, but the least material form of elusive consciousness. The material mindlessness which forms no link between matter and mind, and which destroys itself. Matter and mortal mind are but different strata of human belief. The grosser substratum is named matter or body, the more ethereal is called mind. The so-called mind and body is illusions called immortal, a mind and matter. In reality and in science, both strata, mortal mind and mortal body, are false representatives of man. The material so-called gases and forces are counterfeit of the spiritual forces of divine mind, whose potency is truth, whose attraction is love, whose adhesion and cohesion are life, perpetuating the eternal facts of being. Electricity is the sharp surplus of materiality which counterfeits the true essence of spiritual or truth. The great difference being that electricity is not intelligent, while spiritual truth is mind. There is no vapid fury of mortal mind expressed in earthquake, wind, wave, lightning, fire, bestial ferocity, and this so-called mind is self-destroyed. The manifestations of evil which counterfeit divine justice are called in the scriptures the anger of the Lord, in reality which shows the destruction of air or matter and point to matter's opposite, the strength and permanency of spirit. Christian Science brings to light truth in its permanency, universal harmony, the entireness of God, good, and the nothingness of evil. The five physical senses are of the avenues and instruments of human error, and they correspond with error. These senses indicate the common human belief that life, substance, and intelligence are a unison of matter with spirit. This is a pantheism, and carries within itself the seed of all error. If man is both mind and matter, the loss of one finger would take away some quality and quantity of the man, for matter and man would be one. This is a show called I think it's Supernatural. Two guys go and they cast out demons and they hang out with angels and shit. And these angels and demons, they take over like human bodies. So it's just God's acting out an adventure on Earth. And I don't see anything wrong with it. She does, for some reason. Says it's no good. Where are we at? The belief that matter thinks, sees, or feels is not more than the belief that matter enjoys and suffers. This mortal belief, misnamed man, is error, saying matter has intelligence and sensation. Nerves feel, brain thinks and sins. The stomach can make a man cross. Injury can cripple the matter and can kill a man. This verdict of the so-called material senses victimizes mortals, taught as they are by the physiology and pathology, to revere false testimony, even the errors that are destroyed by truth through spiritual sense and science. That's a good answer. The lines of demarcation between the immortal man representing spirit and mortal man representing the error that life and intelligence are in matter show the pleasures and pains of matter to be myths, and human beliefs in them to be the father of mythology, in which matter is represented as divided into intelligent gods. Man's genuine selfhood is recognizable only in what is good and true. Man is neither self-made nor made by mortals. God created man. The inebriated believes that they are in pleasure and intoxication. The thief believes that he gains something by stealing, and the hypocrite thinks he's hiding himself. The science of mind corrects such mistakes, for truth demonstrates the falsity of error. Man, that truth does that, and people hate it. They hate being exposed by the truth. It gets them all feeling in their feelings, and they don't like that feeling. But only when they're doing bad stuff, when you expose the good things they do with truth too, then they feel all the good feelings. So it works both ways. But the bad people, they just get off on being shitty. The belief that a severed limb is aching in the old location, the sensation seeming to be in nerves which are no longer there, is an added proof that the unreliability of physical testimony. God creates and governs. It's not. God creates and governs the universe, including man. The universe is filled with spiritual ideas which he evolves, and they are obedient to the mind that makes them. Mortal mind would transform the spiritual into the material, and then recover man's original self in order to escape from the mortality of this error. Mortals are not like immortals, created in God's own image, but infinite spirit being all, mortal consciousness will at least yield to the scientific fact and disappear, and the real sense of being perfect and forever intact will appear. The manifestation of God through mortals is as light passing through a window pane. The light and the glass never mingle, but as matter, the glass is less opaque than the walls. The mortal mind through which truth appears most vividly is that one which has lost much materiality, much error, in order to become a better transparency for truth. Then, like a cloud melting into thin vapor, it no longer hides the sun. All that is called mortal thought is made up of error. The theoretical mind is matter named brain or material consciousness. The exact opposite is real mind or matter. Mind or spirit, Brainology teaches that mortals are created to suffer and die, but further teaches that when man is dead, his immortal soul is resurrected from death and mortality. Thus error theorizes that spirit is born of matter and returns to matter, and that man has resurrection from dust, whereas science unfolds the eternal verity that man is the spiritual, eternal reflection of God. Progress is born of the experience. It is the ripening of mortal man, through which the mortal is dropped for the immortal. either here or hereafter, suffering or science, must destroy all illusions regarding life and mind, and regenerate material sense and self. The old man with his deeds must be put off. Nothing sensual or sinful is immortal. The death of the false material sense and of sin, not the death of organic matter, is what reveals man and life, harmonious, real, and eternal. The so-called pleasures and pains of matter perish, and they must go under the blaze of truth, spiritual sense, and the actuality of being. Mortal belief must lose all satisfaction in error and sin in order to part with them. Whether mortals will learn this sooner or later, and how long they will suffer the pangs of destruction, depends upon the tenacity of error. The knowledge obtained from the corporeal senses lead to sin and death. When the evidence of spirit and matter, truth and error seems to commingle, it rests upon a foundation which time is wearing away. Mortal mind judges by the testimony of the material senses until science obliterates this false testimony. An improved belief is one step out of error and aids in taking the next step and in understanding the situation in Christian Science. Mortal belief is a liar from the beginning, not deserving power. It says to mortals, "You are wretched," and they think they are so, and nothing can change this state until the belief changes. Mortal belief says you are happy, and mortals are so. Man, there's so many people out here. I just got into it with a girl the other day, a couple days ago. One of these girls that I'm bringing onto the community, she's just another one that says, "I can't help it," and that I can't part. They just absolve themselves of everything they do because they say they can't do it, so I must be absolved, and that's just doesn't work that way. You can, and you just need to start working towards it and keep improving until it becomes habit. And then once it becomes a habit, it becomes a part of you, and then you're that. It's how the world works. Just because you're not that and you have a hard time to today doesn't mean you can't. You just don't know how. You are happy, and mortals are so, and no circumstance can alter the situation until the belief on the subject changes. Human belief says to mortals, "You are sick," and this testimony manifests itself on the body as sickness. It is as necessary for the health illusion as the illusion of sickness to be instructed out of itself into the understanding of what constitutes health. For a change in either a health belief or a belief in sickness affects the physical condition. Erroneous belief is destroyed by truth. Change the evidence and that it disappears, which before seemed real to this false belief, and the human consciousness rise higher. Thus the reality of being is attained, and man found to be immortal. The only fact concerning any material concept is that it is neither scientific nor eternal, but subject to change and dissolution. Faith is higher and more spiritual than belief. It is a chrysalis state of human thought. Chrysalis, in which spiritual evidence contradicting the testimony of material sense begins to appear. In truth, the ever-present is becoming understood. Human thoughts have their degrees of comparison. Some thoughts are better than others. A belief in truth is better than a belief in error, but no mortal testimony is found on the divine rock. Mortal testimony can be shaken until belief becomes faith, and faith becomes spiritual understanding, which human thought has little relation to the actual or divine. A mortal belief fulfills its own conditions. Sickness, sin, and death are the vague realities of human conclusions. Life and truth and love are the realities of divine science. They dawn in faith and glow full-orbed in spiritual understanding. As a cloud hides the sun, it cannot extinguish. So false belief silences for a while the voice of immutable harmony. But false beliefs cannot destroy science armed with faith, hope, and fruition. It's such a good way to put it. She says, a cloud can block the sun, but it can't fucking stop it from shining. Let me block it for a minute. What is termed material sense can report only a mortal temporary sense of things, whereas spiritual sense can bear witness only to truth. To material sense, the unreal is the real until the sense is corrected by Christian science. Spiritual sense contradicting the material senses involves intuition, hope, faith, and understanding, fruition, reality. Material sense expresses the belief that mind is in matter. This human belief, alternating between a sense of pleasure and pain, hope and fear, life and death, never reaches beyond the boundary of the mortal or unreal. When the real is attained, which is announced by science, joy is no longer a trembler, nor hope a cheat. Spiritual ideas, like numbers and notes, start from principle and admit no materialistic belief. Spiritual ideas lead up to their divine origin, God, into the spiritual sense of being. Angels are not etherealized human beings, evolving animals' quality in their wings, but they are celestial visitants, flying on spiritual, not material pinions. Angels are pure thoughts from God, winged with truth and love. No matter what their individualism may be, human conjecture confers upon angels its own form of thought, marked with superstitious outlines, making them human creatures with suggestive feathers, but this is only fancy. It has behind it no more reality than has the sculptures through he craves his Statue of Liberty, though when he carves the Statue of Liberty, which embodies his conception of an unseen quality or condition, but which has no physical antecedent reality save in the artist's own observation and chambers of imagery. My angels are exalted thoughts appearing at the door of some sepulchre in which human belief has buried its fondest earthly hopes. With white fingers they point upward to a new glorified trust, to higher ideals of life and its joys. Angels are God's representatives. This upward soaring beings never leads towards self, sin, or materiality, but guides to the divine principle of all good, whither every real individuality, image, or likeness of God gathers. By giving earnest heed to these spiritual gods, they tarry with us, and we enter, angels unawares. Knowledge gained from material senses is figuratively represented in scriptures as a tree bearing the fruits of sin, sickness, and death. Ought we not, then, to judge the knowledge thus obtained to be untrue and dangerous, since the tree is unknown by his fruit? This is a really good question. It's like, define the knowledge that comes from what knowledge is evil versus what knowledge isn't evil. I don't know. Truth never destroys God's idea. Truth is spiritual, eternal substance which cannot destroy the right reflection. Corporeal sense or error may seem to hide truth, health, harmony, and science, as the mist obscures the sun or the mountain. But science, the sunshine of truth, will melt away the shadow of and reveal the celestial peaks. If man were solely a creature of material sense, he would have no eternal principle and would be mutable and mortal. Human logic is
awry when it attempts to draw correct spiritual conclusions regarding life from matter. Finite sense has no true appreciation of infinite principle, God, or his infinite image or reflection, man. The mirage, which makes trees and cities seem to be where they are, not illustrates the illusion of material man who cannot be the image of God. So far as the scientific statement as to man is understood, it can be proved and will bring to light the true reflection of God, the real man, or the new man, as St. Paul has it. The temporal and unreal never touch the eternal and real. The mutable and imperfect never touch the immutable and perfect. The inharmonious and self-destructive never touch the harmonious and self-existent. These opposite qualities are the tares and wheat, which never really mingle through though mortal sight. They grow side by side until the harvest. Then science separates the wheat from the tares through the realization of God as ever-present and man as reflecting the divine likeness. Spirit is God, soul, therefore soul is not matter. If spirit were in matter, God would have no representative and matter would be identical with God. The theory that soul, spirit, intelligence inhabits matter is taught by the schools. This theory is unscientific. The universal reflects the expresses and the divine substance or mind. Therefore God is seen only in the spiritual universe and spiritual man, as the sun is seen in the ray of light which goes out from it. God is revealed only in which reflects life, truth, love. Which makes God's attributes and power, even as the human likeness thrown upon the mirror repeats the color, form, and actions of the person in front of the mirror. Few persons comprehend what Christian Science means by the word reflection. To himself, mortal and material man seems to be the substance, but his sense of substance involves error and therefore is material temporal. On the other hand, the immortal spiritual man is really substantial and reflects the eternal substance or spirit which mortals hope for. It reflects the divine which constitutes the only real and eternal entity. This reflection seems to mortal sense transcendental because the spiritual man's substantiality transcends mortal vision and is revealed only through divine science. As God is substance and man is the divine image and likeness, man should wish for and in reality has only the substance of good and the substance of spirit, not matter. The belief that man has any other substance or mind is not spiritual and breaks the first commandment. Thou shalt have one God, one mind. Mortal, that's dumb. That's really dumb. That God is only mind and that we should all have one mind. One set of rules that we all follow to not, because it's like we're all gods and we all get upset and happy at the same things for the most part, and good and evil is understood universally at some level. Anyway, rambling again. Where am I at? As God is substance and man is the divine image and likeness, man should wish for... I did that already. The belief that man is falsity presupposes soul to be the unsubstantial dweller in material forms, and man to be the material instead of spiritual. Immortality is not bounded by mortality. Soul is not compassed by finiteness. Principle is not to be found in fragmentary ideas. The material body and mind are temporal, but the real man is spiritual and eternal. The identity of the real man is not lost, but found through this explanation, for the consciousness infinitude of existence of all the identity is thereby discerned and remains unchanged. It is impossible that man should lose aught that is real, When God is all and eternally His, the notion that mind is in matter, and that the so-called pleasures and pains, the birth, sin, sickness, and death in matter are real is a mortal belief, and this belief all that will ever be lost. This chapter's forever. $60 more pages, just this fucking chapter. Hey, buddy. Continue our definition of man. Let us remember that harmonious and immortal man has existed forever, and is always beyond and above the mortal illusion of any life, substance, and intelligence as existent in matter. This statement is based on fact, not fable. The science of being reveals man as perfect even as the Father is perfect, because the soul or mind of the spiritual man is God, the divine principle of all being, and because this real man is governed by soul instead of sense, by the law of spirit, not by the so-called laws of matter. God is love. He is therefore the divine infinite principle called person or God. Man's true consciousness is in the mental, not in any bodily or personal likeness to spirit. Indeed, the body presents no proper likeness of divinity, though mortal sense would fain have us so believe. Even in Christian science, reproduction by the spirits, individual ideas is but the reflection of the creative powers of the divine principle of those ideas, the reflection through mental manifestations of the multitudinous forms of mind which people of the realm of the real is controlled by mind, the principle governing the reflection. Multiplication of God children comes from no power of propagation in matter. It is the reflection of spirit. The Minichi of lesser individualities reflects the one divine individuality, are comprehended and formed by spirit, not by material sensation. Whatever reflects mind, life, truth, and love is spiritually conceived and brought forth. But the statement that man is conceived and evolved both spiritually and materially, or by both God and man, contradicts this eternal truth. All that vanity of the ages can never make both these contraries true. Divine science lays the axe at the root of the illusion that life or mind is formed by or is in material body, and science will eventually destroy this illusion through the self-destruction of all error and beatified understanding the science of life. The belief that pain and pleasure, life and death, holiness and unholiness mingle in man, that mortal, material man is likeness of God as himself a creator, is a fatal error. God without the image and likeness of himself would be in a non-entity or mind unexpressed. He would be without a witness or proof of his own nature. Spiritual man is the image or idea of God, an idea which cannot lose nor separated from its divine principle. That concept is that God's just playing out himself in a bunch of different human bodies. And he's just this delusional asshole that's like a freaking child playing with army toys. Just imagining up characters like fucking Toy Story. Alright, where are we at? Spiritual man is the image or idea of God, an idea which cannot be lost nor separated from its divine principle. When the evidence before the material senses yield to spiritual sense, the apostles declared that nothing could alienate him from God, from the sweet sense and presence of life and truth. I just find that concept to be so funny. Just thinking that God's playing all by himself. Sad little game he's got playing. A great one. I think I'm gonna stop there. I don't want to read anymore. Mess. Freaking. Not allowed to talk about some things. Publicly anymore. Avoiding a full-on gag order. But I still share information with privately with my friends. I'll explain it all later once the stipulations of my bail are no longer binding me. Anyway, I got my case ready, and another lawyer to risk standing in front of me. Coming on probably Monday, so I have some time to not have to think about my pain and suffering for a little bit. And read a book. So I'm at the library. I didn't check in. I wonder if I can still do that. I'm at the Sage Library. I guess this town's got good libraries for sure. Top-notch libraries. They're excellent. So anyway, back on the book Science and Health. That's what it's called. Christian Science is what they call their group. Science and Health, it's called, with Key to the Scriptures. And they call themselves Christian Scientists or something. I don't know, it's confusing. A religion that's maybe closest to whatever Jeebus was creating back in the day. From all the studies that I've done, from my knowledge in my brain that I'm aware of. Science and Health, we're on chapter The Science of Being, page 310. The artist is not in his painting. The picture is the artist's thought objectified. The human belief fancies that it delineates thought on matter, but what is matter? Did it exist prior to thought? It's just a thought. They keep bringing up that one. They keep bringing up that mind makes matter. And it seems mind does make matter. We are the creators, right? So God made us in his likeness, so we get to create things. So we get to make matter exist. It's pretty awesome. And then it just leads you back to how did matter start? When did it all start? Just thoughts. Matter is made up of suppositions, mortal mind force, but all might is divine mind. Thought will finally be understood and seen in all form, substance, and color, but without material accompaniments. The potter is not in the clay.
else the clay would have power over the potter. God is his own infinite mind and expresses all. I didn't smoke weed today. Leading up to the court, I wanted a clear mind. My energy as balanced as I could get it because I knew I was going to be on edge. And then I couldn't hardly eat anything, so I was already barely eat food over the last few days, so I already was on edge then. Day may decline and shadows fall, but darkness flees when the earth has again turned upon its axis. The sun is not affected by the revolution of the earth, so science reveals soul as God, untouched by sin and death, as the central life and intelligence around which circle harmoniously all things in the system of mind. I don't understand how she drew those parallels. She says the science reveals soul is God, untouched by sin and death. When you're playing with human souls, this fucking science is bullshit. To call anything science around it is just fucking bullshit. Science is a stupid word. Science is stupid. I'll explain that later. Science, I don't know. Fucking science. Scientists. This is the thing, the scientific method. It's how to test your ideas out against reality. And that's what they deem science, is something that's been tested against the scientific method, which is essentially think a theory, run some experiments and tests on that theory, see if it proves your theory right or wrong, and then keep retesting that theory until that theory can never be proven wrong. And then you've come to a level of science that can be seen and deemed as truth. And it's really hard to prove that out, because there's a lot of different directions the soul can fucking go. And it's all mind, so the thought can change, and then the soul changes with the mind change. And not that it necessarily changes, but the energy changes with the mind change. And so to call any of it fucking... I'm at the library, I gotta not do that. To call any of it science is nonsense. That's nonsense. I hate this part of the book. Science. Anyone prescribing with the freaking science without giving you the science is some... It's lacking. Soul changes not. We are commonly taught that there is a human soul which sin and is spiritually lost, that soul may be lost and yet be immortal. If soul could sin, spirit, soul would be flesh instead of spirit. That's stupid. It is the belief of the flesh and the material sense which sins. That's not nonsense. Just to deny the flesh, just to deny its existence? What the fuck's wrong with this lady? That belief in flesh is great too, so. Just spend time making sure the body was taken well care of. And to not assume it's part of to disbelief in his existence is just doesn't seem. I would never want to do it. The body feels so good. But I guess as you're dealing with the people who don't take care of their bodies do not feel good. They do not feel good. They tell me all the time, all these people tell me about how they never didn't take care of their body and they got this problem, that problem, this problem, that problem. I just think there's something in here that can heal all those problems. There are those problems, I'm pretty sure a lot are in the mind. And the body can heal itself. Not necessarily like Wolverine, but not like it, just much slower. It is the belief of the flesh and the material sense which sins. If soul sinned, soul would die. Soul dies when the body sins. Life dies, the happiness dies, the positive vibe dies and is replaced with a need, a lacking, a negative vibration of not getting what you want and need. Your wants and needs met. Because you've been pulled out of that peace somehow. Somehow Eden got destroyed and sin is the element of self-destruction, and spiritual death is oblivion. If there was sin in soul, the annihilation of spirit would be inevitable. The only life is spirit, and if spirit should lose life as God, good, then spirit, which has no other existence, would be annihilated. So she's just leveraging the idea of spirit as God and soul as God. And life is God. And just pretend in make-believe land that nothing is real, that the bad things aren't real. And then poof, they just disappear. That's her theory. That's her fucking theory. I don't know. Mind is God, and God is not seen by material sense, because mind is spirit. This is so fucking dumb. Which material sense cannot discern. It's just a redundant circle saying the same sentence, just backwards. And then validating it as science. These scientists, I tell ya. There is neither growth, maturity, nor decay in soul. These changes are the mutations of material sense, the varying clouds of mortal belief, which hide the truth of being. What we term mortal mind of carnal mind, dependent on matter for manifestation, is not mind. That's something. God is mind. All that mind God is, or hath made, is good, and he made all. Hence evil is not made, it is not, and is not real. And that's just dumb. That's just dumb. That's really dumb. It's a really stupid concept, maxim that she holds and repeats over and over and over again. And it's how you fucking poison people's minds. Just pepper in the same bullshit, lie, garbage nonsense. Evil isn't real, and therefore you can make it all go away just by make-believe. Fuck off. Soul is immortal because it is spirit, which has no element of self-destruction. Is man lost spiritually? No, he can only lose a sense material. All sin is of the flesh. It cannot be spiritual. Sin exists here, or thereafter, only so long as the illusion of mind and matter remains. That's good. That's a good one. The illusion of mind and matter remains. It's like concept is to win the game is you gotta get everyone to agree with your philosophy. So that there's no way that anyone could refute your maxims, your points that you want to make, your things you hold true that you must hold true to hold a larger, broader concept. And so she peppers these ideas in and keeps shoving them down our throat as fact and science. Because she always contradicts herself and says evil doesn't exist, but evil is destroyed by the sense of good. And it's really fucking annoying. It's really fucking annoying. Through false estimates of soul as dwelling in sense and mind as dwelling in matter, belief strays into a sense of temporary loss or absence of soul, spiritual truth. The state of error is the mortal dream of life and substance as existence in matter, and is directly opposite to the immortal reality of being. And it's not. To make it a blanket that all is that, it's not. The mortal dream of life and substance as existence in matter. It does. It can, and it doesn't have to. And it should. So fuck this lady. So long as we believe that soul can sin or that immortal soul is an immortal body, we can never understand the science of being. When humanity does understand the science, it will become the law of life to man. Even the higher law of soul, which prevails over material sense through harmony and immortality. The objects cognized by the physical senses may not the reality of substance. They are only what mortal belief calls them. Matter, sin, and mortality lose all supposed consciousness, or claim to life or existence as mortals lay off a false sense of life, substance, and intelligence. But the spiritual, eternal man is not touched by these phases of mortality. That's fair. How true it is that whatever is learned through material sense must be lost because such so-called knowledge is reversed by the spiritual facts of being and science. That which material sense calls tangible is found to be substance. What to material sense seems substance becomes nothingness as the sense dream vanishes and reality appears. That's something. What to material sense seems as substance becomes nothingness as the sense dream vanishes and reality appears. And we can get these gassed up delusions in our head and get ideas that aren't real. And then get so fired up as to do things that go against our better nature and what we want in life. Hedonism, it's called. It's the concept of doing whatever you feel like. Doing whatever will make you happy in the moment, at any time, at any moment, in all moments. And one thing that the hedonists don't always hard to always pay attention to, because when you start to do things that cause you to not be able to do those, to feel good anymore, to feel the good feelings anymore, like causing someone you care about harm and knowing that it causes them harm, and sadness, if you love them, it makes you sad and causes you harm too. So doing a hedonist act that will cause your body and your flesh pleasure that you know will cause your soul damage and the people you care about damage, then you can't be happy. So the hedonists have to balance that out. Me being one of them. I fucking love this life. I fucking love it. How true it is that whatever is learned through material sense must be lost because such so-called knowledge is reversed by the spiritual facts of being in science. That which material sense calls intangible is found to be substance. What to material sense seems substance becomes nothingness. As the sense dream vanishes and reality appears. I read that one. The sense regard a corpse not as man, but simply as matter. People say man is dead, but this death is the departure of a mortal's mind, not of matter. That's fine. That can be what life is, and we can fucking enjoy it. The matter is still there. The belief of that mortal that he must die occasioned his departure, yet you say that matter has caused his death. People go into ecstasies over the sense of a corporeal Jehovah, though with scarcely a spark of love in their hearts. Yet God is love, and without love, God is immortality. Immortality cannot appear. That was a mouthful. And she capitalizes God is love, and make sure she lowercases that ecstasies are lowercase love. They're more like people don't understand the difference between love and like. They read their freaking girl magazine, and now all of a sudden we got these stupid love languages, they call them, because that's a fancy romantic word for it that the girls like. But if you really wanted to separate it, it's just like languages. Those make you like feel like and make people think you like them or love them. It's a balance. But love is ensuring you don't do any of those things.
that would cause harm to the soul of someone you care about, that you love. That's what love is. That's protecting them from yourself and your wants and desires that would hurt them. And also doing all those love languages things too. That's part of it. It's a big part. And not to say, oh, my love language is this one, so this is the only one we do. That's so fucking pathetic too. Alright. Anyway. Back to the book. Mortals try to believe without understanding truth, yet God is truth. Mortals claim that death is inevitable, but man's eternal principle is ever-present life. Mortals believe in a finite personal God, while God is infinite love, which must be unlimited. It sure must. It sure fucking must. Because these people, they just fuck up all the time. They just fuck up all the time. And a lot of them just deserve infinite love. Infinite love. Our theories are based on finite premises which cannot penetrate beyond matter. A personal sense of God and of man's capabilities necessarily limits faith and hinders spiritual understanding. It divides faith and understanding between matter and spirit, the finite and the infinite, and so turn away from the intelligent and divine healing principle to the inanimate drug. Oh, yeah. Jesus' spiritual origin and his demonstration of divine principle richly endowed him and entitled him to sonship in science. He was the son of a virgin. Bullshit! The term Christian Jesus, or Jesus the Christ, to give the full and proper translation of the Greek, may be rendered Jesus the Anointed, Jesus the God crowned, or the divinely royal man, as it is said of him in the first chapter of the Hebrew. Jesus' mom was not a virgin. Jesus said himself he was the son of a man. He was the son of a man. They just don't know who his dad was. So the mom's playing a little make-believe game, and the whole world has to play along. So the girl can live in her little la-la land, and she can be happy. That girl hooked up with a new guy and didn't know how to explain it, and a baby popped out. She lied, and everyone played her little make-believe game. And Jesus wanted everyone to know he wasn't God. He was the son of a fucking man. He said it to everyone. And everyone's like, no, he's fulfilling a prophecy because he said it. Fuck the Vatican. I really do, guys. Fuck the Vatican. And anyone prescribes to them, or other royal families like the... Anyway, I don't need to go down it. The Vatican's bad news, guys. They're not on our team. I'll tell you it over and over again. Your Christian Vatican, they don't let you teach the things you want to teach. They have to read from what they're told to read. They're all reading the same garbage. These priests aren't real. They're just speakers for the Vatican. They're the eyes and ears on the ground for the Vatican, saying exactly what they want to say, what they want them to say. Anyway. Therefore God, even thy God, hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. With this agrees another passage in the same chapter.
which refers to the sun as the brightness of his glory, and the express image of his person, infinite mind. It is noteworthy that the phrase expresses image in the common version is in the Greek Testament character. Express image is translated into character. That's something. Using this word in its higher meaning, we may assume that the authority of this remarkable epistle regarded Christ as the Son of God, the royal reflection of the infinite, and the cause given for the exaltation of Jesus, Mary's son, was that he loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Jesus, this guy that this whole society just worships and sucks this guy's cock over and over again all the time. That's all I hear is just people gagging on that thing over and over again. He loved righteousness and hated iniquity. But everyone says you're not allowed to hate iniquity. No. Jesus said you're supposed to. He did. But no one else is allowed to, apparently, because Christians in the Vatican told us we're not allowed to. Don't listen to the Old Testament. Don't pay attention to what Jesus actually was. He loved righteousness and hated iniquity. I don't know the definition of iniquity. It's doing fucking bad shit. Doing shit you know is wrong and doing it anyway. Immoral or grossly unfair behavior. You pieces of fucking shit. All the fucking time. Ed, fuck you. Jess. Ed texts me he wants to see me today. And I might be going to jail because I can't talk about it right now. But he wanted to see me so he could get his feelings out. And I keep telling him I don't ever want to see him again. And he keeps showing up. And I try to tell him I'm doing the same thing Jessica and all my ex's feminist friends did to me. Is constantly remind myself of all the bad things he ever does to me. Constantly remind me of the one thing I'm not going to forgive him for. And that's always going to hurt me. I'm always going to be hurt and remember he's always going to betray me. And always identify that one thing that'll make that person hurt. So that I'll always remind myself that he's going to hurt me. That's what the feminists do. They just try to remind sex traffickers. They just try to remind you the reasons you gave them that you're upset with your ex about. And they know how to pull it out of you too. They're experts at pulling it out of you. They're just your friends, right? So anyway, rambling on a tangent. I don't remind myself of any of the good things that Ed does, or have him comfort me, or do any of the good feels that he wants to put out, because I don't want to suffer the negative, and you have to suffer both, because he won't be a better man. And I won't suffer it. I won't suffer the iniquity. I won't suffer it anymore. So the passage is made even clearer in the translation of the late George R. Noyes D.D., who, being a brightness from his glory and in an image of his being. Jesus of Nazareth was the most scientific man that ever trotted the globe. Fuck you. He plunged beneath the material surface of things and found the spiritual cause. It's not science. It's not science. It's not a science, guys. This lady, she wants to make believe it's a science, and her examples of healing people are garbage. I'm sorry, Jesus, they're all real. They're all real. He got a blind man to see, guys. It's not that big of a deal. He got some bullheaded douchebag to see the truth. He got someone that couldn't see the truth to see the truth. That's making a blind man see. So, to think he gave sight to someone that was blind. It's better left for a mortal doctor. Maybe not. I don't know. Figure it out. We'll read on. We got what? 400 more pages to go. To accommodate himself to immature ideas of spiritual power, for spirituality it was possessed only in limited degree even by his disciples. Jesus called the body, which by spiritual power he raised from the grave, flesh and bones, to show that the substance of himself was spirit, and the body no more perfect because of death and no less material until the ascension. His further spiritual exaltation, Jesus waited until the mortal or fleshly sense had relinquished the belief of the substance matter, and spiritual sense had quenched all earthly yearnings. Thus he found the eternal ego, and proved that he and the Father were inseparable as God and his reflection or spiritual man. And that's just something to talk about, guys. And you can't talk about it because it makes you sound crazy. But the more you become God-like, the more you become in his capital H image, the more you become like him as you know he would want you to be, the more superpowers he gives you to be the creator and be like him. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. And every time you do something to destroy it, he kicks you out again. He kicks you out again. And he says, nope, you lost all your powers. You're no longer worthy. And then you gotta figure it out. You gotta figure it out. You gotta figure it out. Mom always told me, go to your room and figure out what you did. Look at this guy. What are you doing, buddy? Hi. He's dirty. He rolled in something nasty. Yeah. The Jews who sought to kill this man of God showed plainly that their material views were the parents of their wicked deeds. When Jesus spoke of reproducing his body, knowing as he did that mind was the builder, and said, destroy this temple, and in 3 days I'll raise it up, they thought that he meant their material temple instead of his body. To such materialists, the real man seemed a scepter, unseen and unfamiliar, and the body, which they laid in the sepulchre, seemed to be substance. This materialism lost sight of the true Jesus, but the faithful Mary saw him, and he presented to her more than ever before the true idea of life and substance. Because of mortals' material and sinful belief, The spiritual Jesus was imperceptible to them. The higher was demonstration of divine science carried the problem of being, and the more distinctly he uttered the demands of its divine principle, the truth and love, the more odious he became to sinners and to those who, depending on doctrines and material laws to save them from sin and sickness, were submissive to death as being in supposed accord with the inevitable law of life. Jesus proved them wrong by his resurrection and said, Whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. And I don't know. The whole resurrection thing, where this guy says he came. Some girl said it happened, and some other guy said it. It's only like two. This is like two people that said it happened to them. It could have very well been like an Obi-Wan to Luke Skywalker type situation where he appeared as a shape they'd be comfortable with in their mind, and they projected it out into the world. Or they could have just lied. He knew of that saying of our Master, I and my Father are one, separated him from the scholastic theology of the rabbis. His better understanding of God was rebuke to them. He knew of but one mind and laid in no claim to any other. He knew that the ego was mind instead of body, and that matter, sin, and evil were not mind. And his understanding of this divine science brought upon him the anathemas of the age. I don't look up all these words that I don't know because that's a dumb word that I don't care to know. He did something good, it seems like. And I like the evil is not mine, but the mind thinks the thoughts that the body wants to. So to pretend that the mind doesn't think the thoughts that the body wants is nonsense, especially when other people are feeding the mind ideas about the body. I'll tell you, one of the sex peddlers that was trying to get me to be around him and do the things he wanted me to do for whatever reasons he had. One of his games was he put his hands in front of my face, like snapped his fingers, or it didn't snap his fingers. They play hand games to draw your attention into them, where they do something weird that they'll make sure you see them do something weird. I don't know how to explain it, and they draw you into their world that way. And then once he had me drawn in, he pointed at a poster of a girl with one of the bikini models on a beer poster or something, and wanted to switch my mind on to sexualizing women, which I don't do. I do it. I've tried to give it all to one, and the better I get at it, I get better and better at it every day. Every time some girl tries to draw my mind over to her, I just snap right out of it. And so these sex peddlers pointing at a poster of some girl with fake jugs doesn't do me anything at all. It's nothing for me. So it's just not going to get me to play those games. He also wanted me to pay $2,000 for the evening. And wasn't about to do that either. I was open to the ideas of what he had in for me, but He said he had plans and that I just give him the money and he was executing, and I'm not about that life. Not about that life. Was making lots of money to go to a fancy place and spend a crap ton of money on a really nice dinner and other such niceties. I was not against. I was not opposed to. But anyway, we don't need to go down that path of conversation. They do. The opposite and false views of the people hid from their sense Christ's sonship with God and the connection that you can create with God when you, I don't know, when you hear him, when you can hear him clearly. One of the guys in the mental institution that wanted to help figuring out what's going on with him said that it was he couldn't figure it out like a FM radio where you're a dial radio where you're trying to find the station and you can't quite get it in. And if you get it in, it's awesome. It's awesome. And people that get it, we get persecuted hard, cause this is the bad people that don't wish to have any connection with God at all. They wish to just only supply the body with satisfaction, and then they pretend righteousness. They need to play make-believe, and they only feel good when their body's feeling good, or otherwise they feel this empty, apathetic nothingness inside, or something far worse. And they don't get to just sit there and be happy, because they know they hate themselves. And you're not allowed to identify that they hate themselves for it, because then they feel more bad about it, and it doesn't help the situation. Like calling a fat person a big fat fatty. It doesn't help, because then they feel bad about it, because God's truth is they are fat. And everyone wants to empower these people and be like, don't ever say it. Walk on eggshells around them so society placates their feelings. And we don't talk about how disgusting these people are, not taking care of themselves because they're gluttonous, eating all the time and not exercising, not putting any care into their body at all, other than satisfying any urge it feels in the moment with food. And if they stopped doing it, stopped suffocating God with food and listened to God, then they'd be happier. They would be happier. Everyone would be happier, but they don't. They say, I have a feeling, so I know food will make that feeling, will numb that feeling for a little while longer. They could not discern his spiritual existence. They could not. They still can't. We got a whole freaking cult led by the Vatican that is deemed they can teach people this stuff. all these priests are supposed to be Jesus' exact replication of who Jesus was, to show everybody how you can connect with God, and teach all these little sheeple how to do it. In the Vatican, they don't. They make sure someone like me is called crazy for calling out people's iniquities, because our society isn't allowed to do that. It's all make-believe. Make-believe somebody's feelings are real. Sorry, buddy. I'll stop going on my tangent. You good? I'm good. I'll get back to reading the book. Their thoughts were filled with the mortal error instead of God's spiritual ideas as presented by Christ Jesus. The likeness of God we lose sight of through sin, which beclouds the spiritual sense of truth, and we realize this likeness only when we subdue sin and prove man's heritage, the liberty of the sons of God. That's great. I love that one. That's just right on track with what we're talking about. Jesus' spiritual origin and understanding enabled him to demonstrate the facts of being, to prove irrefutably how spiritual truth destroys material error, heals sickness, and overcomes death. The divine conception of Jesus pointed to this truth and presented an illustration of creation. The history of Jesus shows him to have been more spiritual than all other earthly personalities. Wearing in part a human form that is, as it seemed to mortal view, being conceived by a human mother, Jesus was the mediator between spirit and flesh, between truth and error, explaining and demonstrating the way of divine science. He became the way of salvation to all who accepted his word. From him, mortals may learn how to escape from evil. The real man being linked by science to his maker, mortals need only turn from sin and lose sight of mortal selfhood to find Christ. I just hate that she tells you to lose sight of mortal selfhood. It's just not necessary. It's not necessary to lose sight of it. You can still know the body exists and have this connection. You can. I'm certain of it. Keep losing track of where it was. Jesus represented Christ, the true idea of God, hence the warfare between his spiritual idea and perfunctory religion, between spiritual clear-sightedness and the blindness of popular belief, which led to the conclusion that the spiritual idea could be killed by crucifying the flesh. It cannot. Can't do what you will with me. I don't know what I'm allowed to say or not anymore. To protect myself from jail time. Where were we? Hence the warfare between the spiritual idea and perfunctory religion, between spiritual clear-sightedness and the blindness of popular belief, which led to the conclusion that the spiritual idea could be killed by crucifying the flesh. The Christ idea, or the Christ man, rose higher to human view because of the crucifixion, and thus proved that truth was the master of death. Christ presents the indestructible man whom spirit creates, constitutes, and governs. Christ illustrates that blending with God, his divine principle which giveth man dominion over all the earth. The spiritual idea of God, as presented by Jesus, was scourged in person, and its principle was rejected. That man was accounted a criminal who could prove God's divine power by healing the sick, casting out evils, spiritualizing materialistic beliefs, and raising the dead. Those dead in trespasses and sin, testified with the flesh, resting on the basis of matter, blind to the possibilities of spirit and its correlative truth. Jesus uttered things which had been secret from the foundation of the world. He sure did, and then they put it back in the box. The Vatican did. They put it back in the box and gave you a watered down version of Jesus. To make sure they have the most amount of sheep in the seats. Just tell their priests all the things you know about your neighbors, and do some Hail Marys, and all the pain will go away, right? It's working for you guys, right? Guys? Christians over there, it's working, right? You're all happy and feel good inside, right? You told that priest some stuff, and you go to church on Sunday, all the pain's gone, huh? Yeah, sure is. Sure fucking is. Jesus died for my sins! Ha 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 ha! You people are so stupid. Since material knowledge usurped the throne of the creative divine principle, instead, on the might of matter, the force of falsity, the insignificance of spirit, and proclaimed an anthropomorphic God. It's just annoying. Anthropomorphic. Relating to or characterized by anamorphism. Anamorphism sees human-like attributes in non-human. That's stupid. I'm never going to use that word outside of this book, probably. Whosoever lives most the life of Jesus in this age and declares best the power of Christian Science will drink of his master's cup. Resistance to truth will haunt his steps, and he will incur the hatred of sinners, till wisdom is justified of her children. These blessed benedictions rest upon Jesus' followers. If the world hate you, ye know that it hated me before it hated you. Lo, I am with you always. That is not only in all time, but in all ways and conditions. And the idea of that seems to be just as simple as freaking just knowing that it's just not the only one that gets persecuted is nice to know. Lo, I am with you always. That is not only at all times, but in all ways and conditions. The individuality of man is no less tangible because it is spiritual and because his life is not at the mercy of matter. The understanding of his spiritual individuality makes man more real, more formidable in truth, and enables him to conquer sin, disease, and death. Our Lord and Master presented himself to his disciples after his resurrection from the grave as the self-same Jesus who they had loved from the tragedy on Calvary. The materialistic Thomas looked for the ideal Savior in matter instead of in spirit, and to testimony of the material senses of the body more than to soul. For the earnest of the immortality, to him Jesus furnished the proof that he was unchanged by the crucifixion. To his dull and to this dull and doubting disciple, Jesus remained a fleshly reality so long as the Master remained an inhabitant of the earth. Nothing but a display of matter could make existence real. Thomas. For him to believe in matter was no task, but for him to conceive of the substantiality of spirit, to know that nothing can efface mind and immortality in which spirit reigns, was more difficult. I have to go to this girl's library and read her science? Are you kidding me? That's going to be irritating. That's going to be real irritating. I've been to one of these libraries. She wrote lots of stuff. She might have some science in there. She might. But she doesn't present any of it or tag any of it or cite her resources. And that's what the system teaches is pretty good. You got a science lady, you can share it with me. I'd love to read it. But she does keep saying science. There goes Ace. He's gone. He's gone. I'm hungry again. Man. Alright. Got my goals outlined. I'm free from jail for a little while. Where I got a lot of work done. And where I can get all that stuff guess I'll do it simultaneously. But wow, that burned. Read a book. Oh. Christian Science with Keys to the Scripture. Science of Being. When understanding changes the standpoint of life and intelligence from a material to spiritual basis, we shall gain the reality of life, the control of soul over sense, and we shall perceive Christianity or truth in its divine principle. This must be the climax before harmonious and immortal man is obtained and his capabilities revealed. It is highly important, in view of the immense work to be accomplished before this recognition of divine science can come, to turn our thoughts towards divine principle, that finite belief may be prepared to relinquish its error. Man's wisdom finds no satisfaction in sin, since God has sentenced sin to suffer. The necromancy of yesterday foreshadowed the mesmerism and hypnotism of today. The drunkard thinks he enjoys drunkenness, and you cannot make the inebriate leave his besottenness until his physical sense of pleasure yields to a higher sense. Science, he keeps calling it science. And if you use the Bible, the Old Testament, and the New Testament, I guess even, as factual recording of history, then the lessons learned in the stories could be seen as science and theory, potentially. Because if you read it, even in this book, it just repeats the same fucking concepts over and over and over again. That's all this thing's fucking doing. That's all the Bible does. It repeats the same ideas over and over again, and puts in stories around it. Well, science needs to be tested against like theories and repeatedly pressured until come to the truth. So you can't blow off any of the chaff, any more of the unnecessary stuff. See what you have left. All the false to see what's true. Beholding the infinite task of truth, we pause, wait on God. Then we push onward until boundless thought walks enraptured in conception, unconfined, is winged to reach the divine glory. So many words. In order to apprehend more, we must put into practice what we already know. We must recollect that truth is demonstrable when understood, and that good is not understood until demonstrated. If faithful over a few things, we shall be made rulers over many, but the one unused talent decays and is lost. When the sick or the spinning awake to realize their need of what they are not, they will be receptive of divine science, which gravitates towards soul and away from material sense, removes thought from the body, and elevates even mortal mind to the contemplation of something better.
Gonna get back on this book. I've missed a lot. Those points on idolizing Jesus versus emulating him, so you can tap into the energy, into God mode the way he did. And the Vatican suppresses it for whatever reason. All the Christians idolize and worship. The idolatry is a sin, and to idolize something is not the same as emulating it. To say Jesus died for your sins so you don't have to try to be perfect in God's eyes, because all you have to do is worship that Jesus guy, and then you're saved in their minds, which isn't real. It's a false idea. But they'll fight you to the death about it. They'll fight you to the death about it because they don't have to be like Jesus. They just have to believe Jesus was God, and then they're saved. And so they'll wander through life, morons. Anyway, I went into the court. I went into the court today. I told some guys that I'd call them back, and I'd get on a video chat with them by today. And I got on the call with them and chatted with them, and guy told me to go into court and try to figure it out. What's going on? He said, there's a guy going down there right now. He'll be there in 20 minutes. I went right there. It took me no more than 5 minutes to sit in that empty room for no one to show up. And fucking sat there and couldn't even look the judge in the fucking eyes. He walked in. I stood up as was per my duty to not be held in contempt of court again. Made sure I had no hats on, and put my nose back in my phone. And when the computer system turned on for the first session, it was loud and it made like a noise, and the screen was loud and the speaker system was loud. And I judge swear it said, "Sorry for waking you, Luke." I swear he said it right to me. And both the lawyers, the first one that I fired and the second clown, were both fucking there, being good lawyers. And I left at like 10 because it was apparent that the guy wasn't going to show up, and more investigating to do. And back to this book. He doesn't want to be trapped in the car while I read. There was something else in it that was important. But I got a few pages down, and then there's another section that I stopped at was here. So we're back on the science of being. That's what they outlined. So when the following platform is understood and the letter and spirit bear witness, the infallibility of divine metaphysics will be demonstrated. 1. God is infinite, the only life, substance, spirit, or soul, the only intelligence of universe, including man. Eye hath neither seen God nor his image and likeness. Neither God nor the perfect man can be discerned by the material sense. The individuality of spirit or infinite is known, and thus a knowledge of it is left either to human conjecture or to the revelation of divine science. And that's what the first commandment, to believe in God and have no other gods ahead of you, kind of. I don't know. It's a lot of words to say stuff. It's pretty much to say you don't know God, but just know it exists. And that you can't figure it out, but you can figure out parts of it. I don't know. 2. God is what the scriptures declare him to be: life, truth, love. Spirit is divine principle, and divine principle is love, and love is mind, and mind is not both good and bad, for God is mind. Therefore there is in reality one mind only, because there is one God, which I do still hate that they say bad doesn't exist, as if God doesn't express in the Bible that He sends the bad to come. He says He sends armies in to destroy His own people. And we're supposed to see that as good. I don't think so. The plagues are bad sent. So whether God wants the intentions and the ultimate outcome potentially are good in the theory, but the fucking acts are bad. The suffering is bad. The notion that both evil and good are real is a delusion of material sense, which science annihilates. Evil is nothing, no thing, mind, nor power. As manifested by mankind, it stands for a lie, nothing claiming to be something, for lust, dishonesty, selfishness, envy, hypocrisy, slander, hate, theft, adultery, murder, dementia, insanity, inanity, devil, hell, with all the etceteras that word includes. 4. God is divine life, and life is no more confined to the form which reflects it than substance is in its shadow. If life were in mortal man or material things, it would be subject to their limitations and would end in death. Life is mind, the Creator reflected in His creations. If He dwelt within what He creates, God would not be reflected but absorbed, and the science of being would be forever lost through a mortal sense, which falsely testifies to the beginning and an end. And that was one thing to discuss that slipped yesterday too when the recording broke, was the material world and how the system is set up to teach you how to gain power in the material world. So how do you go to school to get an education so you can make the Federal Reserve greenbacks so you can buy things to make yourself happy? And that's soullessness. That's to neglect soul for body pleasure. Now, some of it feeds the soul. A lot of it feeds the soul too. So it's hard to just say it negates the soul, but nothing teaches. We don't have a society that teaches how to tend to the soul and strengthen that as well. So our system isn't set up to teach how to have a strong soul. And the churches fail. The Muslims teach power in a way that makes sense in the Middle East back in the freaking 13,000s or whenever Muhammad was alive. And they were in war-torn regions, so when you murdered a town of men and all that's left is their women and children, what do you do with all those women and children that have no men because you just murdered all of them? And so they take on multiple wives and concubines and treat their children as if they're slaves or their own, and that's what the Quran teaches a lot about. How to write it. They wrote the template of how to survive that type of lifestyle. So to be Muslim and have multiple wives in the United States doesn't really make sense because we don't have too much of our men getting killed overseas in wars, leaving cities of fatherless children and widows. Which is why I'm rewriting it all for our time, so it makes sense in our time. Which has a balance between what Moses taught, what Jesus taught, what Muhammad taught, what closer to what the Baha'is are teaching now. And Christian Science seems to be onto something for their
ideal world. Anyway, back to it. Dive. No. Life is force, still. Life is mind, the Creator reflected in His creations. If He dwelt within what He creates, God would not be reflected but absorbed, and the science of being would be forever lost through material sense, which falsely. We already read that, but it's good to read it again, because we can talk about witchcraft. These fucking witches out here. And these fucking cunts over here. You can see the fucking cunts. And they put the power into material things. So they have these gemstones, and different vibrations of sound, and feel that they put all of God into, and it's how they tap into the energy in different ways. But it divides, because it only works on the people who believe it that way. And if you're not in that mindset and that vibration, then that energy doesn't work, and it fails. But God's energy never fails. So if you know how to tap into that and you're there, now it does fail. For sakes. And then you gotta figure out why. And it's not always apparent. So, which is why it's all contradictory to why God's people are always fucking saying, why are we still following this fucking guy? When he bails on his fucking promises too. Says, you made a mistake I didn't like, so go fuck yourself. You guys can go die and rot and plagues and blah blah blah. Anyway, rambling. Back to this. Number 5. The scripture imply that God is all in all. From this it follows that. Hi. Alright. From this it follows that nothing possesses reality nor existence except the divine mind and his ideas. The scriptures also declare that God is spirit, therefore in spirit all is harmony, and there can be no discord. All is life, and there is no death. Everything in God's universe expresses him. God is individual. 6. God is individual and corporeal. He is divine principle, love, the universal cause, the only creator, and there is no other self-existence. He is all-inclusive and is reflected by all that is real, and the eternal and nothing by nothing else. He fills all space, and it is impossible to conceive such omnipresence and individuality except as infinite spirit or mind. Hence all is spirit and spiritual. 7. Life, truth, and love constitute the triune person called God. That is the triply divine principle, love. They represent a trinity in unity, 3 in 1, the same in essence, though multiform in office. God the Father, Mother, Christ the spiritual ideas of sonship, divine science, or the Holy Comforter. These three express in divine science the threefold essential nature of the infinite They also indicate the divine principle of scientific being and intelligent relation of God to man and the universe. 8. Father Mother is the name for deity, which indicates his tender relationship to his spiritual creation. As the apostle expressed in its word, which he quoted, the approbation from a classic poet, for we are also his offspring. Jesus was born of Mary. Christ is true idea voicing good. The divine message from God to men speaking to the human consciousness. The Christ is incorporeal, spiritual, the divine image and likeness, dispelling the illusions of the senses. The way, the truth, and the life, healing the sick and casting out evils, destroying sin, disease, and death. As Paul says, there is one God and one mediator between God and man, the man Christ Jesus. This corporeal man, Jesus, was human. And still dive into that every time. Fucking, they call him Christ Jesus and attribute it all to this one man, but they also say earlier, for we are also his offspring. So if we're all God's children, then, and he's not the only begotten son or whatever the fuck they talk about, Jesus being the only one so that no one else can be it. Because they killed that guy 2,000 years ago, so no one else can. And there's more than one mediator between God and man and men. Brings down lots of them. Number 10, Jesus demonstrated Christ. He proved that Christ is the divine idea of God, the Holy Ghost or Comforter, revealing the divine principle, love, and leading into all truths. 11, Jesus was son of a virgin. Bullshit. And he was appointed to speak God's words and to appear to mortals in such a form of humanity as they could understand as well perceive. Mary's conception of him was spiritual. Her only purity could reflect truth and love, which were plainly incarnate in the good and the pure Christ Jesus. He expressed the highest type of divinity which a fleshly form could express in that age. Into the real and ideal man, the fleshy element cannot enter. Thus it is that Christ illustrates the coincidence of spiritual agreement between God and man in his image. 12. The word Christ is not properly a synonym for Jesus, though it is commonly so used, which is really glad she points that out, that Jesus was the Christ, but Jesus and Christ aren't the same. It's not a name, it's not a title. It's like King of man, King of kings. Jesus was a human name which belonged to him in common with other Hebrew boys and men, for it is identical with the name Joshua, the renowned Hebrew leader. On the other hand, Christ is not a name so much as the divine title of Jesus. Christ expresses God's spiritual eternal nature. The name is synonymous with Messiah and alludes to the spirituality which is taught, illustrated, and demonstrated in the life of which Christ Jesus was the embodiment. The proper name of our Master in the Greek was Jesus and the Christ, but Christ Jesus better signifies the godlike. 13. The advent of Jesus of Nazareth marked the first century of the Christian era, but the Christ is without beginning of years or end of days. Throughout all generations, both before and after the Christian era, the Christ is the spiritual idea, the reflection of God, has come with this measure of power and grace to all prepared to receive Christ's truth. Abraham, Jacob, Moses, and the prophets caught glorious glimpses of the Messiah, or Christ, which baptized these seers in the divine nature, the essence of love. The divine image, idea, or Christ is, and ever will be inseparable from the divine principle, God. Jesus referred to this unity of his spiritual identity thus: Before Abraham was, I am. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. The one Spirit includes all identities, and just belittles the other prophets and tries to raise Jesus up above the other prophets, because Jesus's acts and deeds were deemed greater in the eyes of the fucking Vatican fucks. Let's go jerk off that Jesus guy. He's better than all the other ones. All the other ones were no good. Let's say Muhammad was bad and we don't know shit about Moses because Jesus is the one. Catholics, Lutherans, all you fucking Christian fucking cunts, you stupid fucking idiots. No. My idol's better than your idol. Let's argue about it. And to belittle Abraham, Jacob, Moses, David, anyone that God spoke through as inferior to another is ignorant. It's idolatry. That's what we keep talking about. Why is it a sin? Because it causes division. Because you worship your idol over your fucking neighbor, over yourself, over everything. It's really annoying. It's really fucking irritating. No, 14. By these sayings, Jesus meant not that the human Jesus was or is eternal, but the divine idea, or Christ, was and is so, and therefore antedated Abraham. Not that the corporeal Jesus was one with the Father, but that the spiritual idea Christ dwells forever in the bosom of the Father, God, from which it illuminates heaven and earth. Not that the Father is greater than Spirit, which is God, but greater, infinitely greater than fleshy Jesus, whose earthly career was brief, and that doesn't explain the Jesus right. It doesn't do it right. When when you're one with God, it's like fucking that movie, TV show as I watch him. It's like an ancient Egyptian one. Some guy, God used him as an avatar. He was one of the Egyptian gods' avatars. And so he would black out almost in the movie, black out. When the God took over him and he'd come to and the God would have already used him to do all of his bidding, and he'd be in a different spot ready to take his life back on. They fucking have it in Supernatural. The angels and the demons take over human bodies, and then they can be casted out, and then the human form is back. The material form is back. But God doesn't make you black out when he's got you. The devil does if you're not fucking... If you let your mind shut off. But when God's got you, it's different. But to be one with the Spirit is what he meant, not... I mean, which is what she says too, but it's really hard to explain. The invisible... I guess that is what she said. I don't know. Anyway, 15. The invisible Christ was imperceptible to the so-called personal senses, whereas Jesus appeared as the bodily existence, plus dual personality of the unseen and the seen, the spiritual and the material, the eternal Christ and the corporeal Jesus manifest in flesh, continued until the Master's ascension, when the human material concept or Jesus disappeared, while the spiritual self or Christ continues to exist in the eternal order of divine science, taking away the sin of the world, as the Christ has always done, even before the human Jesus was incarnate to mortal eyes. This was the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world, slain, that is, according to the testimony of the corporeal senses, but undying in the deific mind. The Revelators represents the Son of Man as saying, Revelation 17 and 18, I am the first and the last. I am he that liveth and was dead, not understood and and behold, I am alive for evermore. Science has explained me. This is a mystical statement of the eternity of the Christ, and also a reference to the human sense of Jesus crucified. 17. Spiritual being, God. There is but one Spirit, for there can be but one infinite and therefore one God. There are neither spirits many nor gods many. There is no evil in spirit, because God is spirit. The theory that spirit is distinct from matter but must pass through it or into it to be individualized would reduce God to dependency on matter and establish a basis for pantheism. And it's not necessarily a bad thing to put the energy in things, because it helps you tap into which energy and hold that energy, because we are still in these human forms, and the mind wanders and gets distracted. So these gems and these items that we have, like one of the guys in the jail kept talking about wanting to get off of meth and crack or whatever he was on. And my suggestion with him was just go through the Maslow's hierarchy of needs and set a list of goals of what he wants to do with his life. His goal is to try to be a father, because he spent most of his time in the jail system. And I explained to these fake ass fucking Christians, these idol worshipping cunts, wear a cross around their neck with a dead dude that their sins were saved because they killed that guy. So anyone that idolizes him is now saved. As long as they wear this cross, they're safe. And what I suggested to him wasn't to wear that, to remind you of your covenant with God, essentially, the agreement that you made, the agreements that you make to yourself, to society, to God. And if you want to stop smoking the crack, then I suggested that he break his crack pipe and take a chunk of it and wear that instead of a cross. And then his idea was to make it into a bracelet or a necklace, which is still the same. It's still the same. You'll have a crack pipe around his neck or his wrist, and people will ask him about it. And the people that will admire him for testifying and using that as an opportunity to testify and remind himself of his covenant with God and that he's going to stop doing it.
so that he can achieve all those goals that he had set for himself. That smoking crack and getting thrown in jail and being gone for hours at a time because you're on drugs. You can't be present with anyone that's important in all your chores and everything just falls apart at some time if you let it take you. And you get addicted to this stuff. And so just an example of wearing the covenant with God and not idol worshiping some guy that died 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, but treating yourself well and living in the light of God. And he kept talking about wanting God's armor. He wanted to wear God's armor around him, and I told him that's God's armor right there. That's it. His sword, he said he wanted God's armor back and God's sword, and the sword is the word, and God's armor right there is that's your covenant. So as long as you don't break those, then your life can be happier. Anyway, Spirit, God has created all in and of himself. Spirit never created matter. There is nothing in spirit out of which matter could be made, for as the Bible declares, without the Logos, the Aeon, or Word of God, was not anything made that was made. Was not anything made that was made. Spirit is the only substance, the invisible and indivisible, infinite God. Things spiritual and eternal are substantial. Things material and temporal are insubstantial. 19. The soul and spirit being one, God and soul are one, and this one never included in a limited mind or a limited body. Spirit is eternal, divine. Nothing but spirit, soul can evolve. Life or spirit is more than all else. Because soul is immortal, it does not exist in mortality. Soul must be incorporeal to spirit, and spirit is not finite. Only by losing the false sense of soul can we gain the eternal unfolding of life as immortality brought to light. 20. Mind is the divine principle, love, and produce nothing unlike the eternal Father-Mother. God, reality, is spiritual, harmonious, immutable, immortal, divine, eternal. Nothing unspiritual can be real, harmonious, or eternal. Sin, sickness, and mortality are the suppositional antipodes of spirit, and must be contradictions of reality. The ego is deathless and limitless. For limits, and how many are these? Would imply and impose ignorance. Mind is the I am or infinity. Mind never enters the finite. Intelligence never passes into non-intelligence or matter. Good never enters into evil, the unlimited into the limited, the eternal into the temporal, or the immortal into mortality. The divine ego or individuality is reflected in all spiritual individuality from the infinitesimal to the infinite. 22. The mortal man was and is God's image or idea. Even the infinite expression of infinite mind and the immortal man is coexistence and co-eternal with that mind. He has been forever in the eternal mind, God, but infinite mind can never be in man, but is reflected by man. The spiritual man's consciousness and individuality are reflections of God. They are the emanations of Him who is life, truth, and love. Not all those people are that. Not all those people are that. So what are they reflections of?
Immortal man is not and never was material, but always spiritual and eternal. God is indivisible. A portion of God could not enter man. Neither could God's fullness be reflected by a single man. Else God would be manifestly infinite, or would be manifestly finite. Lose the deific character and become less than God. Allness is the measure of the infinite, and nothing less can be express God. And that's back to the Jesus idolizing that guy as if he were God, if he were the incarnation of God, and he was the infinite, and he could potentially do the infinite through God, as all of us can, but we can never express the infinite in one body. It takes a lot of bodies, minds, and spirits to reflect all that there is. So to say Jesus was the one, you ignorant fucks. He wasn't the one, because we're all still fucking here, grinding through this fucking world. So to say he was the one and say no one else can be the one because he was the one, you guys are wrong. He's definitely not the one. He may have been the best that's ever done it to date, but not the one. 23. God is indivisible. A portion of... Oh, we already did that one. 24. God, the divine principle of man, and man in God's likeness are inseparable, harmonious, and eternal. The science of being furnishes the rule of perfection and brings immortality to light. God and man are not the same, but in the order of divine science, God and man coexist and are eternal. God is the parent mind, and man is God's spiritual offspring. 25. God is individual and personal in scientific sense, but not in any anthropomorphic sense. Therefore, man reflecting God cannot lose his individuality, but his material sensation. Or a soul in the body, blind mortals do lose sight of spiritual individuality. Material personality is not realism. It is not the reflection or likeness of spirit, the perfect God. Sensualism is not bliss, but bondage. For true happiness, man must harmonize with his principle, divine love. The Son must be in accord with the Father, in conformity with Christ. According to divine science, man is in a degree as perfect as the mind that forms him. The truth of being makes man harmonious and immortal, while error is mortal and discordant. Bliss is bondage. Bliss is bondage. Can be. Trapped trying to find it. Then trapped in, you get it, because you never want to let it go. But, I don't know. 26. Christian Science demonstrates that none but the pure in heart can see God, as the gospel teaches. The proportion to his purity is man perfect, and perfection is the order of celestial being which demonstrates life in Christ, life's spiritual idea. And perfection, keep defining it as the covenant with God, the list of rules of things that we're not going to do, things that'll break our connection with Spirit. And they outline it in the Torah, and they outline it in the New Testament, and they outline it in the Old Testament, and they outline it in the Quran. And there's certain things that cross through all three of those books, and that would be considered science, to be able to pull out what examples are
in all three of those books, and those are the three that those would be enough to kind of declare it as science in a way. As if you would follow down the scientific method of karmic retribution. "27. The true idea of man is the reflection of the invisible God, as is incomprehensible to the limited senses, as is man's infinite principle. The visible universe and material man are poor counterfeits of the invisible universe and spiritual man. Eternal things, verities, are God's thoughts as they exist in the spiritual realm of the real. Temporal things are the thoughts of mortals and are the unreal, being the opposite of the real or the spiritual and eternal. Subject sickness, sin, and death to the we're at 28. Subject sickness, sin, and death to the rule of health and holiness in Christian science, and you ascertain that this science is demonstrably true, for it heals the sick and sinning as no other system can. Christian science, rightly understood, leads to eternal harmony. It brings to light the only living and true God and man as made in his likeness. Whereas the opposite belief that man originates in matter and has beginning and end, that he is both soul and body, both good and evil, both spiritual and material, terminates in discord and mortality in the error which must be destroyed by truth. The mortality of material man proves that error has been engrafted into the premises and conclusions of material and mortal humanity. And while we're at it, it's just fucking Mary Baker Eddy, another prophet, messenger of God, which is equal to Jesus if you want to idolize somebody. "29. The word Adam is from the Hebrew Adama, signifying the red color of the ground, dust, nothingness." Oh, you got a friend over there? Sorry, buddy. You can't say hi. Nice, bud. I know. Chill. No more. Hey. Chill out. I got 2 pages left, bro. Is he okay if he says hi? Alright, go on. Alright, I guess we'll come back later.